Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 3402. I can give it a try. After all, the Void Nether Beast ancestor clearly didn't like him. Since he couldn't find it openly, he could only use this method. Of course, it would take some time. The Void Nether Beast ancestor might be in the red dot region, searching for it himself. Soi Eon used the Void Devil's rule in the Death World. Long Chen couldn't even detect it. When it enveloped him and moved around the Death World, Lingxi and the rest would have a hard time finding it. And this was under the condition that he knew and the range was confirmed. If it was in a huge environment like the Void Nether Beast region, it would be difficult. With this in mind, Long Chen prepared to depart. The Death Realm's Dragon Gate might be discovered by the other party. Let's just go in from the outside. After thinking about it for a moment, Long Chen decided. Obviously, he couldn't be sure if it was the world origin. But if it was, it would be very useful to Long Chen. It was his opportunity to transform. Therefore, even if the Sixth Era's ancestral god stopped him, Long Chen wouldn't give up. He would even think of a way to get it. He and Su Yan appeared outside the Void Nether Beast domain. He pointed out the location of the red dot to Su Yan, and the two of them quickly descended into the void. Along the way, there was no sound, and there were no waves. The Void Nether Beast ancestor didn't move. It should be hiding somewhere. After landing on the ground, Long Chen held his breath and continued searching in all possible places. In his field of vision, nothing could escape his sight. Regretfully, he and Soi Eon searched for 3 days and 3 nights, but they still didn't find anything. Could it be your illusion? Soi Eon asked. After all, they didn't even let go of the most ordinary stones. Impossible. Long Chen believed in the throbbing of his soul. It wasn't an illusion. The Blood Will sword was reminding him that there was something extremely important at that location. Let's expand the range. After all, the location of the red dot in his memory could be wrong. Long Chen expanded the range slightly and treated it with a more cautious attitude, checking all suspicious objects in the vicinity. Another 4 days passed, but there was still no movement. Everything that needed to be found had been found, so Long Chen was losing his patience. After all, they were now in a very dangerous situation. That mountain. When Long Chen felt mentally exhausted, he looked into the distance and saw a mountain peak in the distance. To be honest, he had been to that mountain, but he couldn't find any detail on it, not even the flowers and grass. It was a short mountain, and it did not have the sharpness and murderous intent that Long Chen had imagined of the massacre to have. There was only sincerity and honesty. Standing in Long Chen's position, the quietest thing he saw was this mountain. It was precisely because it was quiet and inconspicuous that it attracted Long Chen's attention. Perhaps this was a mysterious and peculiar feeling. It's this mountain. Okay. After the two of them sensed it, they were extremely excited and quickly headed over there. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the short mountain. How do I take it away? Long Chen didn't know how to make it the source of the world, and it seemed difficult to figure it out in such a short time. He said, "Forget it, let's dig this mountain away first." As he spoke, he reached out and pressed on the short mountain. His power extended to the ground and reached underground, cutting off the short mountain from the other parts. This inconspicuous mountain was now completely under Long Chen's control. Let's go. Long Chen opened the Holy Kingdom and wanted to move the short mountain into the Holy Kingdom. Now, regardless of whether the short mountain was the source of the world, because of the disturbance, they had to leave quickly. At this moment, Long Chen, if you want to court death, I won't be able to stop you even if I want to. The voice of the Void Nether Beast ancestor rushed over without any restraint. It was like a peerless storm that brought about a terrifying blow. Lowering his head, he saw that the Void Nether Beast ancestor had turned from illusory to real and was standing on the short mountain. Clearly, if he brought the short mountain into the Holy Kingdom or the world of life and death, the other party would enter as well. At that time, it would be a nightmare. Seems like he had discovered us long ago. Seeing him appear on the short mountain, Long Chen understood the problem. If he was the only one here, Long Chen might take the risk and pull the short mountain in regardless of the consequences. But now was not the time. If anything went wrong and Soi Yan was left here, it would be an irreversible loss. Between Soi Yan and the source of the world, Long Chen chose Soi Yan's safety. At that critical moment, he gave up on the short mountain and brought Soi Yan with him to open the Death World Dragon Gate and escape. Trying to run? In the blink of an eye, the hands of the Space Nether Beast ancestor turned into claws that tore through the void and appeared behind Long Chen in the blink of an eye. He grabbed out at Long Chen and was about to drag him out. 10,000 Time Realm. Thankfully, Long Chen changed the flow of time at the very last moment and closed the Death World Dragon Gate at the fastest speed possible. Otherwise, his body would have been pierced through or he would have been dragged out. If he were to be dragged out, it would be even more disastrous for him. Therefore, this time around, it was definitely going to be extremely dangerous. Regrettably, not only was his back injured, even the short mountain that was most likely the source of the world had been snatched back. Through the senses of the Death World Dragon Gate, Long Chen could roughly sense what was going on over there. This is the thing you're looking for. Very good. Even though I don't know what it is, from now on, it's mine. You really want it? Very simple. Come and look for me again. This time around, don't be in a hurry to escape. Since you dared to barge into my world, it's time for you to be punished for your audacity. Evidently, even though Long Chen had found his target, it would be extremely difficult for him to get his hands on it. The Void Nether Beast ancestor knew of his goal. He would definitely hide the short mountain away. Given the current state of Long Chen and the others, there was no way they would be able to obtain the item that the ancestor god of the 6th era had hidden away. Damn that old fart. Kitten was so angry that he started grumbling out. The group of them gathered together. Earlier on, Long Chen had just barely escaped with his life. He had suffered a slight bump from the Void Nether Beast ancestor. Thankfully, he wasn't severely injured. He then said, "It's clear that there's no way we can rely on ourselves now. The only way is to look for the help of other ancestor gods. Naturally, they have to be much stronger than the Void Nether Beast ancestor, and have him hand over the massacre. But which ancestor god would be willing to help us?" None of them were very optimistic. The myriad worlds had long since escaped from Long Chen's control. Although he had told the other ancestor gods about this, it would be very difficult for them to find a single ancestor god who was willing to help Long Chen. For example, the primal chaos ancestor god. Clearly, it wasn't possible. But if there weren't any ancestor gods of that level who were willing to help, it was clear that Long Chen wouldn't be able to obtain massacre within a short period of time. No matter what, we have to give it a try. The Void Nether Beast ancestor was the 6th era's ancestor god. It would be best if the 4th era's ancestor god could make him hand over the short mountain. Long Chen carefully thought about it. In the end, he said, "Out of so many 4th era's ancestor gods, I think the Fortune ancestor god is the one who is willing to speak up for me. I can try to look for her." If even she wasn't willing to help, one could only imagine what the other 4th era's ancestor gods would be like. Everyone felt that this suggestion had a certain degree of possibility. After all, Long Chen had a special status in the myriad worlds. Once he said he would, Long Chen quickly arrived at the Fortune Divine Realm with sincerity. The original grade Fortune Divine Realm was still the same as before. Creation evolved and everything flourished. Ever since the Fortune Ancestor God returned, this place had been completely sealed off, forming a dark star that guarded the outside of the Fortune Divine Realm. Under the nourishment of the Fortune Ancestor God, it seemed that the entire world and the countless lives within it were gradually growing stronger, returning to the way it was before the epoch. Of course, with the Fortune Ancestor God's level, she could easily sense Long Chen's approach. On the dark star, a figure appeared. The Fortune Ancestor God's voice rang in Long Chen's ears. "Long Chen, what business do you have with me? Do you have a way to break the curse?" Long Chen said, "Not at the moment. I came here today to ask Senior for a favor. This matter is extremely important to me." "What is it?" asked the Fortune Ancestor God. Long Chen said, "In a world of the 6th era, there is an item that is extremely important to me. However, the creator of that world, the divine void beast ancestor, is unwilling to return it to me. That item originally belongs to me, so I would like to ask the Fortune Ancestor God for help. If Senior can agree, Junior will be eternally grateful. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you." Hearing such a matter, the Fortune Ancestor God fell silent for a moment. Long Chen could sense that she didn't seem to be in the mood to care about such matters. "The item you speak of originally belongs to you. Why would it be in the world of the divine void beast ancestor? Since it is in his world, it belongs to him. If I bring you there, it will be equivalent to stealing it. I cannot agree to this." Having said that, she was about to disappear. Senior, Long Chen didn't expect the Fortune Ancestor God to reject him so straightforwardly. But at this time, the Fortune Ancestor God berated, "Long Chen, the most important matter for the myriad of worlds now is to break the curse. Although you have contributed greatly to the myriad of worlds, you cannot be arrogant and cause trouble without reason. Go back, I will not snatch the item of another ancestor god for your sake. You are the one who told us who the enemy of the myriad of worlds is. Therefore, internal strife is the last thing we should do at this time. You better know your place. If you anger the other ancestor gods, I won't be able to protect you." After saying that, the Fortune Ancestor God disappeared. The Fortune Divine World was also completely sealed. Long Chen was stunned. He could only smile bitterly. "Looks like I still don't understand the Ancestor God. That's right, the Fortune Ancestor God has no reason to help me. After all, I have no relationship with her. Moreover, she is still having a headache over the curse." To her, Long Chen was indeed causing trouble without reason. Chapter 3403. After returning to the Death Realm, Long Chen discussed with everyone and gradually understood why he was rejected by Ancestor God creation. That was because he did not make it clear to her. Ancestor God creation doesn't know that I'm the inheritor of the dragon sacrificial continent. She won't believe me even if I tell her that it belongs to me. Of course, even if she knows my relationship with the origin of the world, she may not necessarily help me. It seemed to be a dead end here. Long Chen was not sure if he could tell the ancestor gods that he was the inheritor of the 10 ancestral dragons. However, the origin of the world was close at hand. I think if the 4th era's ancestor god doesn't want to help, you can also find the 5th era's ancestor god. Maybe he will be willing to help, Li Xuanji said suddenly. Who do you think is more reliable? The 5th era's ancestor god did not seem to know many people. Li Xuanji thought for a moment and said, the only one who has a little connection should be the Pangu continent's ancestor god. You have a good relationship with the ancient god of wilderness. Maybe he can put in a good word for you. Long Chen had a little impression of the Pangu continent's ancestor god Pangu, and he seemed to be a kind fellow. Because ancient god Savage Wilderness has been to the realm of life, he has awakened his memory and knows that I'm the inheritor of the dragon sacrificial continent. Maybe Pangu knows about it too. Perhaps, this is indeed an opportunity. If that was the case, it was more likely that Pangu would help him. Without saying a word, Long Chen came to Pangu continent from the Death Realm. The Death Realm was almost the fastest way to Pangu continent. After all, it was here, and the realm of life was directly connected to Pangu continent. Pangu continent was in the shape of a giant, and this giant was the ancestor god Pangu. Outside Pangu continent, the three ancestor gods of the third heaven of the sixth era were also here. They seemed to be used to taking Pangu as their leader. However, Long Chen's quiet arrival did not disturb them. On the way here, Long Chen had already communicated with the ancient god of wilderness. Senior Wildlands, how is your relationship with elder god Pangu? The ancestor god is amiable and a man of few words. However, he trusts me. He did not directly obtain my memories and only asked me if he had any questions. It can be considered a form of respect. Whether he knows my identity or not. He probably vaguely knows, but he didn't make it public. Long Chen told him what had happened recently. After listening to him, the ancient god of wilderness briefly told the ancestor god Pangu about it. Then, he told Long Chen to go to Pangu continent, as the ancestor god Pangu wanted to communicate with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen had arrived at Pangu continent. On Pangu continent, where Pangu's heart was, the ancient god of the wilderness and the Pangu ancestor were waiting for him. To be honest, under the transformation of the Pangu ancestor, the entire Pangu continent was no longer the same as before. Of course, it was still far from what it was before the epoch. You're here. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in the depths of Pangu's heart. In front of him, standing next to the ancient god of the wilderness was an ancestor god born in the fifth epoch. He was a burly giant, ancient and deep, with a pair of eyes like the sun and the moon, and emanating a magnificent aura of the primordial era. This ancestor god was the origin of the primordial era. Greetings, ancestor god Pangu. It was rare for the ancient god to be so kind to him. I've heard about you from Wildlands. Dragon sacrificial continent, the inheritor of the 10 ancestral dragons. To be honest, I'm very surprised. I never thought your identity would be so important. No wonder you can achieve so many miracles. But, don't worry. I know that in the current situation, exposing your identity will not do you much good. After all, the ancestor god is too difficult to control and unite. So, it's a good thing that he has chosen to hide himself for now. Since this ancient ancestor god Pangu had said so much right from the start, it seemed like there was hope. Long Chen then asked, Senior, about that void nether beast ancestor. Speaking up to here, ancestor god Pangu continued, to me, this is just a small matter. But to you, it's extremely important. Naturally, if I were to go against an ancestor god of the sixth epoch for no reason, it would definitely cause some trouble. However, I'm willing to make friends with you. Long Chen understood the meaning behind his opponent's words. After knowing his identity, the ancestor god Pangu chose to win his friendship. This was a matter of foresight. Or perhaps, ancestor god Pangu felt that Long Chen had a chance of succeeding. Many thanks, Senior. If I can obtain that item this time around, Long Chen will definitely be able to make some achievements in the future. I'll definitely repay you. These words came from the bottom of his heart. At least, ancestor god Pangu thought highly of him. Of course, he had his own selfish motives as well. But to Long Chen, such a huge reward was nothing compared to his selfishness. He had always been a person who would repay a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. I'm just hoping that you can find a way to break this curse. I've heard many stories about you from the Wildlands. You've created so many miracles, and the Sky-Devouring clan might be your last opponent. The other ancestor gods don't really think highly of me, but I feel that one day, you will succeed. This elder spoke sincerely, giving Long Chen a lot of confidence. This was the first ancestor god other than the ancestor god of the 9th epoch to trust Long Chen so much. I'll definitely do my best. Alright, then let's not waste any more time. Ancestor god Pangu knew that Long Chen had a tunnel that led directly to the void nether beast realm. Long Chen first brought ancestor god Pangu back to the death realm. When he saw this world, ancestor god Pangu was astonished. He could vaguely sense the existence of the life realm and the death realm when he was on Pangu continent. After that, Long Chen appeared in the sky above the void nether beast realm. It had not been long since he left last time. Now that he was back, the void nether beast ancestor could naturally sense his presence. Long Chen, you still dare to come? The void nether beast ancestor was truly knowledgeable. But, this also proved that Long Chen was not afraid of him. To him, this was simply a form of humiliation. This made his heart instantly burn with anger. Without saying a word, he charged towards Long Chen's direction. The ancestor god of the sixth epoch was naturally extraordinary. But, right at this moment, ancestor god Pangu came out and appeared in front of Long Chen, blocking the void nether beast ancestor's path. Void nether beast, return his things to him. The moment ancestor god Pangu appeared, his voice rumbled like thunder, shaking the void nether beast ancestor's body. The huge gap between the ancestor god of the fifth epoch and the ancestor god of the sixth epoch was immediately revealed. Ancestor god Pangu. During the previous gathering of the ancestor gods, more than 10,000 ancestor gods had basically gotten to know each other. The ancestor gods of the fourth and fifth epoch were especially eye-catching, and ancestor god Pangu was one of them. The void nether beast ancestor had never expected that Long Chen would find a helper like this. Long Chen, you. The void nether beast ancestor was burning with rage. I said, return his things to him. Ancestor god Pangu's deep voice and the pressure of the desolate giant pressed down on the void nether beast ancestor's body once again. Ancestor god Pangu, these things belong to my void nether beast realm. How could they be his? Don't you dare bully us. The void nether beast ancestor was almost going crazy right now. Even though he was facing the ancestor god of the fifth epoch, his eyes were still filled with a ferocious glint. Those things belonged to him to begin with. It's just that they ended up in your world, and are of no use to you at all. But, they're of great use to him. There's no use even if you hide them. We're all members of the infinite worlds, and we have a common enemy. A win-win situation is the right thing to do. Ancestor god Pangu said. A win-win situation? A common enemy? That's just an insignificant descendant. What's the difference between him and the ants of this world? You want me to return something to him? Dream on. The void nether beast ancestor was pretty stubborn. Speaking up to this point, there was no point in saying anything else. All of a sudden, the body of the ancestor god Pangu before Long Chen's eyes suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant that covered the entire sky. This was the largest giant that Long Chen had ever seen in his entire life. He stood before Long Chen, and the entire void nether beast realm seemed like an insignificant piece before him. In the hands of that giant was a gigantic axe. This was the source of his world, and was filled with a boundless might. You. The body of the void nether beast ancestor god was expanding as well, turning into a gigantic pitch-black void nether beast. However, compared to ancestor god Pangu, it looked like a little puppy. Ancestor god Pangu easily controlled the void nether beast. Grabbing its head, he lifted it up and placed the axe on the head of the void nether beast. I'll give you one more chance. You dare to kill? Arg! While the void nether beast was still acting arrogantly, ancestor god Pangu had already chopped off one of its legs. Amidst its tragic cries, the void nether beast finally relented. Only then did the short mountain appear before Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen hurriedly brought it into the death world. Senior Pangu, it's done. Thank you. Finally done, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, he couldn't wait to see what the source of his world looked like. It's nothing much. Ancestor god Pangu released the void nether beast, once more transforming into the muscular man who stood in front of Long Chen. As for the void nether beast ancestor, it immediately fled. Although losing the short mountain wasn't much of a loss to it, it was still infuriated. Ancestor God Pangu, Long Chen, don't think that you're the only ones who know how to find people. Just wait here obediently. Today, you've humiliated me. I'll definitely make you pay the price. As it fled, it let out a heart-rending howl of rage. I'm afraid I'll bring you trouble. Long Chen said regretfully. It doesn't matter. There's no point in these short-sighted fellows. Now that all of the elder gods are facing a calamity, only these scoundrels would still be interested in meaningless infighting. Ancestor God Pangu was right. The nature of the elder gods was truly too much of a hindrance at times. If this was an army that could obey orders, they would definitely be able to unleash terrifying power. But now, it was already good enough that they could overcome the curse. Time to go back. After bidding farewell to Ancestor God Pangu, Long Chen returned to the Death Rain. By now, he had already transferred the short mountain to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. When the void nether beast ancestor left, Long Chen was a little worried about Ancestor God Pangu. After all, he had only offended the void nether beast ancestor for Long Chen's sake. However, it seemed that if there were any conflicts, Lin Fan wouldn't be able to help either. Well, I'd better check if this is the source of the world first. I'd better not waste my efforts. Chapter 3404. After bidding farewell to Pangu, Long Chen returned to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Amidst the white haze, an insignificant and ordinary short mountain floated in the air. Until then, Long Chen still couldn't confirm that this short mountain was the origin of the immemorial bloodline spirit dragon, Massacre. How can we turn it into Massacre? For a time, everyone surrounded the short mountain and racked their brains. Boss, I don't see anything. Did you lose your mind all of a sudden? After such a long time, you've made a useless thing, right? Kitten was an impatient guy and gave up thinking after a while. No. Long Chen trusted his intuition. In fact, it was something in his blood that had led him to this short mountain. Although it couldn't be any more ordinary, as soon as Long Chen laid eyes on it, he sensed something. Go about your business. I will think about it. After all, they had plenty of time on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. After that, it was a long time to think about it. Long Chen basically came up with a new method every day. Later on, he almost tried all the methods. He almost destroyed this short mountain. Long Chen was incomparably familiar with every single particle on it. After 100 years, no matter how one looked at it, this short mountain still seemed to have nothing to do with the world's essence, slaughter. Over the past 100 years, the others had almost given up. However, they dared not tell Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had offended Kongming Beast Ancestor for this short mountain. It could be considered as robbing it. Now, they found that it was useless at all. At this critical moment, they felt a great sense of loss and urgency. However, after trying various methods, Long Chen didn't give up. The immemorial bloodline spirit dragon must have hidden the origin of the world so well that even the sky-devouring clan couldn't find it. Therefore, there must be a method. However, I haven't found it yet. This method should be related to the essence blood of the immemorial bloodline spirit dragon. Only by using the essence blood could I break the origin of the world. If it was just a drop of blood, Long Chen had already tried it. But it didn't work. Inherited blood essence. Inherited blood essence. Only now did Long Chen realize that the blood will sword was the condensation of all the dragon blood in his body. Moreover, he had relied on the blood will sword to find this short mountain. Is it possible that the origin of the world needs to verify the identity of the inheritor of the ancient blood spirit dragon? If it's just my blood, it might not be me. But if it's the blood will sword, then it must be me. The reason why he did not consider using the Blood Will Sword was that once he used the Blood Will Sword, the short mountain would be easily destroyed. If he did not succeed, the short mountain that he had worked so hard to obtain would be gone. This was a rather risky move. But at this moment, Long Chen felt that this was very possible. Thus, at that moment, while everyone was still in shock, he pulled out the Blood Will Sword from his left hand, gathered all the dragon blood in his body, and slashed at the short mountain. In an instant, the short mountain turned into the purest fragments. It's over. The boss is angry. He destroyed the mountain. Kitten immediately made a ruckus. However, the others also thought that Long Chen was angry because he had not been able to solve the mystery of the short mountain for a long time. Chen, they all thought that the Sky-Swallowing clan was under great pressure, and that Long Chen was the first to bear the brunt of it. Only Long Chen laughed. Although the entire short mountain had been turned into powder by the Blood Will Sword, at this moment, all the powder had been dyed red by the blood of the Blood Will Sword, forming a blood-colored mist. This is, only when they realized that the powder of the short mountain had been dyed red and even emitted a starry brilliance, did they realize that they had guessed wrong. It was very likely that Long Chen had discovered the true secret of the short mountain. Indeed, at this moment, the blood-colored powder began to condense from a dissipated state. It gradually gathered, and the central point was in Long Chen's palm. The powder of the entire short mountain gradually formed a blood-colored sword shadow in front of Long Chen's eyes. That's the origin of the world. Kitten exclaimed. He did not believe that the short mountain was the origin of the world. It seems so. Elder brother seems to have succeeded. Almost everyone on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time was attracted by the blood-colored sword shadow. That's right, the origin of the world, Slaughter, was a blood-colored long sword. You're finally here. Long Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. It had taken him 100 years to come up with this method. It was really not easy. It could only be said that the ancient blood spirit dragon had hidden the world origin too well. Only the inheritor of the ancient blood spirit dragon who could use the Blood Will Sword would be able to make the world origin reappear in the world. If someone else destroyed this short mountain, it would be nothing more than destruction. At that moment, Long Chen watched in excitement as the endless blood-colored dust condensed into a blood-colored sword in his hand. Just like all the other world essences, this sword looked extremely ordinary. It was just a blood-colored iron sword, ordinary and unremarkable. It was as though Long Chen could shatter it with a single puff of air. Ha! Ha! The only special thing about it was that there was a dragon pattern on the blade. It was the pattern of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Given the current situation, this origin of the world called Slaughter was like an ordinary piece of iron. Besides looking sharper and longer, it didn't show any killing intent. Different from the other origins of the world, it didn't have the origin of the world or ancestral soul inside. It was blank. It was a bit similar to Lingxi's black prison, which didn't have the origin of the world at that time. However, it had the ancestral soul. Long Chen didn't even have the ancestral soul. He didn't care too much and directly grabbed the Slaughter sword. It felt no different from an ordinary iron sword, but perhaps it was because of the connection between their bloodlines. Long Chen had a feeling that his bloodline was connected to the sword. He could feel the power hidden in the depths of this world's origin. It was much more powerful than the Nirvana primogenitor. It's a pity that I haven't reached the ancestor realm. Without the origin dragon soul, I can't truly integrate it with me. I guess I can only use it as a weapon now. For others, the origin of the world was their real body. As long as the origin of the world existed, they wouldn't die even if their flesh and blood turned into nothingness. However, Long Chen's foundation was still in his own body. Of course, although he could only use it as a weapon, it was enough for Long Chen. With this Slaughter and the Blood Will Sword, I can at least achieve a heaven-defying effect in terms of attack power. This was the first origin of the world. After obtaining it, Long Chen was really excited. Everyone else was also happy for Long Chen. Let me think about it. As he had just obtained it, of course, he needed to have a good understanding of the origin of the world. About 10 years later, Long Chen had basically become familiar with the slaughter. Although it wasn't his foundation now, it was still his limbs. Long Chen, something happened. The Void Beast Ancestor has brought a 5th-era Ancestor God here to cause trouble for you. One day, the ancient god of wilderness suddenly contacted him. Long Chen was startled. This Void Beast Ancestor is really unconvinced. How could he make such a big fuss over such a small matter? To tell the truth, Long Chen was far inferior to the 2 elder gods of the 5th era, and he definitely wouldn't be able to help out. Even the ordinary elder gods of the 8th era weren't easy to deal with. However, this matter had arisen because of him, and elder god Pangu was helping him. Now that he had been given the opportunity to slaughter, he had to go. Long Chen arrived at the Death Realm. As it was the ancient god of wilderness who informed him, Long Chen didn't rush to show himself. Instead, he hid behind the Death Realm Dragon Gate and observed from afar. Outside the Death Realm Dragon Gate, 2 ancestor gods could be seen hovering in the sky above Pangu continent, unscrupulously unleashing the origin power of their worlds to suppress the continent. Apart from the cold and illusory Void Beast Ancestor, there was a white-robed man standing next to him. Although he had the body of a human, he had the head of a demon beast, with a pair of golden bull horns and a beak like that of an eagle. His eyes were ferocious, and his face was covered with white fur. He was obviously a ferocious beast. This is also a demon, the 5th-era ancestor god, an ancestral beast Xiongqi. He used to be close to the ancestral beast ancestor Kun, but he's even more ferocious. If not for the 10 ancestral dragons, I'm afraid he would have caused a lot of trouble before the last era. Right after Kitten finished his introduction to Long Chen, the Void Beast Ancestor said coldly, Pangu Ancestor God, hurry up and show yourself. My big brother doesn't have your patience. If you don't show yourself, I'll turn your Pangu continent into ashes. It hadn't been long since he descended, but this Void Beast Ancestor had already acknowledged him as his big brother. To be honest, Pangu was not afraid of them at all. In fact, there were 4 of them at the same time. Apart from Pangu Ancestor God, there were also 3 ancestral gods of the 3rd heaven. They were known as the sacred ancestors of the 3 pure ones. Together with the 3 pure ones, Pangu faced ancestral god Xiongqi and the Void Beast Ancestor calmly. Among them, Pangu said, "What brings you here today? I heard from Kongming that you humiliated him for no reason and stole his things." Ancestral beast Xiongqi asked disdainfully. "It doesn't really belong to him. I'm just helping my friend take back what belongs to him. Since the Void Beast Ancestor doesn't know what's good for him, of course I'll make him hand over his things." In comparison, Pangu's side was stronger, so there was no need for them to be afraid of these 2. How could the things that belong to the Void Beast realm not belong to him? You're just looking down on us demon ancestral gods just because you have more human ancestral gods, aren't you? Are you trying to start a war between the 2 races? Pangu burst into laughter when he heard that. You're really childish. I've just taken something that's completely useless to him. Why do you have to make such a big deal out of it? It has nothing to do with whether you're a human or a demon. Besides, everyone knows what kind of calamity we're facing now. The curse hasn't been removed, and we're all on the edge of life and death. Yet, you still have the energy to start a civil war? Do you know what short-sightedness is? Long Chen also felt that these 2 demons were too boring. Chapter 3405. While the 2 sides were still in a stalemate, Long Chen's heart trembled again. What's going on? At first, he was shocked. How could he feel such fear? This kind of pressure was definitely not from the ancestral gods of the 5th and 6th era. To be honest, under the pressure of the curse, it was difficult for them to fight. At most, they just wanted to show off. Up there, Long Chen's gaze shifted upwards, and he missed the elder gods. Fortunately, he was still within the death rain. Otherwise, the pressure he was under right now would have been even greater. This sort of pressure didn't seem to be felt by the 6 elder gods. They were still busy arguing amongst themselves. That is, what appeared in Long Chen's eyes was a huge, yellowish shadow in the distant starry sky. It was circling above the 6 ancestral gods. Even though it was so huge, the 6 ancestral gods did not notice it. Sky-devouring clan. From the tomb of reincarnation to the myriad worlds, they had appeared again. Their appearance was like a bomb detonating in Long Chen's heart, making Long Chen's hair stand on end. He clearly saw that the sky-devouring clan was just circling above and should not have noticed him. But the problem was, Long Chen saw that the eyes of the 6 ancestral gods were turning red. The black curse on their world essence was turning red. They were about to be controlled, about to riot and kill each other. They were about to go crazy. Think of a way. At this time, the sky-devouring clan was outside, and the chaos of the ancestral gods of the 5th and 6th era was beyond Long Chen and the others' control. The most terrifying moment in their imagination had arrived. Once the battle began, the Pangu continent and the 3rd heaven would be destroyed first, not to mention the ancestral gods. There were many living beings here, and most of them had been to Long Chen, including many of his friends. Ancestral gods, the sky-devouring clan is here. Your curse is about to be activated. Run quickly. In this critical moment, Long Chen had no choice but to notify Elder God Pangu as quickly as possible. Pangu had only just fallen into a state of chaos, and he had sensed that something was wrong. Long Chen's voice was so urgent that he naturally trusted Long Chen. Let's go. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had a little bit of consciousness, Pangu unleashed a law that enveloped the 5 ancestral gods around him. Then, they disappeared into the distance in a flash. However, Long Chen could still sense their location. They were not far away, but fortunately, they would not necessarily destroy Pangu continent at the first moment. The sky-swallowing clan was still circling in the sky. A dim yellow shadow swept across the starry sky. Long Chen couldn't get out. Of course, even if he could, he couldn't stop it. In that direction, the elder gods had fallen into complete chaos. A battle had already broken out, and the 4 6th era elder gods were in the most danger. In this chaotic battle, the 2 5th era elder gods were more than enough to crush them. There's also a death realm dragon gate over there. Long Chen switched to another door. It just so happened that this was the core of the battle between the ancestral gods. Long Chen could only open the death realm dragon gate a little. Otherwise, if the ancestral gods found out, he would probably die. What should we do? I don't know. They're too strong. We can't stop them at all. The situation outside was too terrifying. Vast areas of the starry sky were collapsing in the battle. Pangu had transformed into a giant of heaven and earth, holding a broad axe. Xiong had also transformed into his true form, a peerless savage beast. The 3 pure divine ancestors were even killing each other. They couldn't even control it, let alone calm them down. If this went on, there would be ancestral gods dying in battle, and Pangu continent would definitely be affected. But, the shadow of the sky-swallowing clan was still in the sky. Looking at that terrifying shadow, Long Chen suddenly remembered, back when ancestral god Ling Su was with us, she was not discovered by the sky-swallowing clan, so her curse was not triggered. So, the other ancestral gods are safe at this time. As long as they are not discovered, they will not riot. We need to find the 4th era elder god for help. With this thought in mind, Long Chen opened 3 death realm dragon gates, which led to the chaos divine realm, the primordial divine realm, and the fortune divine realm. 3 divine realms. Xiao Lang, Lingxi. Including himself, according to Long Chen's plan, they had entered the 3 divine realms in an instant. Long Chen arrived at the chaos divine realm and roared, "Ancestral God, the sky-swallowing clan has appeared. The curse of 6 ancestral gods has been triggered, and they need your help." Rumble. The voice swept across the chaos divine realm, and the chaos ancestral god made of 9-colored chaotic elements instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. He gave Long Chen a cold look, and entered the death realm. In the death realm, the door led to the battlefield. At this time, the primordial ancestor god and the fortune ancestral god came in. The 3 fourth-era elder gods gathered together, and through the death realm dragon gates, they quickly discovered the battle between the 6 ancestral gods outside. "Open it, let us out." The chaos ancestral god pointed at the death realm dragon gates. "You can't go out. The sky-swallowing clan is outside. Once you go out, they will riot. The best way is to stay in the death realm, pull them in, and control them," said Long Chen nervously. "They are outside, why can't we see them?" The primordial ancestor god looked outside through the death realm dragon gates, and although they couldn't see them, Long Chen was sure that the sky-swallowing clan was still there. "Don't bother, he has experience, just listen to him," said the fortune ancestral god. "It's best not to let the things up there discover us," reminded Long Chen. "Don't worry, we can hide ourselves. Listen to my orders, open this door wide, and we will instantly suck the 6 of them in, then you can close it completely." Long Chen felt that this method was feasible. After all, the sky-swallowing clan needed some time to activate the curse. In such a short time, the 3 fourth-era ancestral gods shouldn't be affected. Everyone was prepared. Other than Lingxi, Long Chen sent the others to other worlds. Under the command of the chaos ancestral god, Long Chen instantly opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Of course, the Death Realm Dragon Gate could not be opened to the extent where Pangu, who had transformed into a giant, could enter. However, the 3 ancestral gods of the 4th era had a way. Indeed, in that instant, under their powerful control, the 6 ancestral gods who were fighting all transformed into human forms and were sucked in. Among them, the Chaos Ancestor God and the Primordial Ancestor God each restrained a 5th-era Ancestral God, while the Fortune Ancestor God restrained the 4 6th-era Ancestral Gods. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot, and their bodies were filled with violent auras. Even though they were restrained, they were still roaring and roaring. If not for the 4th-era Ancestral Gods, they really wouldn't be able to restrain them. Who? The moment they entered, Long Chen completely closed the Death Realm Dragon Gates. Success. The 3 4th-era Ancestral Gods didn't go out, and because they were too fast, they weren't affected. Now, these 6 Elder Gods were under his control. The Elder God of Primordial Chaos said, "I think I can sense it. There's something on the other side that's causing our wills to be thrown into chaos. The curse on the world's prime essences is stirring as well. However, once this door closes, it'll be completely severed." The Fortune Ancestral God looked at Long Chen and said, "This time, you have made a great contribution. We believe what you said even more. But the problem now is how to make them wake up. Let Lingxi try." Long Chen had already prepared Lingxi. To be honest, Lingxi hadn't tried to make the ancestral gods outside the 9th era calm down. She just didn't know if it would be more difficult. Let's start with Pangu. If Pangu was fine, the others shouldn't be a problem. But without the samsara fruit, there was only one chance. Alright. Under the gazes of the 3 4th-era ancestral gods, Lingxi walked unhurriedly to Pangu. Pangu roared angrily at her. Fortunately, the Chaos Ancestral God was suppressing him, otherwise Lingxi wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Stillness Mantra. The Stillness Mantra froze Pangu in a block of cursed ice. Pangu couldn't move, but he continued to struggle. This required Lingxi to continue exerting her strength. This stalemate lasted for roughly an hour before the curse on Pangu's broadaxe finally receded. Lingxi was a little fatigued, so Long Chen allowed her to recover a little. Next up was the ancestral Qiongqi. With Long Chen's help and the support of the living beings, it seemed to be much better. Not long after, the ancestral Qiongqi recovered as well. What's going on? He was shocked to see the 3/4 era ancestral gods here. Next, Lingxi helped the remaining 4 ancestral gods recover. Overall, it was slightly easier. As expected, because the ancestral gods were of different levels, it wasn't easy to help them recover. The 3/4 era ancestral gods had personally witnessed the entire process. Now, the 6 ancestral gods had fully recovered. Elder God Pangu said, "As I see it, the Sky Devourers have appeared. However, Long Chen must have invited the 3 elder gods to rescue us." The Chaos Ancestral God said, "It has nothing to do with us. We just restrained you. The one who truly saved you is this little lady." After experiencing such a thing, the Void Nether Beast ancestor and the others felt a little awkward because they were saved by Long Chen. At this time, the Creation Ancestral God asked, "That's strange. Why are the 6 of you together?" The Void Nether Beast ancestor answered honestly, "Because of Long Chen, we had some conflicts. However, because he saved me this time, all these conflicts have been written off." The Primordial Chaos Ancestral God said, "Before the enemy, it's best not to have conflicts. It's pointless." "Yes. Do you think he left?" The Chaos Ancestral God asked. "Let me take a look." Long Chen secretly opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate. It was empty outside. He had already left. This time, he didn't know how much he and the ancestral gods had exposed, and what kind of changes it would cause. The Chaos Ancestral God said in a profound tone, "We've seen the enemy's power. If we don't break the curse now, we have no chance of winning. So, let's think about it more. Long Chen, if there's anything she needs help with, just let us know." This time, Lingxi could be considered to have given them an even greater surprise. Chapter 3406. It looks like someone has taken them away. Amidst the boundless and vast starry sky, a yellowish shadow was moving forward and traversing. Above the yellowish shadow was a figure, one that Long Chen and the others did not see. Woo-woo. That huge, yellowish shadow was like a pet beast as it made such a sound. "Don't be angry, it's almost time." The black-robed man looked in the direction of Pangu continent and said thoughtfully, "Your little attempt was foiled by someone last time, and now it is foiled again. Who is it that is trying to stop us in the dark? An existence that even you can't sense." This made him very puzzled. Just now, he was just stunned, and the 6 ancestor gods were brought to another world. That world closed in an instant, and they lost all clues. According to the black-robed man's expectation, even if someone attacked, he should have reacted, but in fact, he did not. How is this possible? They are causing trouble again and again under your watch. Those few did not tell us that there is such an existence in the myriad worlds. This time, we must complete the mission. We are almost the most important part of this plan, and we cannot make any mistakes. He looked in another direction and suddenly smiled. "In fact, it's almost time. Let's go over there and wait. What happened before was just a small matter. The real show is about to begin." As he spoke, the yellowish shadow disappeared into the depths of the starry sky with him. In the death world, the sea of blood was overturning the sky. These 9 ancestor gods were all things that Long Chen could not compare with. Now, there was no conflict between them. About the sky-devouring clan and the curse, do you have any ideas or solutions? They had experienced it personally today, so they were not in a hurry to leave. We must let all the ancestor gods know about what happened today. The enemy that can trigger our curse has come to the myriad worlds, and could bring trouble to anyone at any time. The ancestor gods were discussing. Ancestor god Creation said, judging from today's situation, it's best that the ancestor gods do not gather together for no reason. It's best if they are completely dispersed. You're right. The more ancestor gods gathered together, the more likely it was that they would kill each other. The only good news today is that, for the time being, we know that there's a high possibility that the enemy can't make all of us enter a berserk state. They must be nearby. That's not necessarily the case. We still can't be certain that they don't have the ability to cause all of us elder gods to simultaneously enter a berserk state. That's the most dangerous part. As they were discussing, Long Chen interrupted and said, "Dear ancestral gods, can we do this? For example, let all the ancestral gods of the 10,000 worlds enter my world. This place can accommodate tens of thousands of ancestral gods without a problem. This way, the sky-devouring clan will not be able to do anything in a short period of time. My world is hidden enough for now, they probably won't be able to enter." The elder gods pondered for a moment. In the end, the Chaos Ancestral God shook his head and said, "I don't think that's possible. Let me analyze it for you. First, if the enemy has the ability to transcend spacetime and confuse us, it'll be a disaster when we're all in one place. Secondly, if they sneak in and we're all together, it'll be even more troublesome. It's better to split up. Thirdly, even if the three of us agree, there are still the other fourth-era ancestral gods. They might not believe you. I believe they have their own ideas on how to deal with the sky-devouring clan. In short, they wouldn't let a mere junior like Long Chen take the lead." Understood. Long Chen didn't insist. After all, he couldn't be sure that he would be safe in the death rain. The enemy might have other tricks up their sleeves. "Alright, let's go. I'll relay what happened today to all the ancestral gods." "Alright." The ancestral gods left one by one. Only Pangu and the three pure divine ancestors were left. "Actually, I think it's better for everyone to come in. But they all have their own considerations and thoughts. So unfortunately, it doesn't matter. As long as everyone is united against the enemy, it's a good thing." The current situation was much better than what Long Chen had imagined. "Then we'll go back first. You've saved us today. If there's any trouble, feel free to look for me at any time." Long Chen was extremely lucky to have ancestor god Pangu and the three pure ones as his helpers. After the ancestral gods left, Long Chen returned to the fourth level of the Pagoda of Time. Everyone was waiting for him here. "Big brother, how's the situation?" "It's not optimistic. For the time being, there's still no way to break the curse. However, what happened today can indeed serve as a reminder to the ancestral gods. In the future, when the sky-devouring clan appears, they'll probably have some experience." Following that, Long Chen continued to study the world origin, massacre. It was a weapon that was connected to his flesh and blood. At the same time, he compared it with the origin dragon palace and the primordial dragon halberd. Creation artifacts are indeed different from the world origin. However, this doesn't exclude the possibility that they're the world origin. Even the massacre has been hidden so well, not to mention these two. Therefore, Long Chen suddenly thought of a point. If I cultivate all the rules to the same level as the massacre rules and comprehend the same level of rules, would it be possible for me to find other world origins? This was very possible. The ancestral dragons might have used the same method to hide the world origin. Then, it's time. Time was the rule that he was second best at. The mysteriousness of time had always amazed Long Chen. He was racing against time and constantly advancing. Of course, he had also spent a lot of time to establish a connection with the world origin, massacre. The Blood Will sword helped me find massacre. Will massacre help me find the primordial blood spiritual dragon's origin dragon soul? This was also a wild idea that Longchen had. Of course, it was just a thought. Until now, it would take a lot of time to make progress in the rules. Fortunately, he had the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Otherwise, Longchen might not have made any progress in the rules in such a short time. Just as he was cultivating hard and improving himself, in the center of the myriad worlds, the dim yellow shadow and the black-robed man appeared. This was the place where the 10,000 ancestral gods gathered last time. Before arriving here, the shadow and the black-robed man passed by a huge planet made of smoke and dust. Next to that planet was the god planet of destiny. These two places were left alone in this dark corner. This place, it's really familiar, the black-robed man couldn't help but let out an unpleasant laugh, as if he was twitching. Obviously, this used to be an important place to him. The glory of the past has now become dust. The Divine Dragon Clan is really sad. Ridiculous, sad, natural, and hateful. When the glory of the past dominated the myriad worlds, did you ever think that there would be a day when everything would be destroyed? Soon, he passed by that place. Of course, after passing by, he didn't look back. To him, this was not a place worthy of reminiscing. He stopped at the place where the ancestral gods gathered. The huge shadow paced back and forth. The silhouette of the dragon sacrificial continent in the distance was already very small. However, this place was also the territory of the dragon sacrificial continent in the past. After arriving here, the black-robed man lowered his head and began to wait. Come quickly, I can't wait any longer. Perhaps because of the black-robed man's attraction, this place began to change. It was a tiny fire seed, like the flame of a candle. It suddenly appeared above the black-robed man's head. It was very weak and insignificant, as if it would be extinguished at any time. However, after seeing this fire seed, the black-robed man laughed presumptuously. Finally, it's here. This was what he had been waiting for. After seeing the existence of this fire seed, he and the dim yellow shadow dodged to the other side. The more they dodged, the further away they got. It was as if the tiny fire seed would cause trouble for them if they got close. The arrival of this doomsday is the end of all the ancestral gods, the end of the origin of the world, and the end of the myriad worlds. An era has finally come to this moment. Yang Shi, for you and I to complete this historic mission, what kind of glory is this? Doomsday is the end of the 10 eras of the myriad worlds. From now on, the myriad worlds will no longer exist. This tiny fire seed was actually called Doomsday. Amidst the black-robed man's maniacal joy, the fire seed was changing colors. After about 10 breaths of time, it would change colors once. As long as it was a color that existed in the world, it would show itself. It could even be invisible or transparent. It was even changing at every moment. It was just that the colors were very close to each other and couldn't be directly distinguished. Of course, as the Doomsday changed colors, it also expanded. The speed at which it expanded was unprecedented. As the black-robed man danced, it turned from a fire seed to a flame the size of a fist. Then, it continued to expand until it was like the flame of a torch. In the following time, the speed at which it expanded became faster and faster. The divine might contained within it was also constantly increasing. Bigger and bigger. It was like a gigantic beast that was constantly growing. The magical Doomsday. Buzz buzz buzz. Vaguely, the flame was like a living being, growing and looking at the world with excitement and curiosity. After about a day, it was already the size of an ordinary sun. It was a huge fireball that constantly changed colors. If one landed on it, it would be like an endless sea of fire. The boiling hot sun was constantly changing colors. It was somewhat similar to the sun on the 9-colored chaos formation diagram in the primal chaos divine world. However, it had more colors, and was even hotter. Woo woo, the huge fireball was truly like a living being. Sometimes, it would even let out a cry, like a child. But even now, the speed at which it grew was too fast. Chapter 3407. 2 days later, the Doomsday had grown to the size of a dreamlike world. It was much bigger than a normal sun. Of course, compared to that shadow, Doomsday was still very young. But even though it was young, it still possessed a scalding flame that was burning the surrounding space to the point of distorting. The Doomsday didn't look big, but the amount of divine flame it contained was much more than the original incipient Sunday. That was why the Doomsday was so terrifying. But this wasn't the end. Later on, the Doomsday was still growing. The bigger it grew, the faster it grew. Soon, it was the size of a primitive world, then a order world. It was the size of an entire builder tree. But this wasn't the end. At this time, the Doomsday was expanding at a speed visible to naked eyes. Swish! As if it was being torn apart, the entire Doomsday exploded. Its size increased dozens of times. A huge fireball the size of the sun appeared in the core of the infinite worlds. It was a golden sun, a black sun, a blood-red sun, and so on. But this wasn't the end. Even though its power and heat were 100 times greater than the sun's. To be frank, this Doomsday was equal to 100 suns. But even so, its growth didn't stop. Next, 3 consecutive explosions occurred. After each explosion, the Doomsday would scatter, increasing its size by at least 5 times. The 3 explosions resulted in an explosive increase. In just a moment, its size was 100 times greater than the original incipient Sunday. In the face of such a huge Doomsday, even the huge shadow seemed to pale in comparison. More importantly, the endless god fire was just too terrifying. The surrounding space was distorted, and the starfield that was being burned by the flames was gradually spreading, even to the primal chaos divine realm. It was like a bright lamp had been lit up in the entire dark world. The light of the Doomsday was enough to illuminate the borders of the infinite worlds. From this, one could see how powerful the Doomsday was. The entire infinite worlds and the endless starry sky used to be dark. But now, even the starry sky was as bright as day. The flashing flame pierced through countless territories. This was a great change for the infinite worlds. Gold, silver, red, green, due to the changes in the light of the Doomsday, the entire world was changing its color. A scorching aura spread across the entire world. Under such power, countless stars began to melt, countless broken stars evaporated into nothingness, and countless space distorted in this scorching heat. From the primal chaos divine world, one could clearly see this heaven-defying fireball. It was at least 20 times larger than the primal chaos divine world. Armageddon, oh Armageddon, you. Even before this era, you are equivalent to the fourth era. The black-robed man looked at the endless apocalypse and said excitedly. As if it had heard the black-robed figure's voice, countless flames formed heat waves that swept across the surface of the apocalypse, seeming quite happy. The fourth era was equivalent to the 11th stage, which was 2 levels higher than the primal chaos god realm. One could imagine the extent of it. It's finally formed. The final gift from us, the sacred race, to the infinite worlds. The war before the epoch has finally come to an end today. Ancestor gods of the infinite worlds. The final step has arrived. Our Doomsday will definitely give you a huge surprise. The black-robed figure stood on the dusky yellow shadow and shouted excitedly, as if celebrating this victory. The dusky yellow shadow was like a swimming fish. It was also very excited, swimming around the Doomsday. Yangshi, let's go in. It's time to prepare. After circling the huge and fiery Doomsday a few times, the black-robed figure rode the dusky yellow shadow towards the Doomsday. A majestic wave of fire rose, and the dusky yellow shadow and the black-robed figure were surrounded by boundless flames. The surrounding flames seemed to have condensed into a mouth that swallowed them. Whoosh whoosh. Countless amounts of heat sprayed out, as if it was the arm of the Doomsday. After a while, it calmed down. However, even though it was calm, the impact of the Doomsday on the infinite worlds was still immeasurable. At the core of the infinite worlds, a fireball comparable to the Fourth Era was blazing. Naturally, Long Chen didn't know the process of this thing forming from a fire seed. During this period of time, he had spent a lot of time pondering the laws of time. At the same time, he was familiarizing himself with the origin of the world, slaughter. Everyone was working hard. At this moment, ancient god Savage Wilderness's anxious voice sounded. Because the time on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time was slightly intermittent, seeing the urgency of the situation, Long Chen directly went to the death world. He was mentally prepared. The infinite worlds were currently in troubled times, and a calamity could happen at any time. He just didn't know what bad news ancient god Savage Wilderness would bring this time. Long Chen, something happened to Pangu ancestor god. Today, he suddenly changed and left here with the three pure ones. I couldn't stop them, and I didn't dare to stop them. They didn't say why or where they were going. At this point, Long Chen had already appeared on Pangu continent, in front of ancient god Savage Wilderness. Ancient god Savage Wilderness's face turned pale as he said, "You misunderstood. What I mean is, they suddenly lost their minds. I saw their origin of the world change, and the hidden symbols emerged. However, they didn't turn red, but gray. Even their eyes turned gray, and they looked very lifeless, like puppets. That's right, puppets. They didn't kill each other, nor did they pay attention to you. They just left." Long Chen realized the seriousness of the matter. It was likely that what Chaos Ancestor God was worried about had happened. The curse could not only be triggered in front of the people of the Sky-Devouring clan, but it was also different from what he had imagined. The curse had shown a second form. It didn't riot or destroy Pangu continent, but just left like puppets. That's right. They left in that direction. Long Chen followed his gaze and suddenly found that there were some changes in the myriad worlds. The change was that there seemed to be a kind of fire in the starry sky. It was very dazzling, and it was constantly changing. The whole myriad worlds seemed to be scorching hot. He didn't notice this before because of the ancestor god. Long Chen, could it be, ancient god Savage Wilderness was very worried. "I'll go look for it." That was all Long Chen could do now. He followed the direction in which ancient god Savage Wilderness had left, but the problem was that it was very difficult to find the ancestor gods in the vast myriad worlds. What the hell happened? As soon as Long Chen left Pangu continent, he was worried that all the ancestor gods were in the same situation, so he quickly contacted other ancestor gods, but no one responded to Long Chen. When Long Chen passed through the death rain and came to the nearest world, the ancestor god was gone. Realizing the horror of the matter, Long Chen quickly went to the other worlds and found that all the ancestor gods had disappeared. He didn't meet any of them. Normally, such a thing would not happen. "I'll go find Chaos Ancestor God." Last time, he had established a certain relationship with Chaos Ancestor God, and the most important thing was to find him. But if even he was affected, it would be a big problem. If he had known this, he would have sent all the ancestor gods to his death reign, and such an uncontrollable thing would not have happened. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived at the Chaos Divine Realm and stayed outside it. Long Chen had planned to summon the Primal Chaos Ancestor God by shouting in the Primal Chaos Divine Realm. However, before he could do so, he turned around and saw this shocking scene. To the east of the Chaos Divine Realm, there was a huge blazing sun, dozens of times the size of the Chaos Divine Realm. It was a huge silver fireball, exploding with hundreds of times the heat of the blazing sun. Standing in this position, Long Chen could clearly feel the terrible heat. Heavens! At the sight of this huge world, Long Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He had only seen such a huge world before the epoch, and that was the Chaos Divine Realm before the epoch. But that was a world, and this was a huge silver fireball. While Long Chen was in a daze, the huge doomsday had turned blood red. The color of blood spread across the entire world. When he saw this huge doomsday, Long Chen finally understood why the light was changing when he was on Pangu continent. Chaos Ancestor God was no longer in the Chaos Divine Realm. Long Chen saw several figures standing outside the huge blazing sun, including Chaos Ancestor God and Ling Su. They were the closest to this place, so they were the first to arrive here. Could it be that the Ancestor Gods were attracted by this fireball and gathered Chaos Ancestor God here? Ancient God Savage Wilderness was mistaken. Long Chen first kept the shock of the doomsday in his heart. He hoped that Ancient God Savage Wilderness was mistaken, and that Chaos Ancestor God was too lazy to inform him. But when he tried to contact Ancestor God Ling Su from a distance, she, who had the best relationship with him, completely ignored him. Long Chen's call was like a stone in the ocean. He tried to contact Chaos Ancestor God, but the result was the same. At this moment, without saying a word, Chaos Ancestor God rushed toward the huge fireball. Long Chen couldn't stop him at all. In the blink of an eye, Chaos Ancestor God had disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. The other Elder Gods began to move as well, with Elder God Lingsu amongst them. Long Chen wasn't able to stop Elder God Primordial Chaos, but at this moment, he used his 10,000-fold temporal domain to charge towards Elder God Lingsu as quickly as possible. Long Chen raised his head. Indeed, Elder God Lingsu's eyes were completely gray and lifeless. Her hands were hanging by her sides, making her look like a puppet. Su. But she ignored him completely. She bypassed Long Chen and prepared to enter the Sea of Fire. Chapter 3408. Of course, Long Chen was going to stop her. He appeared in front of Ancestor God Ling Su once again and shouted angrily at the top of his lungs, "Wake up!" Ancestor God Ling Su didn't wake up from the roar. When she saw Long Chen stop her again and again, her gray eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. Suddenly, the world essence, the jade pendant, appeared in her hands. Without a word, Ancestor God Ling Su attacked Long Chen. The jade pendant turned into a mountain that descended from the sky, pressing down on Long Chen's head. Clearly, she was in a cold, emotionless state. Long Chen had no choice but to dodge the jade pendant. Then, the wrath of the Dragonculin descended on Ancestor God Ling Su. On the other side, when Long Chen injured Ancestor God Ling Su with his nomological laws, Lingxi had already come out of the Tower of Time. Silence Mantra. The calming curse landed on Ancestor God Ling Su. Instantly, the ice of the curse surrounded Ancestor God Ling Su, trapping her within. Even the jade pendant lost control and floated around her. It's done, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what happened to the giant Sun Forge, at least he couldn't let Ancestor God Ling Su enter. Long Chen couldn't stop Ancestor God Primordial Chaos, but he definitely couldn't let Ancestor God Ling Su enter. This was clearly a trap set up by the Sky Devourers. It was like an enlarged version of the Tomb of Samsara. The scene of Ancestor Gods coming from all over the infinite worlds charging into the giant fireball reminded Long Chen of moths flying into a flame. Under the influence of the curse, they seemed to have lost their minds. The gray of their eyes was the best proof. Chen, it's not done. Just as Long Chen was beginning to relax a bit, Lingxi's words stunned him. He took a closer look, and indeed, even under the effects of the God Silence mantra, Elder God Lingsu's eyes were still gray in color. There was no change. Of course, it did not turn red either. This is the second form of the curse. Its effect seems to be to confuse their minds and make them come here like puppets. Because it's different from the riot caused by the red curse, the silent mantra can't calm them down and has no effect. Lingxi felt regretful. In other words, once it becomes a gray curse, it can't be broken. For the time being, yes. This gave Long Chen a huge headache. But no matter what, he could not allow Elder God Ling Su to rush in. So, Long Chen placed her, who had been frozen by the godly stillness mantra, into the death world and then closed it. In this way, she wouldn't be able to get inside. Xiao Lang, kitten, take a look. His two brothers also came out of the death world. When they saw the enormous doomsday, even they were stunned. What is this? Long Chen asked Kitten. I don't know. It's obviously something from the sky-swallowing clan. It looks like a world, but it seems to have signs of life. It's a strange life form. What does it do? I'm not sure. But since it's luring the elder gods in, it definitely has an effect on the elder gods killing each other. The sky-swallowing clan probably wants to use this thing to kill all the elder gods in one go. Kitten's thoughts were basically the same as Long Chen's. So, the situation was rather dangerous. Perhaps the survival of the myriad worlds depends on this. No matter what, we have to do our best to prevent the elder gods from entering. But other than the elder gods we can control, it's hard to control the elder gods of the 8th era and above. How can we stop them from entering? In fact, there was no time to discuss. Just as they were thinking hard but could not come up with a solution, more elder gods had arrived. They came from all directions. The giant fireball was so huge that they could not stop it from entering at all. The elder gods were like moths to a flame. One by one, they charged towards the fireball without even frowning. Xiao Lang, can you swallow this whole thing? Actually, when he saw the giant fireball, Long Chen was slightly surprised. Clearly, this thing was worth hundreds or even thousands of inferno days. To the sun-devouring dire wolf, it was a great delicacy. But he also knew that it was too big. Mo Xiaolang smiled bitterly. Big brother, if there's enough time, it won't be a problem. But, at my current level, it's still too big. If the giant fireball was a bun, then the sun-devouring dire wolf was at most an ant. How long would it take to finish the entire bun? So, this method would not work. At this moment, there were already many elder gods coming from all directions. Long Chen knew that he could not save them. He could only say, everyone, save as many as you can. Don't touch those from the 8th era and above. It's a waste of time. To them, although the 8th era's ancestral gods were not perfected, they were still dangerous figures. Long Chen could not care so much. He opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and worked together with his companions. As long as a 9th era's elder god rushed over, they would quickly surround and subdue them. Then, they would freeze them with the Divine Silence mantra and throw them into the Death Realm, Demonic Dragon Tomb, Ruins of Time, and World of Life. Perhaps this time, Long Chen would save them. At the beginning, it was relatively easy. They did not provoke the elder gods from the 8th era and above, so it had a certain effect. But the fireball was too huge. As long as it was somewhere else, Long Chen would not be able to stop it. Boom! 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 Large numbers of elder gods rushed in, causing waves of fire to fill the sky. Towards the end, there were simply too many elder gods appearing around Long Chen. There was no way for him to stop them all. The elder gods were like comets that shot into the endless sea of flames. Every single elder god that was devoured by the flames was one of Long Chen's regrets. With hundreds of elder gods rushing down at the same time, Long Chen could at most throw one or two into the death realm. That was the most he could do. Towards the end, the number of elder gods began to decrease. Only then did the success rate of Long Chen and company increase. Unfortunately, over 10,000 elder gods had already arrived. Most of them had already entered. The number of elder gods that Long Chen could stop did not exceed 100. Not even 100th. This was helplessness. They had already done their best and were almost exhausted. Even at this time, the 100 elder gods that were scattered across Long Chen's worlds were especially restless. They still needed to be controlled. Under such circumstances, our individual strength is just too minuscule. For a time, there were no more elder gods in the infinite worlds. Long Chen sighed with a solemn expression. They stood together and looked at the ball of fire that was spitting out endless divine fire. Their expressions were solemn. Long Chen said, "The appearance of this thing is our doomsday." The sky-swallowing clan released all the elder gods. This time, this is their true goal and plan. The survival of the infinite worlds depends on the life and death of the elder gods and the origin of their worlds. Now that the elder gods are all under the control of the sky-swallowing clan, according to their tempo, in a few days, the infinite worlds will be completely destroyed. So, everyone knew what he meant. I have to go in and fight for the infinite worlds. I have to fight for everyone. At the same time, I have to do it for myself. The burden of history, the survival of their race, the life and death of their friends and family all depended on their decision. If they did not go in, Long Chen had a feeling that the infinite worlds were doomed. Although he might not be able to change anything, but, at least he would fight. Even if he died in battle, he would not sit and wait for the infinite worlds to be destroyed. The immense hatred in his heart, the vengeance of his father, the vengeance of his race, all boiled up in his hot blood. At this historic moment, everyone's faces were filled with radiance. Perhaps at this moment, they were all unafraid of death. Even if their strength had just reached the ancestor realm. Compared to the elder gods, they were still far from it. With their abilities, they could not change anything. Since they were mentally prepared, they set off. When they were prepared to die, they thought it through and no longer felt the pressure. But at this moment, Long Chen felt the origin of the world, massacre, move. When he held it in his hand, he saw the blood-red longsword. The blood-red dragon pattern on it lit up. Massacre moved on its own. The sharp tip of the sword pointed towards the huge ball of fire. What is it telling me? He was about to go in, but the massacre's guidance messed up his plans. Long Chen paused, puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of the dragon attendants. Such a huge thing had happened, but he had not told them. Long Chen hurriedly found the dragon attendants and told them what had happened. Of course, he also mentioned the change in the massacre. The dragon attendants discussed for a while. Finally, God of Taisu said, "We do not know much about the sky-swallowing race. But as you said, this is the most important part of their plan. This is why they released the elder gods. We must destroy this plan, only then will we have a chance at survival. Long Chen, we do not have the ability to face so many elder gods and the sky-swallowing race. We can only rely on you." The dragon attendants were below the ancestor realm. It was difficult for them to participate in such a fight. Even if they did, they would only die. Because they knew this, they tried their best to find the origin dragon soul. This time, the heavy responsibility of destroying the enemy's plan fell on Long Chen's shoulders. It is best to find out why they set up such a place. We must know their secret and why they did it. All right. They were the elders that Long Chen respected the most. Long Chen remembered their words. One more thing. Within the Sky-Devouring clan, the most active member has always been the Devouring Dragon Attendant. If he appears, if you have the chance, you must kill him to avenge your father. He is the greatest enemy of us dragon attendants, the person we want to kill the most in our lives. Alright. Chapter 3409. The dragon servants didn't expect such an important matter to come so quickly. Perhaps now, they could only pray for Long Chen. Back then, it was them who had secretly trained Long Chen to this level. Long Chen was deeply grateful to each and every one of them. Especially the devouring dragon servant. Before the era, Long Chen had killed him, but that wasn't real. In this life, he was the one who had killed his father, and he was also the one who had ended the time dragon servant. The hatred of killing his father was irreconcilable. The person Long Chen respected the most in his life was his father. Therefore, his hatred for the devouring dragon servant was much stronger than the dragon servants could imagine. One last thing. At this point, their tone became even more solemn. When we lost, the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul might have fallen into the enemy's hands. After all, we've searched all over the worlds, but we haven't found anything yet. However, the ancestral dragon's world source, its inherited blood essence, and origin dragon soul must have some sort of connection. You have the inherited blood essence, so you could find the world source. With these two things, it's possible that the change in your world source is because it sensed the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. It's in here. Looking at the blazing sun beneath his feet, Long Chen's heart was pounding. That's right. It's very possible that it's in here. It might even be used by the sky-swallowing clan. When he heard this, Long Chen's breathing became heavy. To be honest, when he had the inherited blood essence, he had dreamed of transforming into a dragon. He had succeeded, but not long after, he found out that he needed the origin dragon soul to become a true ancestral dragon. Now, he only lacked the origin dragon soul. Now, becoming a true ancestral dragon was his greatest wish in this life. Now, massacre had brought him this hope. Danger and opportunity coexisted in front of him. This was the most terrifying danger that Long Chen had faced in his life, but it also contained what he wanted the most. This was a choice between life and death. That's great. Hearing this news, no matter how heavy the pressure in their hearts was, everyone smiled. They knew what Long Chen wanted, and they had been waiting for this moment. Currently, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was filled with true divine dragons. On the contrary, Long Chen himself wasn't one, so he especially desired it. Even his son and daughter were about to become true ancestral dragons. It wouldn't be long before these two children would be able to enter the battlefield. Let's go in. Before entering it, due to unknown risks, Long Chen had some people return to the fourth floor of the Tower of Time first, leaving only Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi on his side. Mo Xiaolang was a sun-devouring demon wolf. With so many flames in this place, with him by his side, the danger was greatly reduced. He could even attempt to devour them. As for Lingxi, her purification and cursing laws were very effective against ancestor gods. Long Chen also needed her help. For the time being, the three of them formed a team and gathered together. Once all the ancestor gods entered, they also charged in frantically. Rumble. They charged into the endless sea of flames, causing waves of flames that even formed a vortex of flames. Buzz. The divine flames were like a tide, sweeping and crashing around. Those that reached Long Chen's side were all devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Even so, the countless flames formed a terrifying wave, and they were still sent flying, crashing everywhere inside. When they came to a stop, they were completely in the depths of the divine flames, and it was difficult to determine which direction was the exit. Endless divine flames. This was a world where only divine flames existed, a universe where only divine flames existed. That's right. The space inside was so huge that it was simply a universe. In this divine flame universe, there were even more powerful suppression rules. It was just like the tomb of Samsara. After entering, Long Chen found that regardless of whether it was the divine nation or the other worlds, they were all in a completely suppressed state. He couldn't come into contact with them at all. This was a sealed world that was locked. There were no passageways to other worlds. I can't let Kitten out. Thankfully, Long Chen let Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang out at the beginning, otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be able to get out. Apparently, it would take them a lot of efforts to rush out at this moment. Being different than the tomb of Samsara, the connection with the outside world was not cut off. Long Chen could still communicate with Kitten and tell them the truth. Forget it. You can cultivate on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Given the environment here, it's very dangerous for you to come out. If he could open the life and death world, Long Chen could let them go back at any time. However, he couldn't do that now. Therefore, after thinking about it for a short while, Long Chen decided not to let them in. Firstly, after studying it, Long Chen felt that it was not easy to get out of here. Secondly, if he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and let them come in by themselves, they might not come to the same place when the immortal flames rolled at the beginning. If they were separated, it would be more troublesome. Boss, I can't help you at such a critical moment. Cut the crap. You'll have your chance. Just stay here. Long Chen was clear that this was the biggest disaster. Everyone wanted to help. Even if they were to die, they didn't want to be anxious. However, he could only do this. Even if he died, Kitten and the others would be able to preside over the overall situation in the life and death world. There's another restriction. I can't transform into my true form. Mo Xiaolang told Long Chen that he wanted to transform into the body of a sun-devouring demonic wolf to devour the immortal flames. However, he found that there were such restrictive rules here. These rules were probably tailor-made for the ancestral gods to prevent them from escaping out of here. As far as the eye could see, there were endless immortal flames everywhere. The entire universe was filled with flames. There was no end or direction at all. One could go up, down, left, or right. Perception had no boundary at all. As Mo Xiaolang walked, he constantly devoured the immortal flames. After coming in, I found that the immortal flames contained here are even greater than hundreds of refining suns. For Mo Xiaolang, this was heaven. He could keep devouring here until the end of time, until this place was completely devoured. But to the ancestral gods, this was hell. Long Chen's group of 3 had been traveling for some time when a voice suddenly echoed out in the boundless sea of divine flame that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancestral gods of creation, welcome to our apocalypse. Enjoy yourselves in the body of the apocalypse, until the moment when all of you and your world's origin are annihilated. That will be the end of everything for you. But to us, it will be the beginning of everything. This voice, Long Chen felt that it was somewhat familiar. This place is called Apocalypse, huh? Mo Xiaolang looked around. It's him. Long Chen remembered. This voice belonged to the devouring dragon attendant. When this person's appearance appeared in his mind, his eyes shone with intense killing intent. The world essence in his hand also began to glow with a bloody light. Is it him? Lingxi knew how important this person was to Long Chen. The primordial blood spirit dragon's origin dragon soul, the devouring dragon attendant, the ancestral gods and the fate of the myriad worlds, the sky devourer's secrets, all these things were concentrated in this vast apocalypse. Even she could not help but feel her heart racing. To think that such a crucial battle would come so soon, this was probably the time when Long Chen and the others were least confident. Moreover, they were still in the dark about many things. This time, no matter what, I must kill him. Long Chen looked at the massacre in his hand and said coldly. He had not killed anyone since obtaining the world's origin. How could it be called massacre without seeing blood? Following the voice of the devouring dragon attendant, Long Chen set out coldly. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang suddenly called out. What is it? Mo Xiaolang thought for a moment and said, I have another plan. Tell me about it. Mo Xiaolang said, I can't devour the divine fire while traveling with you. This is a rare opportunity for me. I want to do my best to strengthen myself. After all, I know that if I follow you now, not only will I not be of any help in this apocalypse, but I might even become a burden. So, I want to wait until I reach a certain level before looking for you. Who knows, I might even be of great help. Will you be fine here alone? Long Chen felt that his idea was wise, but he was a little worried about his safety. This is still the periphery, so it shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry, I have my own means of survival in this world of fire. That reassured Long Chen. When we brothers meet, I hope that we can both see hope. Long Chen high-fived him and then left with Lingxi. He and Mo Xiaolang had been friends for too long. They were like brothers, and Long Chen supported his decisions. It was also because of this that Mo Xiaolang dared to speak his mind. Big brother, seeing Long Chen leave, Mo Xiaolang was a little moved. In truth, his decision to stay and devour the divine fire seemed a little selfish, but Long Chen was only worried about his safety. He trusted me so much, so I must repay his trust. This time, if I have any success, I will definitely repay you. He made up his mind. Facing the endless flames, he calmed down. From now on, he was the sun-devouring dire wolf, and this endless world was his food. Devour. While Mo Xiaolang was devouring, Long Chen was also on his way. What attracted him was the devouring dragon servant and the origin dragon soul. This endless divine fire world was huge, but with slaughter to guide the way, it was not a problem for Long Chen. This apocalyptic world is so huge, and the ancestral gods are not so easy to encounter. So, what method does the sky-devouring race use to kill the ancestral gods? Chapter 34:10. Boundless Mystical Fire. The raging flames engulfed the endless world. With Long Chen and the others' cultivation level, although they would not be burned by the mystical fire, it would still affect them to a certain extent. In terms of movement and perception, because of the boundless mystical fire, one could only find traces of the ancestral gods when they were very close to them. Although it was difficult to find one's way in this doomsday world, Long Chen could rely on the world source and massacre to guide him towards the place he wanted to go. Passing through the layers of flames, Long Chen felt that something was amiss. He stopped and asked Lingxi, do you think that the world source will change under the burning of such flames? Lingxi was now a creation ancestor god, and the most fundamental thing about her was that she was the origin of two worlds. She didn't seem to pay much attention to it, but after hearing Long Chen's words, she carefully examined it and said, it seems like it really is because of these flames that the origins of my two worlds have been affected. They are actually rotting and even breaking down. Long Chen also noticed this. He had just obtained the world essence of massacre, but now, he discovered that under the burning of the doomsday god fire, the entire world essence of massacre was beginning to decay, and its condition was constantly deteriorating. Although the speed was very slow, at least it was a process. Although this kind of burning would not completely destroy the world source, it would weaken it. If two ancestral gods were to fight, it would cause the world source to be destroyed even more easily. With the endless doomsday mystical fire here, it was obvious that every ancestral god's world source would be exposed to the doomsday mystical fire, unless they could escape from here. This was because every elder god's foundation was the prime essences of the world itself. Even if the flames landed on an elder god's body, the flames would still land on the prime essences of the world. What do we do? Lingxi asked. There is no way, unless we leave this place. Long Chen thought for a while. After all, this weakening was still within the acceptable range, so he said, we'll hold on for now. There's really no way to leave this place. At least we know that one of the reasons the Sky-Swallowing clan created this apocalypse was to destroy the ancestral god's world source as soon as possible. Doomsday God fire was everywhere. Even if Long Chen hid slaughter in his body, he couldn't hide from this kind of burning. They continued forward. This time, because of the world's origin, Long Chen had no choice but to increase his speed. I wonder how the other elder gods are faring. Up until now, there had been no news of any world being destroyed. Clearly, nothing had happened to the ancestral gods yet. The divine flames ahead were tumbling and constantly changing colors. After advancing for about 15 minutes, they suddenly sensed a dangerous aura ahead. Long Chen immediately grabbed Lingxi and was about to hide when an ancestral god of creation appeared before them. This ancestral god was bathed in the god fire, his expression sluggish. When he saw Long Chen and the others, he stopped moving. Then, a cold killing intent began to brew in his eyes. This is a 7th-era ancestral god. Although Long Chen didn't know him, he knew that he definitely couldn't offend him. Of course, he quickly left with Lingxi. But at this time, he noticed a detail. The eyes of the 7th-era's ancestral god were originally gray, but now a red color had appeared around his eyes. It covered his eyes and spread to the center of his pupils. It was very slow, but it was likely that his entire eye would be occupied by this red color at some point in time. World source. Long Chen also noticed that his world essence was the paper umbrella in his hand. On the handle of the umbrella was a gray symbol, which was none other than the curse symbol. However, at this time, the edges of the curse symbol were covered with a redness that was similar to the color of his eyes. Let's go. Because of this red color, the originally sluggish puppet began to show some violent killing intent. Long Chen hurriedly pulled Lingxi away. The other party chased after them. But because Long Chen escaped quickly, coupled with the special environment of the apocalypse, Long Chen successfully shook him off. I saw it too. His curse is changing from gray to red. Once it's done, they will turn from puppets to wind demons, Lingxi said nervously. That's right, especially when their world source is getting weaker and weaker. The Sky-Swallowing clan's intentions gradually became clear to Long Chen. If we don't stop it, once the world source becomes weaker and all the ancestral gods are affected by the curse, the myriad worlds will really be finished. What can we do? I don't know, just do what I can. Long Chen sped up. The urgency in his heart was unimaginable. Even so many 4th-era ancestral gods were toyed with by the Sky-Swallowing clan. Now that he had the strength of an 8th-era ancestral god, what could he do? The pressure of the environment, the pressure in his heart, the threat of death, the rage and hatred of his race. Long Chen gripped massacre tightly. The world inside the apocalypse was too huge. He fused with the sword and broke through the layers of fire. It was as if the devouring dragon servant was right in front of him. Boom! Because of this, Long Chen suddenly crashed into the area where the two ancestral gods were fighting. The two ancestral gods were in the middle of a fierce battle. One of them was someone Long Chen knew. It was sacred ancestor Kuei Yi, who had caused trouble for Long Chen previously. The other was a handsome male ancestral god dressed in a silk robe. His skin was like jade and his robe was whiter than snow. He should be Jade Cauldron ancestral god. However, no matter how graceful they were also in an extremely tragic state at this time. From their eyes, a quarter of their area had already been covered by the color of blood, and their bodies were gradually showing an endless fiendish aura. They only cared about killing and didn't talk at all. Jade Cauldron ancestral god came from the order class Jade Cauldron realm. It was a world that looked like an ancient cauldron, and the world source in his hand was a white jade cauldron. It looked as if it had been carved out of the world's most beautiful gemstone, like an exquisite work of art. But at this time, fine cracks had appeared on it. Of course, sacred ancestor Kuei Ye's black cloth had also been torn. These two were 8th era ancestral gods. They had probably been fighting for a very long time, and the victor was gradually being determined. Jade Cauldron ancestral god was suppressing his opponent, and was attacking wildly. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before sacred ancestor Kuei Yi was completely destroyed. At first, Long Chen was anxious and didn't want to interfere. But the problem was that once sacred ancestor Kuei Yi died, trillions of lives would be lost. Not even reviving the dead would be possible. Since Long Chen was passing by, even if he didn't like sacred ancestor Kuei Yi, he couldn't just stand by and watch. So when he saw the situation, he immediately rushed in between the two. Dragonkalin's Wrath. This law was the fastest, and it attacked directly into ancestral god Kuei Ye's body. Startled by the sudden appearance of this opponent, ancestral god Jade Cauldron temporarily retreated. Of course, he didn't flee. Silence mantra. At this time, Lingxi's attack was aimed behind him. Long Chen turned his head and realized that sacred ancestor Kuei Yi, whom he had just saved, didn't know what was good for him and was preparing to attack him. Thankfully, Lingxi had noticed. Bang! Sacred ancestor Kuei Yi detonated the silence mantra. Perhaps it was because he saw that there were now 3 opponents, but he chose to leave. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the surrounding god fire. If his curse is completely red, he definitely won't flee now. Long Chen knew this very well. After successfully separating the two, Long Chen and Lingxi prepared to continue forward. However, ancestral god Jade Cauldron had already locked onto them. He was different from the 7th era's ancestral god. That ancestral god had been a bit muddle-headed, and so he hadn't been able to catch up to Long Chen. However, ancestral god Jade Cauldron's eyes were growing redder and redder, and he pursued relentlessly. Clearly, he viewed Long Chen as a formidable foe. Under this kind of pursuit, it wouldn't be good for Long Chen to cause too much of a commotion. He and Lingxi exchanged glances and decided to force this guy away. Boundless Immortal Sword Formation. Lingxi's White Lotus transformed into a white longsword. She was the first to attack. Waves of sword chi shot out from the Doomsday God fire, forming a towering sword formation that surrounded ancestral god Jade Cauldron. Clang! 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 Ancestral god Jade Cauldron hid within the Jade Cauldron, allowing the sword chi to attack him. He was the 8th era's ancestral god after all. Even though he was injured, Lingxi was unable to break through his defenses. But at this moment, Long Chen didn't use any sword force. Instead, he used his world essence, Massacre, to cleave down on the surface of the Jade Cauldron. This was the feeling of merging with the world essence's bloodline. Under the intense collision, Long Chen sent Jade Cauldron flying. Let's go. After sending ancestral god Jade Cauldron flying, Long Chen left with Lingxi. This time, ancestral god Jade Cauldron was unable to chase after them. In truth, if Long Chen had used the Blood Wheel sword, he would have been able to break apart Jade Cauldron and reduce ancestral god Jade Cauldron to dust. Of course, he wouldn't do that. After separating the two ancestral gods, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had saved 2 worlds. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, within the Death World, Li Xuanji sent him a message. A primeval world has been destroyed. The world essence must have been destroyed. I understand. Long Chen closed his eyes and clenched his fists. His nails pierced deep into his flesh. This is the most powerless I've ever felt in my entire life. It was as though he couldn't do anything in this huge apocalypse. Ancestral gods were dying one by one under the sky-devouring race's plan. This primeval world was the first, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. Right now, it was just the beginning. He alone couldn't save so many. Chen, let's go. Lingxi pulled him back. It seems like I can't do anything. This was the first time in history that he felt like he was about to collapse in front of a difficult situation. At least we have to kill the devouring dragon attendants, right? Lingxi looked at it from another angle, causing Long Chen's anger to burn again. That's right. Chapter 34:11. At the very least, he had to kill the devouring dragon attendants. Perhaps by stopping him, he would be able to stop everything. No matter how strong the creator gods were, they were released by the sky devourers, and so they had many restrictions. Perhaps at this time, the only one he could rely on, the only one who could reduce his losses, was himself. A look of determination appeared on Long Chen's face. He was no longer filled with regret over the destruction of the primeval world. Instead, he shouldered the hatred of those who had died on his own shoulders. Let's go. The two couldn't find their way. In the endless doomsday flames, they could only rely on Massacre's senses to guide them. Even though Massacre was slowly decaying in the doomsday flames, it couldn't hide the murderous intent that was gradually being born in the world origin. It was this murderous intent that connected Long Chen to Massacre. Little Shi, thank you. What are you thanking me for? If you weren't here, I wouldn't be able to calm down. This path is too difficult. Ever since he was born, he'd been given a huge mission. He'd been on the brink of death countless times. Perhaps today was the most important battle of his life. Fortunately, Lingxi was there to accompany him. She was like a puddle of clear water, nourishing his parched, fiery, and bloody heart. Lingxi smiled faintly. She'd gotten used to it after so many years. She'd just come out of Lingxi's sword and come to his side. There's movement up ahead. More than 10,000 elder gods were in the doomsday divine fire, so it was impossible for Long Chen to not encounter any of them. He had been extremely careful, but the doomsday divine fire had obscured his perception. Therefore, every time he encountered an elder god, he was already very close to them. Let's go. Intuition told him that there was a very powerful ancestor god up ahead, one who could easily take the lives of Long Chen and Lingxi. It was definitely not the type to provoke. At this moment, Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. He realized that in this doomsday world, the creator gods were all his enemies. Chen, don't be in a hurry to leave. Look. However, Lingxi was a bit more attentive. She took a few more glances, and Long Chen, who trusted her a lot, also took a few more glances. In front of them, there was a white-haired, white-browed elder with a skinny figure. His entire being was like a sharp sword, and his aura was extraordinary. He was not standing, but was lying in the midst of the divine flames of doomsday, and his entire being was in an extremely weak state. Long Chen had an impression of this old man. He was the ancestral god of the sixth era, and Long Chen had a deep impression of the world he created. It was a sword, the ocean of swords, which Long Chen had passed before he went to Pangu continent. The first origin sword sea was similar to the heaven sword divine realm. However, the heaven sword ancestor god of the heaven sword divine realm was the ancestral god of the fifth era. This ancestor god's name was Sword Ancestor Yuan. He was weak. Although his limbs were still moving and struggling, he didn't seem to have much strength left. He was the only elder god in the area. One could see that half of his eyes were gray and the other half were red. The red curse had already spread halfway through his body. He was indeed in a manic state, but he did not have much strength left. But what attracted Long Chen and Lingxi was not him, but something that caused him to become like this. The sky-devouring clan. When he saw it, Long Chen sucked in a cold breath. There was a creature attached to Sword Ancestor Yuan's body. It looked like a marlin, with a fish-like body and prawn-like spikes on its head. At this moment, the sharp spikes of the marlin had pierced through Sword Ancestor Yuan's body, and it was this that caused him to become very weak. 8 tentacles stretched out of the marlin's body, and like an octopus, they wrapped around Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan tightly, preventing him from moving. This scene was so creepy that it made one's hair stand on end. At first, Long Chen thought that this was the sky-devouring clan he saw in the Tomb of Reincarnation, but he soon realized that it was not. Although that one looked like a fish, it was definitely not like this. Moreover, it was much bigger and much scarier. Similarly, the sky-devouring clan was like the huge yellow shadow, it could not see him and Lingxi. More importantly, from Long Chen's bloodline fear of the strong, the sky-devouring clan in front of him was not that strong, and was far weaker than Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. It must be because of the sky-devouring clan's uniqueness and curse that it could entangle Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan and make him so weak. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. He stared at the sky-devouring clan, and raised the massacre sword in his hand. "It doesn't seem to know of our existence," said Lingxi. "Otherwise, it would not be able to entangle Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan so easily, even though they were so close." It seemed that it was because of the spikes on his head that Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was becoming weaker and weaker. "Little Shi, prepare the silence mantra." With that, Long Chen suddenly attacked, fusing the previous Nirvana primeval rule power into the massacre sword, and charged towards the sky-devouring clan. Without a word, he used all his strength to stab the massacre sword into the sky-devouring clan's body. Hiss! The sky-devouring clan shrieked in pain, still struggling, but because it was entangled with Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan, and it could not see Long Chen. Infinite Sword Qi. Lingxi's sword Qi pierced through the sky-devouring clan multiple times, cutting off all of its tentacles. Boom! Long Chen added another chaotic dragon fist to completely destroy the sky-devouring clan. Just as he expected, the sky-devouring clan was not that strong, especially when it could not see him at all. But why could he torment Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan to such a level? This was a huge question in Long Chen's heart. Silence mantra. After the sky-devouring clan was destroyed, to Long Chen, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was the biggest threat. He was still weak now, but once he woke up, it would be the end of Long Chen. This was also why Long Chen told Lingxi to prepare the silence mantra from the start. The moment the sky-devouring clan was destroyed, the silence mantra froze Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's world source was a wooden sword. At this moment, there were already some cracks on the wooden sword, and its color had turned yellow. The curse on it was half gray, and the other half was bloody and violent red. Because Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was weak enough, when he was frozen in the silence mantra, he did not resist. Otherwise, without the control of an expert, the silence mantra would have been broken. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that because he did not have the strength to resist, under Lingxi's insistence, the gray part of the curse was still the same, but the red part was fading. The key was that after the red part faded, what replaced it was not the original gray, but a silent black. In a black state, the ancestral god had normal intelligence. Half black, half gray. What would happen? Gray represented a puppet, sluggish, while black represented clarity. When the red completely faded, Lingxi had spent a lot of effort. For a possibility, Long Chen had also wasted a lot of time. At this moment, he and Lingxi dodged. The silence mantra had been broken by Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan saw them, and he kept shaking his head. Chen, Lingxi was a little nervous. She grabbed Long Chen's arm. Once Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was out of control, they could only escape quickly. Long Chen, you guys, as he shook his head, he saw Long Chen and made such a sound. Long Chen and Lingxi were overjoyed at his awakening. This was exactly what they had been longing for. Don't come near me. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan quickly stopped him. He raised his head, and his eyes were still half gray. I can't really control my body. The curse is still affecting me. I can only control half of my body. It's best if you don't come near me. It was difficult for him to even speak. Long Chen and Lingxi could accept this reality. He quickly asked, "Senior, do you know what happened?" Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan said, "I have a slight feeling that I came here without being able to control myself." A huge fireball, set up by the sky-swallowing race. Then, it seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. You don't know the reason. What reason? Previously, a sky-swallowing race clung to you and pierced you. Your chest has a wound. Oh. I didn't see it. But he lowered his head, and could indeed see his wound. In other words, the ancestral gods can't see the sky-swallowing race. It was very likely that this was due to the curse. It was as if the sky-swallowing race couldn't see him. And because of this, the powerful 6th-era ancestral god was controlled by the sky-swallowing race that even Long Chen could kill, causing him to get weaker and weaker. In addition to the doomsday sacred fire, even an 8th-era ancestral god could destroy Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. This might be the sky-swallowing race's goal. He just didn't know how many sky-swallowing race there were in the apocalypse. "Senior, I need your help." While Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was confused, Long Chen looked at him. He was Long Chen's hope, even though he wasn't very clear-headed. "What, I need your help." Right now, all of the Elder Gods' curses are turning red. We can begin to calm the other Elder Gods down. However, we need someone to control them. Only then will we be able to awaken the more powerful Elder Gods. We need you to control the other Elder Gods and strengthen our squad. This is our only chance of victory. Of course I want to, but I'm so weak, and I can't control myself well. I don't even know if I'll attack you. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan said sadly. Long Chen used the Requiem of Life to heal Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's injuries. Under the nourishment of the Requiem of Life, his condition improved after a period of time, and he seemed to be clearer. "Alright, I'll try my best." It could be seen that he was also fighting the curse to the death in order to maintain his consciousness. However, he still did not dare to approach Long Chen for fear of inadvertently injuring them. Long Chen continued forward. Every time he looked back, he could see Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan following them from afar. Chapter 34:12. At least he now had a 6th-era ancestral god by his side. If not for the fact that time was tight, this 6th-era ancestral god could change many things. "Chen, can he really help us?" Lingxi was very worried. The situation had reached a frightening level. The world source of the ancestral gods had been destroyed one after another. The myriad worlds were in danger. It's up to fate. Rip. They charged through the cosmic sea of fire and continued forward. At this moment, the state of the entire world, Long Qinglan's face, and the hopes of the dragon servants were all in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. There seemed to be a demon in his heart, a demon of slaughter. This was the last time Long Chen's killing intent had ever been so strong. In this endless sea of fire, there must be a place where one of the enemies he wanted to kill the most in his life was hiding. Devouring dragon servants, with killing intent, Long Chen led the first origin sword ancestor of the 6th era's first origin sword ancestor forward. About 7 minutes later, he confirmed that there was another battle ahead. Judging from the commotion, although it was huge, it was still within the range that they could bear. Go over. This kind of battle should be stopped if possible. When Long Chen saw the two ancestral gods fighting, the first thing he did was look at their eyes. Their eyes are completely red. Just nice, I can make them fully awake. The rage in Long Chen's eyes was no less than that of the doomsday divine fire. Although that was the case, it also meant that all the ancestral gods had reached a berserk state. They would be killing each other in the next period of time. There are two sky devourers. Long Chen had also seen what Ling Shi had said. It was still the same kind of monster that looked like a marlin, but it had tentacles. They were circling around the battlefield of the two elder gods, looking for an opportunity to attack. These two were 7th-era ancestral gods. If not for that, the victor would have been decided long ago. Only when they were evenly matched could they fight for so long. Senior, I'll leave controlling them to you. These were two primordial ancestor gods of the 7th era. Long Chen had no way of going up there. Just one of their laws could annihilate him. Yes. With the wooden sword in hand, Sword Ancestor First Origin charged forward. The two Sky Devourers were completely unafraid of them because it was as though they did not exist to the ancestor gods. Long Chen held the World Origin, Massacre. Now, his murderous aura was boundless. He and Lingxi looked at each other. Without a word, they charged towards the two Sky Swallowing clan members. Rip. The two members of the Sky Swallowing clan were not prepared at all. They were torn to pieces by the sword chi that filled the sky. Long Chen realized that the members of the Sky Swallowing clan did not seem to have any intelligence. They looked at him with a very blurry gaze and did not know how to communicate with him. They were like primitive beasts. While they were fighting and destroying the Sky Swallowing clan, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan took some time to recover. At this time, even though he was affected by the curse, it was released. The two 7th-era ancestor gods, who were fighting to the end and did not have much strength left, were quickly trapped in his sword array. His sword chi formed a sword array that pierced the bodies of the two 7th-era ancestor gods. The two bloodshot ancestor gods struggled with all their might and let out angry roars. It was as though they were about to tear the sword array on their bodies apart at any moment. Hurry up! Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan roared. It was not because of Lingxi, but because it was too difficult to control the two of them. In such a state, the ancestor gods did not want their own lives at all. All right. Lingxi first cast the silence mantra on one of them. Now, the curse was completely red. If he could rest in peace, he would be completely awake. Hoo-hoo, as time passed, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan and Lingxi persisted with all their might. After a short period of time, the curse of one of the ancestor gods finally subsided. The ancestor god also gradually calmed down. Worship Ancestor God. This ancestor god was the ancestor god of the sacrificial god Great World, a primordial level world. Long Chen had some ties with this place, but it was a trivial matter for an ancestor god. This middle-aged ancestor god with an imposing appearance was dressed in a black and white robe. He was ancestor god Sacrifice. He also saw Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan and Lingxi rescuing the other. Long Chen used this time to explain everything to Ancestor God Sacrifice, hoping that he would join his team. Is there still hope? When he heard that a few worlds had already been destroyed, Ancestor God Sacrifice said sorrowfully. His body trembled. He had some fighting spirit against the sky-devouring race, but in this apocalypse, he could only see the end of the world. Yes. Not long later, the second 7th-era ancestor god successfully woke up. No matter how desperate they were, they still joined Long Chen's team. As they headed in the direction Long Chen wanted to go, they would immediately rescue and increase their team whenever they saw an ancestor god. Except for the 5th-era ancestor god and the 4th-era ancestor god. These two types of ancestor gods added up to a little more than 100, which was about 1/100th of all ancestor gods. It was hard to meet them at the moment, and usually there would be activity far away. Long Chen did not dare to go near such ancestor gods. Although he really wanted to wake them up, he knew that it was impossible. With the team in hand, Long Chen advanced. Not long later, his team had increased to more than 30 people, and most of them were 9th-era ancestor gods. The 9th-era ancestor god was the most numerous in the entire apocalypse. However, the 6th era's primordial ancestral gods had increased to 3. With such a lineup, as long as they didn't encounter the 5th or 4th era's primordial ancestral gods, they would be able to easily take them down and allow them to regain consciousness. Of course, Ling Shi shouldered the heavy responsibility. Long Chen's mission was to kill the sky-devouring race. Until now, he had already killed more than 10 of them. As the other ancestor gods could not see, Long Chen had to do it. As for Lingxi, she was treated as a treasure and protected. When he turned back, he saw that the elder gods had anxious looks on their faces. Every time they received bad news, Long Chen couldn't bear to tell them. However, they had their own guesses. Even so, they didn't lose hope. At the very least, they were still on their way. Under the sky-devouring race's arrangements, the world source would definitely be destroyed, and a lot of it would be destroyed. Along the way, Long Chen heard about the complete destruction of many worlds. Each time, it was Li Xuanji reporting to him with a heavy heart. These were the deaths of trillions of lives, and the extinction of a legacy. These were all deep-rooted hatred. Kill. Long Chen led the group of ancestor gods and advanced madly. Only by advancing could they cover up the pain in their hearts. The extinction of their compatriots, the destruction of the world. Because of Ling Shi's existence, the number of people in their team kept increasing. There were several close calls, but no mishaps. In the end, their team had already expanded to more than 200 people. Although most of them were 9th-era ancestral gods, there were also quite a few powerhouses. For example, the 6th-era ancestral god had already increased to 8. They were all very powerful fighters. Of course, compared to all the ancestor gods, they were still very small. Fortunately, the ancestor gods were scattered and did not gather together. Otherwise, they would not be enough. No one spoke. They were quietly searching for other ancestor gods. Although they were not under the control of the curse, the ancestor gods' eyes were still bloodshot. This war of annihilation was too tragic. Everyone, this debt of blood will be repaid with blood. Long Chen turned his head and said through gritted teeth. Perhaps it was because of these words. Even a descendant like him was willing to turn the tide, so the elder gods shouldn't be dejected. Everyone roared and roared as they advanced, bearing the burden of a blood feud on their backs. However, reality gave them a huge blow. As they advanced, Long Chen suddenly saw dozens of members of the sky-swallowing clan gathered in front of them. They were densely packed and seemed to be surrounding something. Because of the existence of the sky-swallowing clan, Long Chen's vision was blocked by them. However, the ancestor gods could not see the sky-swallowing clan. When Long Chen and the others arrived, the sky-swallowing clan discovered them. Because of this, they loosened their bodies. Long Chen saw that the dozens of sky-swallowing clan members were actually the Marlin monsters. They were all attached to a giant's body. This was an ancestor god. However, other ancestor gods could only exist in human form in this apocalypse. This ancestor god was 20 meters tall. Although it was not much compared to his real body, to be able to support his divine body in this apocalypse was also a manifestation of his strength. Long Chen was shocked because even the 6th era's ancestor god could not do it. Obviously, this was the 5th era's ancestor god, or even the 4th era's ancestor god. Moreover, perhaps because of the effects of the sky-swallowing clan, he seemed to be in a deep slumber. He fell weakly to the ground. Because of this, Long Chen did not immediately discover him. Go, Long Chen's hair stood on end. He softly reminded all the ancestor gods to leave quietly. It was too difficult to deal with such an ancestor god. Even with the 6th era's ancestor gods present, it was still quite risky. Buzz. Just as Long Chen and the others approached, the weakened ancestor god seemed to have discovered them. He suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and stood up. Although he could not see the members of the Sky-Swallowing clan on his body, because of his huge movement, the members of the Sky-Swallowing clan scattered and left his body, circling above his head. Roar! The ancestor god let out a terrifying roar. Majestic waves of fire swept out. It was shocking. Although he was previously weak, now that he erupted, he still had terrifying power. Its ancestor god Pangu. Everyone could see his face clearly. Scatter and flee. Converge in my direction. Faced with such a situation, Long Chen made the fastest decision. Instantly, more than 100 ancestor gods fled in all directions. Even if ancestor god Pangu wanted to chase after them, by the time he recovered from his weakened state, he would at most be able to chase after one or two. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and left with all his might. I wonder how many will be able to escape. Chapter 34:13. Boom! In the end, Pangu headed in the opposite direction from Long Chen. Because he had been in a weak slumber for a period of time, it was still possible for them to escape. However, it would be very difficult to regroup in the middle of the Sea of Flames. All of the elder gods knew which direction Long Chen was heading in. Pangu didn't chase after Long Chen. Long Chen advanced for a period of time before coming to a halt and waiting. Soon, the other elder gods gathered around him. As time passed, roughly 130 of them returned. Perhaps Pangu had caught up to the rest, or perhaps they had already fled. However, he hadn't been able to locate Long Chen and had lost contact with them. Fortunately, the 8 elder gods of the 6th era had returned. After waiting for a period of time, they still hadn't returned. Long Chen couldn't wait any longer, and so he continued forward. However, after being chased by Pangu, their morale had plummeted. All of the elder gods lowered their heads, not saying a word. Is there any hope? What's the point of advancing like this? Lingxi might be able to wake a few of us up, but can she wake 10,000 elder gods up? If she can't do that, what's the point of continuing forward? Even if we all survive, the remaining 100+ worlds won't be the same as the infinite worlds. In the end, someone broke down. If you can't hold on any longer, you can leave first. Long Chen turned and said to the 9th elder god. The team came to a halt. Everyone was struggling, and they could vaguely hear the sounds of the prime essences of the various worlds being destroyed. I'm sorry, but I really can't see any hope of victory. Our infinite worlds is finished, and finished a long time ago. Even if our elder gods return and learn the truth, so what? What's the difference between that and not knowing the truth? That person's disappointment caused the entire team to feel lost. It was as though all of the elder gods were lost. The hope of victory was simply too small. When he saw so many lost eyes, even Long Chen himself began to waver. But he was different from the elder gods. The blood of a divine dragon flowed through his veins. At the very least, we need to see the true enemy. At the very least, we need to make him bleed. Trust me. As long as we know him, there will definitely be hope. Trust me. Amidst the boundless sea of flames, Long Chen's bravery and his determination still moved the elder gods. That's right. Even if we die, we should at least see what the real enemy looks like. Since we're going to die anyway, why not go a little crazy? Instead of spending time here, we might as well save a few more people. Finally, hope was ignited in the elder gods' minds. Let's go. Amongst this group of elder gods, Long Chen didn't have the ability to be a leader. He wasn't an elder god, but he had the charisma to lead them. This squad had been formed because of him. His goal was to devour the dragon servants, the origin dragon soul. If you can't see hope, then you'll have to kill your way out. Forward, forward. Very quickly, under the efforts of the group, the number of people in their group once again exceeded 200, and then crazily reached 300. At this time, Lingxi had already reached her limit. She needed to rest, and her only task was to rest. Looking at this pale-faced woman, Long Chen's heart ached as he hugged her in his arms. This was the woman that he could not treat unfairly in his life. "Chen, I'm fine." Even so, she wasn't stingy with her smile. Amidst the flames and the blood, her smile became a source of strength for Long Chen, allowing him to maintain his irascibility to an optimal level. He didn't lose his rationality, but he still had a crazy will to fight. By now, the number of 6th-era elder gods had exceeded 12. "Little Shi, rest a little more. Next time, we need to catch a big fish." Long Chen stared at the roiling sea of flames in front of him as he calmly said. His squad had more than 300 people. No problem. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with a crazy will to fight. "I'll go take a look first. When the time comes, I'll call everyone over." Long Chen bade farewell to the crowd and moved forward alone. In the sea of flames, he saw 2 elder gods trembling madly. One of them was a giant, also 20 meters tall. He was the 5th-era elder god. There were close to 100 5th-era elder gods, but without Kitten's introduction, Long Chen had forgotten which one he was. The other one sometimes transformed into a ferocious tiger, sometimes into a roc, and sometimes into a kun. This was the kun ancestor beast. Long Chen was very familiar with it. It was the creator of the kun ancestor realm, the ancestor of the chaos ancestor, the kun ancestor god of the 5th era. The 2 elder gods were both in the crazy realm. At this time, they were in a fierce battle, causing a huge commotion. Above their heads, dozens of sky-swallowing clan members were circling. From time to time, they would find an opportunity to stab the 2 elder gods with their spikes, weakening them. These were the 2 big fish that Long Chen had mentioned. His gaze was cold as he hid in the corner, watching all of this. Actually, there are more suitable elder gods than him, but the elder gods can't see the sky-swallowing clan members. Something might happen, so Long Chen is the most suitable. "Fight, when you have no strength left, it will be time for us to attack. Our team needs you 2 super experts. We must succeed." Only a dozen 6th-era ancestral gods would be able to restrain the 2 5th-era ancestral gods who were heavily injured. With the help of 2 5th-era ancestral gods, Long Chen would be able to obtain even more 5th-era ancestral gods. He needed a dozen 5th-era elder gods to be able to control the 4th-era elder gods. Actually, if he could awaken the 4th-era elder gods, he could control the entire situation. The only limitation was, first, time, and second, Lingxi. First, time did not allow for it. In this chaos, there was definitely not enough time for him to complete his dream step by step. Second, Lingxi could not support so many people, unless there was a new method. The 2 big fish in front of him might be Lingxi's limit. However, he could not care so much. Long Chen needed his team to be as strong as possible. He was enduring silently. Enduring silently until the 2 ancestor gods had little strength left and were extremely weak, but he did not destroy the origin source of the world. This way, it seemed that the sky-swallowing clan had helped him, because he had weakened the ancestor gods. Time ticked by. Every minute and every second was driving him crazy. As he waited, Long Chen had to endure the news of the world's destruction from the outside world. Every piece of news was a huge blow to Long Chen, and he had to endure it. Drip, drip, he closed his eyes and imagined the sound of raindrops falling on the ground. Perhaps this would wake him up a little. Finally, the moment arrived. In the midst of the fight, the 2 5th-era ancestor gods were on the verge of collapse, and the origin source of the world was almost destroyed, but they were still fighting crazily. After a period of rest, Lingxi had more or less recovered. Unfortunately, during this time, many ancestor gods had perished. Long Chen did not dare to listen to this number. However, he did not let Li Xuanji stop telling him. He had to know the situation, but he would feel pain because of it. He had to endure all of this. Attack! Long Chen had waited for this moment for too long. At that time, the 12 sixth-era Elder Gods had charged out from behind him, splitting into two groups as they charged towards the 2 fifth-era Elder Gods. All of the 6th-era Elder Gods had come to help, and when the 6th-era Elder Gods had first taken control of the 2 fifth-era Elder Gods, they had attacked together. No matter how weak they were, they had given it their all. It was a crazy time. The 2 fifth-era Ancestor Gods were like huge beasts, but with endless perseverance, they were successfully controlled. Lingxi was like a goddess descending, her gaze cold and indifferent. She used the silence mantra to control the Hun Kun Ancestor God, and began to fight against his violent temper. The Ancestor Gods had tears in their eyes. Perhaps in the future, when the 10,000 worlds survived, they would think of such a grand moment. The Ancestor Gods let go of their estrangement, and worked together, sacrificing their lives and spilling their blood. This was fate, this was a battle. Ding! This was the sound of the origin source of the world, massacre. Long Chen attacked before everyone else. His target was the sky-swallowing race, which the Ancestor Gods could not see. To the sky-swallowing race, the Ancestor Gods were their prey. Moreover, with so many Ancestor Gods appearing, they were overjoyed. At this time, their Ancestor God appeared. It was a man full of blood energy, and his body was filled with terrifying killing intent. At that moment, countless dragon scales covered his body, and the sharp bone spikes were all weapons. Massacre, blood sword. Long Chen's gaze was cold. The sky-swallowing race did not even know of his existence. At this moment, Long Chen pierced Massacre into his left palm, but it did not pierce through the back of his hand. The entire sword pierced into his palm. Blood will sword. At this moment, a heaven-defying blood light shot out from his hand. Long Chen drew out the slaughter sword again. The dragon blood in his body had already gathered in the slaughter sword of the world origin. The slaughter sword had fused with the blood will sword. It was as if his body had a divine soul and had become a complete life. Wang! Long Chen transformed into a blood shadow and charged. Sky-swallowing race, I will repay you tenfold for what you have done today. You all thought that the battle was over, but little did you know that this is just the beginning. I will make sure that you all turn to dust and disappear forever. Kill. Every member of the Sky-Swallowing clan only needed one move. Long Chen's blood will sword swept past the members of the Sky-Swallowing clan, destroying all the fish in one move. They swam in the flames happily, but now it was their doomsday. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A line of blood pierced through their ranks. One by one, the Sky-Swallowing race members were destroyed, disappearing at a shocking speed. What was even more terrifying was that they could not see Long Chen. Wang! The Sky-Swallowing race members began to scream and flee. But they could not escape from the massacre. Die! Dozens of sword shadows pierced through, and the Ancestor Gods carried them away. What they saw was a sky full of bloodlight, and vaguely, they could hear screams. But they could not see the Sky-Swallowing race members being destroyed. RIP. Not a single Sky-Swallowing race member escaped from Long Chen's blood will sword. Chapter 34:14. The Sky-Swallowing race had expended a great deal of energy. But even though it was just a small soldier of the Sky-Swallowing race, it still made Long Chen very happy to be able to kill and take revenge. But these deaths were nothing compared to the billions of gods and demons in the infinite worlds. The hatred in his heart was far from being appeased. After much hard work, when Long Chen dealt with the Sky-Swallowing race and returned to the group of Ancestor Gods, Ancestor God Hun Kun was almost fully awake. Under the nourishment of the silence mantra, the violence in his heart and the blood-colored curse in his eyes were gradually fading. Of course, the initial struggle had also taken a great deal of energy from Lingxi. Finally, done, if not for Long Chen's support at the end, she would probably have collapsed. Each time, it was an enormous burden on her, especially on the more powerful elder gods. These fifth epoch elder gods were already her limit. Elder god Hun Kun gradually came to his senses. The elder gods who had been controlling him all loosened their grip on him, and all of them were wild with joy. The addition of an elder god of the fifth era was of tremendous help to them. One or two ancestor gods were left to explain the situation to ancestor god Hun Kun. The other ancestor gods rushed to another fifth era ancestor god and doubled their power to control that ancestor god. At this moment, it basically meant that they had succeeded. Long Chen, the two of them actually did this. Ancestor god Hun Kun looked at Long Chen and Long Chen in disbelief. At this time, Long Chen had already brought Lingxi to another fifth era ancestor god. Although he had expended a great deal of energy, Lingxi was already at her limit. Long Chen was prepared to let her use his power to awaken this ancestor god. After dealing with this fifth era ancestor god, it would be very difficult to expand their group. Seeing this, ancestor god Hun Kun came forward and prepared to replace the other ancestor gods to control that ancestor god. Rest for now. In the future, we'll need your protection. We can handle things here. Elder god Hun Kun was rather weak right now, after all. Thus, Long Chen wanted him to rest for a while. Alright, no problem. This time, I'll listen to your arrangements. Elder god Hun Kun didn't persist. The fact that Long Chen had been able to rely on himself and his own power to persist for so long was truly admirable. Even though he wasn't an elder god and was inexperienced, he was still respected by the elder gods. From a certain perspective, they should have died, but Long Chen had saved them. Begin. It was the silence mantra again. Lingxi held Long Chen's hand as she used the love thread of 3 lifetimes and Long Chen's full power to unleash the silence mantra. In truth, Long Chen could have used the edicts to mimic the silence mantra, but because he didn't have a deep understanding of the edicts of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon, the effects weren't as strong as Lingxi's. This time, the elder god of the fifth era fought back even more furiously than before. Thankfully, there were more than 10 elder gods of the sixth era controlling the curse, and the pressure on Lingxi lessened significantly. All she had to do now was resist the curse. The curse that was placed on the fifth era's ancestral gods was definitely different from the curse placed on the ninth era's ancestral gods. Even if Lingxi were to awaken more than 100 ninth era's ancestral gods, it would still be much easier for her than it was for the fifth era's ancestral gods. By the time they reached the middle level, Lingxi and Long Chen's faces were both ashen. It was almost impossible to hold on. All of the elder gods were nervously watching them. This was a battle. Long Chen was pressuring himself to do his best to help Lingxi. Even if he had to suffer a bit more, it didn't matter. All of you, come and help me, Long Chen used the divine palace to call out with all his might. Countless living beings could hear his voice, and they could give him even more of the willpower of all living beings. Now that one world after another was shattered, all of the gods and devils knew of this most desperate battle. Perhaps it was sincere, but Long Chen received an unimaginable amount of power. This was the eruption of all living beings, the hatred of all living beings. It was precisely because of this that Long Chen's cries were able to support him with even more boundless power. It was as though they, who had been at the brink of exhaustion, had come back to life. For a time, the silence mantra was like an avalanche, finally suppressing the fifth era ancestor god. The blood-colored curse finally began to dissipate, and the fifth era ancestor god no longer struggled. All of the ancestor gods heaved a sigh of relief. They had succeeded. From now on, there were 2 more fifth era ancestor gods in their ranks. This was extraordinary. Although they were still very weak compared to the ancestor gods, at least they didn't have to worry about anything anymore. At the very least, they could do something. Unfortunately, the power of all living beings can only be used once or twice. Lingxi and I are already so exhausted that it's impossible to expand our ranks. Could it be that I can only save so many ancestor gods? Everyone else will perish. After victory, it was actually an even greater hurdle, an even greater despair. However, no one said anything. At the very least, they had already done this much. He's Spirit Source, Sacred Ancestor. The Creator Gods recognized this fifth-era ancestor god. His world had been separated, and he had only recently returned to the infinite worlds. Therefore, Longchen didn't recognize him. Spirit Source blood-colored curse had dimmed quite a bit. In another 10 breaths of time, it would definitely recover. Longchen and Lingxi also rested for a while. If we had more time to rest, we could still expand our ranks. But given the speed at which the ancestor god's world is being destroyed, we don't have that much time to recover. Longchen's eyes were solemn as he looked at the ancestor gods. He continued, perhaps we already have such a squad. We should find an opponent now and fight to the death. Although we might encounter the real Sky Devourer and be controlled, if we don't act, we have no other hope. The other ancestor gods can't afford to wait. Now that they were so exhausted, it would be very difficult to recover and expand their ranks. Helpless sighs could be heard among the ancestor gods. They were all at their limits. They couldn't see the path forward. Finding the Sky Devourer wasn't a surefire way to solve the problem. Even if they did find it, they didn't have much chance of winning. After all, the curse had never faded. Just as the ancestor gods were feeling depressed, pained, and perplexed, Spirit Source woke up. The other ancestor gods explained to him what had happened, and he quickly understood what had happened. Longchen, I am Spirit Source, Sacred Ancestor. My laws are a bit different from yours. One of them allows me to transfer my power to another and make it their own. Among the ancestor gods, I am the only one who can do this. Spirit Source's words ignited a fire in the hearts of the ancestor gods. What did you say? In the past, only Longchen and Lingxi's power could be transferred between them due to the connection of the 3 lifetimes threads. No one else had ever been able to do this. But Spirit Source Sacred Ancestor had suddenly said that he had such a law. This pleasant surprise was so great that Longchen didn't dare believe it. His words made him realize that there was always a way out. He had saved Spirit Source Sacred Ancestor when they were at their weakest. He hadn't expected that it would be Spirit Source Sacred Ancestor who had given him the greatest hope. Sacred Ancestor, you should rest first. After all, he was also very tired. Of course, Spirit Source was the 5th era's ancestor god, and he had 5 world origins. His world origin power was countless times greater than Lingxi's. Even if he was exhausted, Lingxi would still be saturated. All he had to do was transfer a small portion of his world origin power to Lingxi's full power. As long as Lingxi's world origin power was complete, she would be able to use the silence mantra to restore 2 or 3 of the 5th era's ancestor gods. No need. Let's give it a try first. Spirit Source Sacred Ancestor transformed into his human form and landed behind Lingxi. He placed his palm gently on Lingxi's body, and his world origin power began to surge. Spirit Source Blessing. He was able to use this law to transfer world origin power to Lingxi. Most importantly, it could be absorbed by Lingxi's world origin power and become a part of her world origin power. Within the White Lotus and the Black Hell, the dim world origin power began to glow with light and color once more. In a very short period of time, Lingxi had regained her vigor and vitality. A miracle like this caused the elder gods to weep tears of joy. Nothing could be more exciting and moving than this moment. They had been rescued from the jaws of death. Let's head out. Sacred Ancestor Spirit Source, don't do too much. Do your best to recover and save as many Elder Gods as you can. Leave the fighting to me. Elder God Hun Kun was quite magnanimous. And us. All of the Elder Gods howled in response. So long as they didn't run into the 10+ 4th era's Ancestor Gods, they would be able to do as they pleased. Let's speed up. Long Chen recovered very quickly. Soon, he had regained his strength, and so he expanded his temporal domain to 10,000x. Although his strength wasn't that great compared to the other Elder Gods, it was still enough to help them move faster. As they charged forward, they continued to expand their ranks. Whenever they ran into an Elder God, they would take control of them and hand them over to Sacred Ancestor Spirit Source or Lingxi. As a result, the rate at which their ranks increased dramatically. Lingxi and Sacred Ancestor Spirit Source were like machines that the Elder Gods cursed and despondent over. They worked silently, but it wasn't boring at all. Every time an Elder God awakened, an entire world was awakened. They were the ones who had saved the world. Even if it was only for a short time, they were still excited and proud. Not long after, thanks to the combined efforts of Elder God Hun Kun and Sacred Ancestor Spirit Source, the 3rd 5th era's Ancestor God, the one who Long Chen was very familiar with, Patriarch Hongjun, joined their ranks. Chapter 34:15. At this point, there was basically no need for Spirit Source Divine Ancestor to do anything. His only use was to be treated as a blood cow by Lingxi. However, this was not an easy task. It would have been fine if he had been in a perfect state, but now that he was weak, he had regained some of his strength with great difficulty, and he had basically used Ling Shi to cast the silence mantra. Therefore, it was very difficult for him. He needed to recover and recuperate. Sometimes, this was his limit. However, who wouldn't risk their lives to survive? At least for him, there was no danger. It was just hard work. However, even Lingxi was having a hard time. Therefore, Spirit Source Divine Ancestor did not feel tired at all. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. For that slim chance of survival, for that blood feud. Long Chen's role was to deal with the sky devourers that the ancestral gods could not see. This was a very difficult task. As they went deeper, they encountered more and more sky devourers. Moreover, Long Chen also discovered that the attacks of the ancestral gods were not very effective against the sky-devouring clan, probably because of the curse. Instead, they were easily pierced. Lingxi had a more important task, so this matter could only be handled by Long Chen. From the side, it looked like it was Long Chen who was risking his life to wipe out the sky devourers. This team of ancestral gods was safe. However, there was still bad news that dealt a terrible blow to Long Chen. However, at the very least, there was still hope. At the very least, because of everyone's crazy efforts, the number of people in their group had reached a state of explosive growth. At the beginning, there were only Long Chen and Ling Shi, but now, there were over 1,000 people in their group. 1/10 of the ancestral gods were fully awake and joined Long Chen's team. The mighty team of ancestral gods was killing madly in this endless apocalypse. When they encountered the 9th and 8th era ancestral gods, the same level ancestral gods would go out to control them. Only when they encountered the stronger ancestral gods would they use the 5th and 6th era ancestral gods. Currently, there were close to 70 ancestral gods from the 6th era in the team, and there were 8 ancestral gods from the 5th era. 7 of them were in battle mode. Of course, Sacred Ancestor Spirit Origin and Lingxi played the most important roles. Without the two of them, this wouldn't have been possible. In the process of advancing, they did encounter danger. The danger came from the 4th epoch's ancestral god. Once or twice, but because they discovered it in time, they escaped without being alarmed. For safety's sake, they had already set up scouts around the team. Once they discovered a fourth-era primordial ancestral god, they would naturally escape immediately. At the same time, the entire team was advancing in the direction that Slaughter had pointed. Now, he had killed thousands of members of the Sky-Swallowing clan. But for Long Chen, this was far from enough. This was just the beginning. Right now, they had a mighty army, and it seemed that they could continue to expand. However, Long Chen knew that it would be very difficult. After all, even the Spirit Origin Sacred Patriarch was exhausted. Both he and Ling Shi needed a lot of time to recover. If it weren't for Sacred Ancestor Spirit Origin, the team wouldn't have been able to reach this level. Long Chen, I have discussed this with Ling Shi. Sacred Ancestor Spirit Origin stood up. His face was pale, and his divine body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It's not that we can't persevere, but that we've really reached our limits. From the best perspective, I feel that we have to use our last bit of strength to make the greatest change. Our team has a fatal flaw, and that is that we don't have the strongest ruler, the fourth epoch's primordial ancestor god. We need to awaken a fourth-era ancestral god. Only then can we make a decisive change. Ling Shi and I can use our last bit of strength to persist and awaken a fourth-era ancestral god. We'll make one last effort. They now had a clear understanding of their current situation. Rather than continue to grit their teeth and allow more ancestral gods to recover, they would be able to recover 200 or 300 more, but that wouldn't be as useful as a fourth-era ancestral god. After all, there were now 8 fifth-eras ancestral gods that fulfilled these conditions. I think there's no problem. Long Chen actually had the same idea. After some consideration, he supported this decision. Alright, this might be our last battle. Once we finish off a fourth-era ancestral god, we'll attack the core with all our strength and find the most fundamental solution to our problems. Ancestral God Hun Kun said. I agree. At a time like this, what they needed the most was courage and madness. What they worried about the most was fear. Everyone was hot-blooded and heroic, and they quickly reached a consensus. Long Chen saw that everyone was at their peak. This was the best possible state. In this state, even the puny ninth-era ancestral god dared to challenge the fourth-era ancestral god. Their lives were beyond the 9 heavens, and their only support was their dreams and hatred. Let's go. The group of people was majestic and hot-blooded. But that didn't mean that they would act recklessly. Their current target was the fourth-era ancestral god. Although the fourth-era ancestral god was also suppressed by the rules and couldn't transform into his true form, his divine body was at least 100 meters tall. He created a huge commotion and was easily detected. Only the ancestral gods affected by the blood curse would approach the fourth-era ancestral god without a care for their lives. Found him. It's the primordial war ancestor, the creator god of the primitive worship. It was a member of the steel race. This was news from the scouts ahead. Long Chen personally went forward. He saw that the primordial war ancestor was in a frenzy. There were some creator gods surrounding him, but they were easily torn apart by him like flies. Roar! The primordial war ancestor was still very powerful. He let out angry roars. The most shocking thing was that there were thousands of members of the Sky-Swallowing clan floating above his head. They swooped down from time to time and pierced his body with their spikes. The divine fire of Doomsday was also burning. Its huge platinum divine body also dimmed at this moment. No matter how violent it was still weak. Its world origin was a huge platinum sword, but at this moment, the sword was full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Once it was destroyed, billions of gods and demons would die. One was equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of small worlds. Save him. Even if there were thousands of members of the Sky-Swallowing clan above, Long Chen didn't frown. Because the primordial war ancestor might not be able to hold on much longer. In the end, he might even destroy himself. Today, they had suffered too great a loss. The fourth era ancestral god couldn't be lost. Saint Ancestor Spirit Source was still recovering. This time, the main force was ancestral god Hun Kun, Sky Sword Ancestor Lord, Hong Jun, and the other fifth era ancestral gods. There were 7 of them in total. After waiting for a while, when they had rested enough, they rushed out and used their most powerful means to restrain the primordial war ancestor. When the primordial war ancestor was put on the ground by the 7 fifth-era ancestral gods, and his body was surrounded by all kinds of restraining rules, thousands of ancestral gods rushed out. Even the 9th-era ancestral gods went crazy. They were all desperately using rules to control the primordial war ancestor. It was desire, hatred, and fighting spirit that made them abandon everything at this moment and give it their all. Even if they could only restrain one finger of the primordial war ancestor, it would be a success. The thousands of creator ancestral gods first filled up the primordial war ancestor's divine body. Some even used the power of their divine bodies to fight against the primordial war ancestor. This was not an easy battle. The primordial war ancestor was naturally struggling and roaring as he was being restrained. Every time his voice vibrated, many 9th-era ancestral gods flew out and lost half their lives. Hold on. Brothers, hold on. No one is willing to die. We need a 4th-era ancestral god to wake up. The thousands of ancestral gods roared with tears of blood, even overshadowing the primordial war ancestor's roars. His huge divine body rammed through the entire sea of fire, but the most important thing was that all the creator ancestral gods were hanging on his body. The 7 fifth-era ancestral gods each transformed into a divine body that was over 20 meters tall. Outside of the rules, they even used their divine bodies to control his arms, legs, and head. All the roars and tears of blood were used to restrain the violent primordial war ancestor. Long Chen hovered in midair, watching all this madness unfold. His eyes were filled with bitterness, and he felt the urge to cry. However, he didn't. Watching the elder gods fight to the death was a form of encouragement to him. He had always believed that he was fighting alone, but in reality, that wasn't the case. Even the creator gods, who were still cursed, were fighting with such madness. How could he possibly be fighting alone with so many people helping him? He did not tell everyone that there were thousands of sky-swallowing race here. Now that they saw thousands of ancestral gods, they were very excited. Long Chen had to stop every single one of them. Otherwise, the ancestral gods might be weakened by the addition of the sky-swallowing race, allowing the primordial war ancestor to break free. Once he did, the violent primordial war ancestor would be the end of all the ancestral gods. The most dangerous one was Lingxi, because she was right in front of the primordial war ancestor's eyes. She cast the silent mantra, and the primordial war ancestors will fought against her directly. If not for Saint Ancestor Lingyuan standing in front of Lingxi, Lingxi would not have been able to withstand such an attack. Whoosh! The sky-swallowing race landed, excited. Below, Lingxi cast the silent mantra. She bit her lip, and even though her eyes were filled with tears, she did not stop her. She could see the thousands of sky-swallowing race, and knew Long Chen's difficulties, but she also knew her own mission. She was the core of everything. She could not let all her hard work fail because of her. Therefore, she was also a fighter who had abandoned some. In her heart was Long Chen's figure fighting to the death. His roars and hatred deeply affected her. Then, she saw Long Yen and Long Lin's smiling faces. They were laughing and cursing, quiet and peaceful. I also want to build a beautiful world for my children. This time, I'll give it my all. This was a woman, fighting with no regard for anything. Her opponent was the 4th era's ancestral god, the primordial war ancestor. Above, Long Chen wielded slaughter and attacked the sky-swallowing race. Chapter 34:16. Long Chen's battlefield, Lingxi's and Ancestor Spirit Origins battlefield, and the many Ancestor Gods battlefield, were all different. But all of them were fighting for the same goal. Survival. Revenge. Hope for survival. Blood feud. Perhaps to Long Chen, there was even more. All of this was boiling in his blood, condensing into the essence of the world of slaughter. As he slaughtered again and again, Long Chen and the essence of slaughter grew closer and closer, fusing together. Massacre was the world origin of the fourth epoch's primordial ancestor realm. It was one of the 10 great ancestral dragons. It was vast and boundless. Long Chen hadn't excavated much of it yet, but every time he slaughtered, he saw even more terrifying massacre. Blood will sword. The sky-swallowing clan descended into chaos. No one noticed that Long Chen was in front of them. At this time, Long Chen brought out massacre from his palm. At the same time, he brought out the blood will sword, condensed with boundless rage. It was formed from all the blood in his body, all within the blood-colored massacre. Long Chen was now a person without a bloodline. But he was more courageous than anyone else, and more bloodthirsty than anyone else. Massacre rules, protection, vengeance. His current state of mind was completely in sync. Because of this, the world origin gave birth to an even greater power, and it fused into Long Chen's blood will sword. Break. The crimson long sword swept across and a huge crimson will sword chi was born. It tore through and hit more than 10 members of the sky-swallowing clan. The sky-like members of the sky-swallowing clan were instantly torn into powder after being hit by the crimson will sword chi. Then, they were completely burned by the divine doomsday fire. The ancestor gods could only see Long Chen attacking randomly. But the sky-swallowing clan members could not see it. They did not even know that there were people dying in their clan. Scram. Every sword carried the hatred of billions of living deities and demons, the anger of the divine dragon clan, and the resistance of the entire world. The blood will sword swept across the bodies of the sky-swallowing clan. However, thousands of sky-devouring clan members were too many. Long Chen could only stop a small portion of them. Most of the sky-devouring clan members would still attack the ancestral gods. We can't let them pass. Intuition told Long Chen that if he couldn't stop the sky-swallowing clan, an even more terrifying nightmare would befall him. After all, the primordial war ancestor was rather difficult to control. Even now, he was struggling violently. Phew. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Long Chen did not seem to know fatigue. There was only killing and madness in his heart. He killed and destroyed again and again. Wherever he went, it was the end of the sky-devouring clan. Even though the sky-devouring race couldn't see him, the death of so many of their comrades still attracted their attention. As long as they didn't attack the ancestor god, Long Chen would succeed. Whoosh! A blood-colored sword chi flew. A large number of sky-devouring clan members were crushed by the blood will sword chi. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them were killed. At this moment, Long Chen did not even know what fatigue was. Perhaps he had used up all his energy, but it didn't matter. Even with the strength of his physical body, he would continue to kill. Sky-devouring clan. To the sky-devouring clan, the scariest thing was that they did not know where their enemies were. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This caused them to panic. Under the situation where they could not find their enemies, they finally knew that it was time to escape. However, even though the sky-devouring clan scattered, Long Chen still chased after them. He tried to kill as many as he could. In the end, he did not even know how many he had killed. Only when he could no longer see the sky-devouring clan in the surrounding area did he know fatigue. Only then did he drag the origin of the world back to kill. It was too tragic. In Long Chen's eyes, he saw a sky full of blood. This kind of killing was very carefree, but he was also relaxed. Those he killed were all insignificant members of the sky-devouring clan. This was not revenge, but just venting. Little Shi, after he was done, he returned here. Only then did he see that apart from him, the other battles had reached the most intense stage. The primordial war ancestor was fighting mentally and physically. He was very violent. No matter which direction he went, it was very dangerous. However, Long Chen was of no help at all in this battle. He had used the love thread of 3 lifetimes to give to Lingxi, who was practically trembling at this moment. He felt that he was such a failure to make his own woman risk her life like this. However, an opponent that even the 10 great ancestor dragons and the 10 great ancestor gods had been defeated. It was already a miracle that an insignificant junior like him could fight to this extent. Perhaps it was because of Long Chen's final bit of support, coupled with the efforts of Ling Shi and the spirit origin sacred ancestor, that they were finally able to suppress the primordial battle progenitor a little. As a result, the primordial battle progenitor's gaze and curse dimmed slightly. As a result, his resistance was slightly less intense. This was the beginning. It was at this moment that all the ancestral gods found the opportunity to fight with their lives on the line. In this moment, they used all their strength to trap the primordial war ancestor amidst roars and tears of blood. Break! Spirit Source sacred ancestor gritted his teeth and poured the last of his strength into Lingxi. Then he collapsed, his flesh and blood disintegrating. Only the world origin remained. In order to awaken a 4th epoch ancestral god, he had forced himself to a state where he was seriously injured. Everyone was aware of sacred patriarch spirit origin's condition. This included Lingxi. The fact that he could hold on for so long was a huge encouragement to all the ancestral gods. He was great at this moment, but all the ancestral gods were equally great. Especially at this moment, they were all shouting and shouting. Break! Lingxi calmed her mind and used the mantra of stillness to attack the primordial war ancestor again and again. Finally, the primordial war ancestor's defenses broke like a dam. Lingxi's power erupted like a mountain flood and rushed into the primordial war ancestor's curse. The mantra of stillness rapidly froze the crimson curse. She had done it. Of course, this was the spirit source ancestor's final support. He had held on until his body was destroyed. The primordial war ancestor's struggle finally stopped. When everyone saw the blood-red color in his eyes vanish and his platinum eyes appear, the elder gods couldn't help but cry tears of joy. They began to celebrate wildly. At this moment, they had truly succeeded after risking their lives. Primordial war ancestor, primordial war ancestor. They were chanting the name of the 4th epoch's ancestral god. Wave after wave of their voices helped the primordial war ancestor regain consciousness. Finally, he came to his senses and looked at his surroundings. What happened? The ancestral gods explained what had happened. So that's how it is, the primordial war ancestor saw that even Lingxi had almost collapsed. Long Chen resolutely stood up. He had recovered quite quickly, so he supported Lingxi while the other ancestral gods protected Spirit Source. Now that Lingxi and the Spirit Source ancestor had both used up all their energy, it would be very difficult for them to expand their ranks. The only thing they could do was find the devouring dragon attendants. Even though Long Chen's strength was minuscule compared to that of the ancestral gods, they were all willing to listen to his orders. Everyone, we have no other choice. From now on, perhaps what we are about to face is the real battle against the enemy. Primordial war ancestor, you are the strongest. We can only rely on you now. The primordial war ancestor knew the truth, so he respected Long Chen even more. His body of steel was rapidly recovering. He looked around and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely contribute my strength." Everyone's efforts to free me from the curse were not in vain. However, I am prepared to listen to you as to what to do next. If we had listened to you earlier, we might not have been in such a passive position today. The ancestral gods had no objections. With over 1,000 ancestral gods gathered together, they truly represented a tenth of the ancestral gods' power. Then, we must find a way to destroy this place called Doomsday. There must be a core in this place, and there must be a real enemy. We must find them and destroy them. Only then can we destroy everything. Being able to gather such a large team is already our limit. Next, our only hope is to find the core and the enemy, just like I said. Where? Everyone agreed, but it would be very difficult to find the core in this sea of flames. If you can trust me, follow me. Long Chen had led the way with slaughter. Now that he had rested enough, it was time to set off again. Of course we trust you. At this moment, the ancestral gods present were filled with great ambition and determination. With an insignificant person, Long Chen, as the core, they would search for that unknown thing. But Long Chen had the intuition to do so. In his arms, Lingxi was resting. This peerless beauty was very haggard, but in truth, when she recovered, she would advance even further. Long Chen silently guarded her as they advanced. Up ahead, boundless flames boiled and raged. Waves of fire swept through the area. The flames here seemed to be even more terrifying. Some of the ancestral gods immediately sensed that something was different. Along the way, they encountered other ancestral gods. If it was the fourth era's ancestral god, they could only dodge. If it was anyone else, they would attack and destroy their flesh and blood. Even if they were in a violent state, as long as they could control them, they wouldn't be destroyed. As a result, they were able to collect more and more world essences. Yes, the flames are burning even more fiercely. But the ancestral gods weren't afraid. Instead, they were excited. This could very well mean that they had found the right place. The previous regions were more or less the same, but this one was even more intense. In that case, there had to be something here that was causing this change. It was guided here by the world's essence, slaughter. Chapter 34:17. Whoosh, whoosh, the surrounding fire burned even more fiercely. The flames filled the entire endless universe. The fiercer the doomsday fire, the greater the damage to the Creator God's world origin. Moreover, this kind of destruction was unavoidable. As time passed, the surrounding fire kept changing shape and color. Like maggots on bones, it kept surging toward the crowd. It's getting hotter. Over 1,000 ancestor gods followed Long Chen here. They could clearly feel the even more terrifying doomsday fire, which had gathered even denser. I think there's a sound coming from ahead. Long Chen asked the primordial war ancestor beside him. The primordial war ancestor had transformed into an ordinary human form and was following beside Long Chen. His platinum divine body was ancient and majestic, extremely tough. This person was the creator of the steel race. All the steel race in the myriad worlds existed because of him. I only hear the sound of burning flames, the primordial war ancestor said. But Long Chen was different. He was sure that he heard the sound, so he changed direction slightly. He felt that the sound was a bit like a dragon's roar. The roars were mixed in with the burning of the doomsday fire. After a while, the primordial war ancestor admitted that it was indeed strange. Of course, it was also because he wasn't sensitive to the sound of dragons. Rumble, over 1,000 ancestor gods quickly passed through. Finally, they broke through the sea of fire and arrived at the most scorching place. Here, they were shocked to find a huge, transparent egg in front of them. Rather than saying it was an egg, it was more like a cage. Within the cage, the most obvious thing was the 9 dragons. Of course, they weren't real dragons, but divine dragons formed from flames. They tossed and turned in the giant egg, roaring and struggling. They tried to destroy the cage countless times, but to no avail. Bang, bang, bang. The giant egg shook again and again. Countless thin lines extended from the shell of the giant egg. Every time the 9 dragons slammed into the inner wall of the giant egg, terrifying flames would seep out of the giant egg and spread throughout the doomsday fire. In fact, the flames of the doomsday had a lot to do with the 9 divine dragons. The eyes of each of the 9 divine dragons were different, but they were the colors of 9 different elements of chaos. There was a rather rich smell of chaos elements in the flames. Furthermore, the 9 divine dragons looked exactly like the primeval sacrificial dragon. Even though they were separated by the egg, Long Chen could clearly sense that he had seen similar flames before. These were ancestral flames. Now, Mo Xiaolang had already obtained 7 kinds of ancestral fires. Only the accompanying ancestral fires of the first ancestral dragon, the primeval sacrificial dragon, and the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon had not been found. Obviously, this was not the first ancestral fire or the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. In that case, it was clear that this would be the companion ancestral flame of the second ancestor dragon, primordial sacrificial dragon, the primordial sacrificial flame. Long Chen did not expect the primordial sacrificial fire to be here. However, the fact that the doomsday fire had endless flames and could even change between the 9 colors clearly had something to do with the primordial sacrificial flame. However, after seeing the primordial sacrificial flame, Long Chen definitely thought of Mo Xiaolang. Since he could still maintain contact with Mo Xiaolang should still be devouring the doomsday fire. No matter how many doomsday fires there are, they can't compare to the primordial sacrificial flame. I should have asked Xiaolang to come here. Long Chen quickly contacted Mo Xiaolang and said, I have good news for you. I found the primordial sacrificial flame. Unexpectedly, Mo Xiaolang's answer was, I found it too. I was just about to devour it. Long Chen was stunned. He thought for a moment and then asked, what did the primordial sacrificial flame look like? A starry divine dragon, dark black, formed from flames. Long Chen understood and said, that has something to do with creation. The primordial sacrificial flame I saw was a 9-headed divine dragon, similar to the primordial sacrificial dragon. It also has something to do with chaos. Hence, I think there should be 3 types of primordial sacrificial flames. Really? Hearing Long Chen say this, Mo Xiaolang used his sky-swallowing race's unique sense of smell to search for the doomsday fire. Not long after, he said, Big brother, I felt it. There are indeed 2 other positions with slightly different flames. I was completely attracted by the one in front of me and didn't expect there to be other places. Now that I know where you are, what should I do? Chaos, primordial chaos, creation. Mo Xiaolang knew all 3 positions. Long Chen pondered for a moment, then said, continue. Try to devour all 3 parts of the primordial sacrificial fire in the shortest amount of time possible. I'll bring some of the ancestor gods who have already regained consciousness to a more central location. Big brother, I saw many berserk elder gods. You have to be careful. You are alone. You have to be even more careful. I have a 4th era elder god expert with me now. You don't have to worry. Mo Xiaolang knew that he could only help Long Chen if he could reach a higher level. Hence, he boldly ventured out alone. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang said, I have a discovery. Chaos, creation, and primordial chaos. The positions of these 3 points are regular and form a triangle. There must be a core within these 3 corners. The doomsday fire is a complete system. It is very likely that the position you found is at the core of the three corners. Big brother, try to head southeast. Long Chen felt that what he said made sense. However, he had no way of knowing which direction Mo Xiaolang was referring to. However, he believed in the guidance of slaughter. The position he was looking for was not far away. Let's split up. After cutting off contact with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen ignored the primordial sacrificial flame and continued forward. When Mo Xiaolang devoured the ancestral flame, he would return here. He should know where Long Chen would be. Why aren't you touching these? Primordial War Ancestor saw that Long Chen had stopped for a while and then immediately left. Naturally, someone will deal with them. Our target is ahead. The team continued to advance, and they realized that they would soon reach the crucial point. Suddenly, even the creator gods began to feel nervous. The survival of the myriad realms depended on this one event. This was a battle of survival. It was no longer about glory. It was either life or death. Everyone knew what to choose. There was no other choice but to fight to the death. There was no way to escape. The sky-devouring race would devour 10,000 worlds. They would not leave a single scum behind. Some ancestor gods would survive. After a while, Long Chen and the others had advanced a lot. They had defeated other ancestor gods along the way. Mo Xiaolang had already devoured a portion of the primordial sacrificial flame and was heading towards the primordial sacrificial flame of primordial chaos. Of course, the news from 10,000 worlds was still tragic. The numbers were the blood in their hearts, the hatred in their eyes, and the rage in their hands. The blood feud would not end until one of them was dead. Facing death with equanimity. Such emotions flowed in the hearts of thousands of ancestor gods. The more despair they felt, the more they would fight to survive. Are you afraid? Primordial War Ancestor asked. He saw that Long Chen was silent. In such a situation, whether or not he was afraid was not important. Long Chen was determined to see the devouring dragon servant. Then, he would kill him and avenge his father. Of course, finding the origin dragon soul and becoming an ancestor dragon was his ultimate wish. At this moment, the flames ahead suddenly spread out. Shadows appeared from the depths of the flames. Long Chen was overjoyed. He thought that the devouring dragon servant had finally arrived. It's actually not. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there were no devouring dragon attendants. The dozens of shadows that appeared were all from the Sky-devouring clan. Among them, most of them were those that Long Chen had killed before. They looked like marlins but had many tentacles. However, this time, Long Chen realized that one of them was different. This sky-devouring monster was surrounded by many members of the sky-devouring race. Even in this apocalypse, its body was hundreds of meters long. Upon closer inspection, its body was very similar to that of a shark. It was thick, strong, and cold. It was a terrifying creature in the water. Of course, it was swimming freely in the sacred fire of doomsday. However, the difference was that there was no shark's head in front of its body. Instead, it was replaced by the head of a giant bird. It was covered in hard feathers, like an eagle. The bird's beak was sharp and long, a terrifying killing weapon. Moreover, there were eagle wings growing on its two ribs. When they stretched out, they were also 100 meters long. Every time they flapped, they would set off waves of fire that filled the sky. Such a monster was naturally ugly, but it also proved its identity. Sky-devouring race. The body of the sky-devouring race was different from that of the ancestor god of creation and ancestor god of destruction. It was also similar to that of the human race and the demon race. They did not have realms, only unlimited strength. As long as there was devouring, they could achieve unlimited things, and even devour the entire world. The two sides met in this endless sea of fire and collided. The sky-devouring race could not see Long Chen and Lingxi, and the ancestor gods could not see the sky-devouring race. So when they met, it was Long Chen who was shocked, and it was the sky-devouring race that was excited. They've appeared. Hearing Long Chen's words, the ancestor gods suddenly stopped in their tracks and gathered together to protect each other. The sky-devouring race was a huge problem to them. They could not be seen or touched, but they could target them. Even the primordial war ancestor could not do anything to the sky-devouring race because of the curse. Under such circumstances, the only one they could rely on was Long Chen. Can you do it? The primordial war ancestor could not help but ask. I'll try my best. When he was needed, he would not hesitate. Especially this second type of sky-devouring race. Its eyes were sharp and evil, and it swam in the fire at a terrifying speed. Long Chen did not have much confidence that he could kill it. Swoosh! When the sky-devouring clan charged at the ancestor god excitedly, Long Chen charged at the sky-devouring clan with decimation in hand. Both parties clashed in the shortest time possible. The brand new sky-devouring clan was Long Chen's target. Chapter 34:18. This sky-swallowing clan member was not the one Long Chen had seen in the Tomb of Samsara. To be honest, that dim yellow shadow was much scarier than the monster in front of him. However, it did not mean that the monster in front of him was easy to deal with. The advantage was that the monster could not see him. Seeing Long Chen charge out, the ancestral gods exchanged glances. Can Long Chen do it? He used up a lot of energy just now. There's really a sky-swallowing clan member in front. Why can't we feel it at all? With complicated emotions and anxiety, the ancestral gods were helpless. They could only watch as Long Chen fought alone. It was as though he was fighting the air. Of course, Lingxi could see it too. However, she did not have the strength to fight at all. Miss Lingxi, can you see it? Yes. Can you tell me what the sky-swallowing clan member looks like? From Lingxi's narration, perhaps they finally understood just what kind of monster Long Chen was currently fighting against, and if it hadn't been for Long Chen, the monster would have crashed into their side, and if it hadn't been for him, what kind of terrifying disaster would have occurred? As such, they could not help but feel even more respect for this junior, Long Chen. The blood-colored longsword shot out. Sword shadows flew out. Under the attack of Long Chen's blood-will sword, several of the sky-swallowing clan members were reduced to dust. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered in dragon scales. His bone spikes were ferocious and filled with death. His killing intent exploded. Die. He held the world's origin, slaughter, in his hand. Blood vessels extended from the slaughter and connected with him. That was the connection between the blood-will sword and his divine body. He rushed to the body of the eagle and shark monster. When the other party couldn't see him and couldn't figure out where he was, the blood-will sword pierced deeply into his body. His flesh and blood were minced, and blood rained down. All of a sudden, perhaps due to the pain, the monster let out a loud bird's cry. It was an extremely penetrating and sharp sound. Although it didn't seem to affect Long Chen much, when the sound spread out, it pierced through the ranks of the elder gods. Instantly, all of the elder gods, including the primordial warlord, covered their ears in pain. Some of the Ninth Era's ancestral gods vomited blood and cried out in pain. They rolled around, clearly suffering inhumane torture. Long Chen then realized that it was not that the sound was ear-piercing, but that the sound of the sky-devouring race could actually stimulate the curse on their world's essence. The curse trembled, and that was why the ancestral gods were suffering such a disaster. Long Chen, quickly kill him. Hurry up. The ancestral gods were on the verge of tears. At this moment, they were in even more despair. This was the sky-devouring race using the curse to torture them even more. This was their current weakness, and even the primordial warlord couldn't bear it. Everyone was rushing him, but how could it be easy? Long Chen estimated that even if he didn't attack it, it would soon let out such a cry. This was the reason why it appeared in the apocalypse. Die. The situation was dire. Long Chen pressed down on Carnage. It had already pierced into its body. He held it in his hand, and from the tail position, along the spine of the monster, he rushed towards the eagle's head. Carnage was still pierced into the monster's body. With the power of the blood will sword, a huge ravine was formed, from the tail to the eagle's head. Fresh blood spurted all over Long Chen's body. The monster let out an even more tragic cry, causing the ancestral gods to break down even more. Seeing that many of the ancestral gods couldn't hold on any longer, Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he went berserk, and directly rushed into the monster's body through the wound. He began to slash wildly, using all the power of the blood will sword on the body of the sky-devouring race. Such a sky-devouring race could make thousands of creation ancestral gods collapse, and they couldn't even fight back. It was the nemesis of the creation ancestral gods. However, even though there was a huge difference in power, the monster couldn't sense Long Chen's existence at all. With its low intelligence, it probably didn't even know what was happening, and only knew fear. On this side, Long Chen was like its nemesis. Everything had its vanquisher. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Under the frenzied slash of the blood will sword, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Long Chen used the power of the blood will sword to restrain his opponent. This time, he had cut the sky-devouring race into 8 pieces. Perhaps only then could he alleviate the anxiety and anger in his heart. Rip. In the end, when he was exhausted, he broke open the monster's head, causing it to stop screaming. The ancestral gods were finally saved from the disaster, and from then on, the monster's flesh and blood turned into ashes under the burning of the divine doomsday fire. The sky-devouring race probably didn't even know how it died. As for the other sky-devouring race, seeing such a tragic situation, they, who were as timid as mice, had long escaped to God knows where. Long Chen looked at the huge beast dissipating in the divine fire, and was in a daze. He didn't think that he could really kill the sky-devouring race. However, the creation ancestral gods were even more shocked when they saw him. Everyone, when he turned back, the ancestral gods all looked at him with the same expression, which was shock. No matter what, we were still saved by you this time. Everyone looked at each other, unsure if they should express their gratitude or something else. At this moment, Long Chen realized that there was some movement behind him. After the sky-devouring race died, its corpse had formed a dim yellow light spot. The light spot was about the size of a fist, and it was flying in the direction that Long Chen and the others had gone. "I see it," said the primordial war ancestor suddenly. Not only him, but all the ancestral gods saw it too. Although they couldn't see the sky-devouring race, the last thing that the sky-devouring race had formed did not escape their sight. "Chase after it, we will definitely find what we are looking for. Yes, these are all small fries. If it is defeated, it is very likely that it is returning. That way, we will be able to find the instigator. Chase." The opportunity couldn't be wasted. Before Long Chen could figure out what it was, a large number of ancestral gods chased after it. Of course, some ancestral gods from the 6th era and above also participated. The speed of the dim yellow light spot wasn't fast, and the 9th era ancestral gods could easily keep up. The primordial war ancestor was also in the group chasing after it. "This color is very similar to the sky-devouring race I saw in the Tomb of Reincarnation," Long Chen muttered to himself. In fact, he also felt that if he followed the light spot, he would definitely find what he was looking for. He had met the person he wanted to kill. Perhaps all of the sky-devouring race are part of that one. They will only return after I kill them. After all, there had never been so many sky-devouring race in the infinite worlds before. Moreover, these ones that appeared had low intelligence, and they didn't even have their own thoughts. Just like that, Long Chen and Lingxi gathered. They were surrounded by thousands of ancestral gods, and they chased after the light spot, breaking through the layers of fire waves. To be honest, Long Chen wasn't considered strong among the group of ancestral gods. In fact, he was one of the weaker ones. Given his current state, he wasn't even as strong as the 8th-era ancestral god. If it wasn't for his own uniqueness, it would be very difficult for thousands of ancestral gods to gather around him and listen to his orders. If I can rebuild the infinite worlds in the future, I need to have the ability to truly shock them. I need to establish a unified order like the 10 great ancestral dragons. Otherwise, they won't be able to maintain their respect for me for long. He was thinking too far ahead. He didn't know how to get past the danger before him. As time passed, Long Chen's expression became much uglier. Has another world been destroyed? Ling Shi asked weakly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She was also very clear what the destruction of an ancestral god world's essence signified. This was what made her heart heavy. Those were trillions of common gods and devils. No, Long Chen said. Then what is it? It's, the number and speed of destruction of the worlds has increased. It was unprecedentedly fast. It was as though the sky-devouring race was launching a full-scale attack. No one could withstand such a huge loss. The destruction of those ancestral gods was equivalent to the complete destruction of the entire world. Speed up. Because there were too many people, they had to consider the speed of the 9th era's ancestral god. But now, Long Chen shouted for everyone to speed up. If they didn't destroy the crux of the matter, how many more worlds would be destroyed? Boom boom boom. The ancestral gods knew what was happening. They were lucky to still be alive. But many of their compatriots might not be so. Suddenly. Powerful. A powerful pressure descended at an unprecedented speed. Suddenly, 100-meter-tall giant formed from 9 types of chaos elemental essence appeared. One could clearly see the blood-red color of his eyes. At this moment, he charged over. Whoosh! All the ancestral gods were frightened and scattered. Long Chen was the same. He and Lingxi couldn't withstand a single attack from this ancestral god. It's a primal chaos ancestral god. And a berserk primal chaos ancestral god. He appeared so quickly that everyone couldn't dodge. Fortunately, the primal war ancestor was in front. He instantly transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant and collided with the primal chaos ancestral god in the endless sea of flames. 2 4th era's ancestral gods exploded. Rumble. More than 1,000 ancestral gods were sent flying by the shockwaves of the battle. You guys leave first. The primal war ancestor said. Now that the primal chaos ancestral god had his eyes on him, he would most likely be intercepted no matter which direction he fled in. The primal war ancestor was Long Chen's greatest hope. He was about to reach the end and was chasing that dot of light when a primal chaos ancestral god suddenly appeared. It was as though the heavens didn't want them to have a chance of survival. Primal war ancestor. The ancestral gods couldn't accept it. They had risked their lives to awaken the primal war ancestor. Now he was being held back. But without the primal war ancestor, they would be in a worse situation if they encountered the primal chaos ancestral god. Boom boom boom. A terrifying battle erupted in the flames. Long Chen couldn't even stand straight. Chapter 34:19. The sudden appearance of the primal chaos ancestral god was only the beginning of the calamity. Before this, Long Chen did not know that while they were heading towards the core, the other ancestral gods were also heading in this direction. Therefore, when the primal chaos ancestral god intercepted the primal chaos ancestral god, many crimson eyes appeared in that instant. The violent gazes pierced through the doomsday sacred fire, bringing with them a terrifying killing intent. The blazing madness was even hotter and more restless than the surrounding doomsday sacred fire. Indistinctly, the ancestral gods that were still being controlled were roaring to their limits. Roar, roar. The ancestral gods that had lost their sanity and were like starving beasts appeared from all directions. When they saw so many existences, it was as if they were all prey. Therefore, they could not help but roar even more wildly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, an uncountable number of elder gods appeared. They were densely packed as they gathered in this place. The thousands of ancestral gods that had calmed down saw even more ancestral gods that had fallen into madness. They had come to the core to see if there was a glimmer of hope that they could destroy the doomsday sacred fire and save the 10,000 realms. Who would have thought that upon arriving here, what awaited them was complete despair? The sky-devouring race seemed to have set up a trap here. Now, they had successfully lured all the ancestral gods here. What was next was a frenzied massacre on the son of purgatory. This was the true great extinction of 10,000 realms. From now on, the rate of destruction of the origin of the realms would reach its peak, until all the ancestral gods and the origin of the realms disappeared here. It's over, all our efforts were for naught. What we see here is even more despair. The sky-devouring race must have summoned the ancestral gods that are still under the control of the curse here for a great massacre. Not only did we not find a way to defeat the enemy, we even fell into the vortex of death. Even the primal chaos ancestral god is being held back. There is no hope for the 10,000 realms. In reality, their thoughts were not far from Long Chen's. If they were to stay here and face the slaughter, the only possibility was that the remaining 10% of the ancestral gods would all die. At this critical moment, Long Chen made a decision. At least the 7 ancestral gods of the 5th era were still by his side. Everyone, please lead these 1,000+ elder gods out of this place as quickly as possible. The further the better. Right now, all of the violent elder gods were gathered here. Because of Lingxi's hard work, they had finally regained consciousness. If they were to perish here, it would be too much of a waste. Long Chen had considered the worst-case scenario. Today, none of the elder gods would be able to escape. They would all be exterminated. In that case, he would be able to save at least 1,000 elder gods. He would be able to save 1,000 worlds. The myriad worlds would at least have a bit of a foundation that would allow them to survive. This was the worst-case scenario. As a decision-maker, he had to think of the worst-case scenario. Long Chen, what about you? The elder gods understood what Long Chen meant. They had the same thought as well. No matter what, now that their last sliver of hope had been destroyed, they had to leave behind a final chance of survival for the infinite worlds. Otherwise, staying here would only result in them dying of exhaustion. The sky-devouring race can't find me. I need to find an opportunity. Everyone, take care. Long Chen said resolutely. At this critical moment, all of the elder gods' hearts were pounding. Perhaps only Long Chen could still make a rational decision. The fire in his heart hadn't been extinguished by the arrival of despair. I admire you. Time waited for no man. If they were a step late, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The 1,000+ of them chose a place that seemed to have fewer people and fled. With a few of the 5th era's elder gods working together and Kunpeng ancestor god and the others, they were able to carve out a path of blood. Of course, they wouldn't destroy the world source of others. They just wanted to leave this place. Long Chen and Ling Shi heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had successfully left. However, the two of them had lost the protection of the 5th era's ancestor god in the battlefield where the ancestor gods were fighting. They were simply too insignificant and weak. They were like 2 ants in the middle of a chaotic ocean, with countless schools of fish killing each other around them. Long Chen saw with his own eyes that countless blood-red-eyed elder gods had entered this huge battlefield from countless directions. Among them, the battle between the primordial war ancestor and the chaos elder god was the most destructive. Long Chen, why aren't you leaving? The primordial war ancestor saw him during a gap in the battle. In fact, he had sensed more 5th era's elder gods approaching. Even he was prepared to leave, but the chaos elder god was too persistent. You leave first. I will find an opportunity. To be honest, Long Chen even wanted him to take Lingxi away. However, he was sure that Lingxi wouldn't agree. At this point, her will was definitely that if she had to die, she would rather die with Long Chen. Hence, he pulled Lingxi back and didn't ask for her help. Chen, thank you. Lingxi was a sensitive person. She knew that he had been struggling in his heart. Looking back, her eyes were brimming with tears. It was heartbreaking. We might not lose. Long Chen wiped away her tears. Perhaps because he had experienced such a scene many times, it wasn't that shocking anymore. He clenched his teeth and calmed down, seeking hope in this desperate situation. As for Lingxi, he held her smooth palm tightly. The warmth in her palm was the greatest courage he had at this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A large number of elder gods rushed over and joined the battlefield. Under the blood-red curse, this was a group of existences that even the 9th era's elder gods had the courage to rush to the 4th era's elder gods and attack. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of elder gods. What was it that attracted them here? Buzz. At this moment, Long Chen saw an even larger beast in the endless flames. In an instant, the endless sea of flames retreated, tearing open a huge space. Under Long Chen's feet, a huge beast appeared. It was a beast that was thousands of meters long. For it to have such a huge divine body in this apocalypse, one could see its strength. What shocked Long Chen the most was that it was a divine dragon. A divine dragon that was completely blood-red and made up of flames. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blood-colored flames surged and burned fiercely. Although it was just a ball of flames, it was clearly a living divine dragon that was stretching its body. It was very eye-catching, but the strangest thing was that the surrounding elder gods didn't react at all. It was as though they didn't see it. The primeval battle ancestor, who was fighting the primal chaos elder god, didn't feel anything at all from the divine dragon's head. Perhaps this is also the sky-devouring clan. The blood-red flame divine dragon of the sky-devouring clan. Although it was a little different, if it wasn't the sky-devouring clan, why didn't anyone sense it? More importantly, Long Chen was also in front of this huge divine dragon. But Long Chen could feel that this blood-red flaming divine dragon was engulfing its divine body, but it didn't seem to notice Long Chen's existence. Roar. At this moment, Long Chen saw with his own eyes that when the source of a world was destroyed, the shards flew towards the flaming divine dragon and were swallowed. He's absorbing the power of the source of all the elder gods' worlds. From start to finish, the power of all the destroyed elder gods' world source has landed on this flaming divine dragon. In other words, he's the key to all the conspiracies. Finally found the target. The target couldn't see him. But it wasn't as easy to deal with as the sky-devouring clan. In fact, it might not even be the sky-devouring clan. Rumble. The blood-red flaming divine dragon swam in the battlefield, avoiding all the creation ancestor gods. They didn't touch him, and as he swam, he would approach whenever the source of a world was destroyed. At this moment, the divine dragon approached and opened its mouth in front of Long Chen. Wang. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though he was struck by lightning. His vision passed through inexplicably, and he felt the strong vibration of the world source, massacre. He passed through the beast's mouth, throat, and within the endless blood-red flames, he saw a huge platform within its body. It was a pitch-black platform, and on that platform, a blood-red divine dragon coiled. That divine dragon, Long Chen was extremely familiar with. It was practically the divine dragon he was most familiar with. That was the primordial spiritual blood dragon. Of course, it wasn't a real divine dragon, but something that Long Chen was also very familiar with, the origin dragon soul. He finally saw the origin dragon soul of the primordial spiritual blood dragon. It was no wonder that at this moment, Massacre would guide him and be excited by the appearance of the origin dragon soul. Regarding the primordial spiritual blood dragon, Long Chen had gathered all 8 syndicate dragons, obtained the Death's Reign, the world source, and even found its ancestral flame. The only thing missing was its origin dragon soul. But at this moment, he was sure that the origin dragon soul was in the body of this giant beast. The problem was that the origin dragon soul of the primordial spiritual blood dragon was nailed to the platform by a total of 1 billion black nails. Each nail was covered with a black curse, and the symbol was like a snake, coiling around the nail. Who trapped the origin dragon soul here? Obviously, it had to be the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. Only he was familiar with the power of the curse. Under the pressure of the 1 billion black nails, the origin dragon soul of the primordial spiritual blood dragon could not move at all. But it existed. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes turned even redder. The blood feud, and the thing that he wanted the most, were all in the body of this flaming divine dragon. At this moment, he was destined to go crazy. He could not help but tell the dragon servants that he had seen the origin dragon soul of the primordial spiritual blood dragon. But whether or not he could get it was a huge problem. Lingxi was still by his side, and danger was everywhere. Go, I'll protect myself, Lingxi replied with a faint smile. This person, even at a time like this, was still completely thinking about Long Chen. Come with me. Chapter 34:20. Octopus 34:12. If he could tear the Inferno Divine Dragon apart, he would definitely be able to obtain the primordial blood soul dragon's primordial blood soul, which was bound by 1 billion curses. To Long Chen, this was like a ray of hope, a ray of light, in the midst of utter despair. Big Brother Chen, if you look closely, you'll notice that this Inferno Divine Dragon is inextricably linked to the entire Doomsday. Previously, we felt that the gigantic Doomsday was like a living being. It's very likely that this Inferno Divine Dragon is the core of the Doomsday, and the entire gigantic Doomsday is part of its body. Long Chen seemed to have sensed this as well when he heard Lingxi's words. The Inferno Divine Dragon was connected to the Apocalypse by flesh and blood. It was a complete body, and the Apocalypse was its body. In that case, it was very likely that Long Chen and the others were currently within the Apocalypse's body. Within the Apocalypse's body. The Inferno Divine Dragon that had been born within the Apocalypse's body was its core. The fragments of the Elder God's world essence had been absorbed by this core. It was very likely that this was the secret to the Apocalypse, and that the devouring dragon attendants had allowed all of the Creator Elder Gods to come here. But that wasn't important right now. Right now, virtually all of the Elder Gods were gathered here, engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Many of them were on the verge of death. Only by destroying this Inferno Divine Dragon would they be able to break out of this hopeless situation. Kill. Long Chen stealthily arrived in the air above the Apocalypse. Using his world essence to slaughter, he once more drew his Bloodwheel sword. Bloodwheel sword flashed with bloody light, and Long Chen charged to the Apocalypse's side without being discovered. Break! The Bloodwheel sword's boundless power stabbed into the Apocalypse beast's abdomen, easily piercing through and tearing open a crack. But, the crack was a crack of fire. In a flash, the crack was covered by thick flames, and the Apocalypse beast was completely unharmed. The Apocalypse beast acted as if it didn't know that Long Chen had attacked it. Without another word, it flashed past Long Chen. Long Chen found it hard to believe that he had done so little damage to the Apocalypse beast. His entire body is made up of flames. How can I use the blood will sword to tear his flesh apart? This effect was no different from Longchen attacking the endless divine doomsday fire with the blood will sword. Roar! That huge beast was still happily circling around, dancing in the air. Hope had just been born, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Longchen followed the doomsday beast all the way, using all his power to attack and all sorts of rules. Unfortunately, it was basically useless against the doomsday beast. Lingxi recovered a little and attacked again. It was the same. It was a ball of condensed flames that was difficult to break and rescue the trapped origin dragon soul. Boom boom boom. He raised his head and looked around. The battle between the Fourth Era's primordial ancestor gods was the loudest. Although Primordial War Ancestor was awake, he couldn't escape the vortex. Every time he met Long Chen's gaze, he would feel regret. The huge sword in his hand was already covered in cracks. Even the Fourth Era's primordial ancestor god wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After a while, when all the ancestor gods are dead, it will be the end of the myriad worlds. I don't have much time, this might be the final battle of his life. Long Chen almost suffocated. His heart was beating fast. Those blood-red eyes, crazy fighting spirit, and ferocious killing intent. But all of this was drowned out by the terror of the doomsday beast. This wasn't an ordinary life form. Even if it couldn't find Long Chen couldn't do anything to it. Attacking wildly for a while was just a waste of time. Long Chen even wanted to rush into the doomsday beast's mouth, but it was always closed. This method was better than tearing open its abdomen and rushing in. But the endless flames were too strong. They recovered the moment they were torn open. Long Chen didn't have the ability to rush into its stomach for now. As for the others, they couldn't help him at all. They didn't even know the existence of this doomsday beast. At that moment, Long Chen was about to go crazy. Every time hope was born, it was immediately lost. Now, Long Chen was forced to a single path of thought. Chen, over there. Suddenly, Lingxi pulled him and made him look in another direction. At this time, Long Chen was still thinking of ways to break this doomsday beast and obtain the origin dragon soul. When he followed Lingxi's gaze, his hatred and obsession erupted even more intensely than before. That was. In Long Chen's vision, the endless sea of flames tore open a path. In this huge path, a dim yellow shadow, surrounded by countless sky-swallowing race members, headed towards the battlefield. There were more than 10 sky-swallowing race members around it. They had shark bodies, eagle heads, and wings. As for the sky-swallowing race members that looked like spears, they didn't even have the right to get close. They could only watch from afar. This was the sky-swallowing race that Long Chen saw in the Tomb of Reincarnation. However, this was the only time that Long Chen could see what it really looked like. This was a member of the sky-swallowing clan that was almost the same as a ray. It had large pectoral fins that supported its body like wings. It swam in the endless sea of fire and also in the void. The entire world was its ocean. The only difference was that it had a pair of arms that looked like a human's. The entire ray was dim yellow. The only difference was its eyes. They were a pair of scarlet eyes that were terrifying and intimidating. People didn't dare to look at them directly. However, with just one look, Long Chen saw that there was a symbol in each eye. It was the symbol of the curse. It was exactly the same as the symbol on the ancestral god's world source. Compared to all the other sky-swallowing race members, this sky-swallowing race member made Long Chen truly feel fear. Of course, it couldn't find Long Chen. It's coming from the direction that the thousands of ancestral gods fled from. Long Chen realized this problem. Indeed, behind the sky-swallowing race member, thousands of ancestral gods were charging towards the battlefield. They were ancestral god Hun Kun and the others. They had originally allowed Lingxi to regain her consciousness, but when the ray passed by, they fell back into a frenzy. This meant that Lingxi and Long Chen's previous efforts were all for naught. Long Chen, at this time, the primordial war ancestor, called out to him. Long Chen looked back and saw that the primordial war ancestor was looking in Long Chen's direction and the direction of the ray. Then, the scarlet color spread to his eyes like a tide. That was the curse that Long Chen and the others had painstakingly expelled. Because of the arrival of the ray, it had been awakened once again. This meant that all the surviving ancestral gods were here. No one had a chance of escaping. If there were no accidents, all the creator ancestral gods would perish here today. All the world origins would be destroyed at once. All the living beings and demons of the infinite worlds would be eternally extinct. The infinite worlds, this glorious history, would come to an end at the end of the 10th epoch. They would be completely annihilated. To Long Chen, his lover, family, brothers, all the people he protected, all his pursuits, dreams, desires, and destinies would turn into bubbles. Everything was because of the sky-swallowing race. Unable to deal with the doomsday behemoth, Long Chen shifted his target of hatred when he saw the ray. This ray had a body of flesh and blood. Even though it was terrifying, Long Chen wanted to drink its blood. Oh, I thought it was strange. Why are there so many changes? So it's all because of you, inheritor of the primordial blood spirit dragon. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. This was the voice that Long Chen hated the most. It came at the most unexpected time. At this moment, a black figure stood up from the ray. Only then did Long Chen see him. Black robe, ghostly face, tall and thin, this was the devouring dragon servant. The person he wanted to kill even in his dreams. Who would have thought that the ancestral dragon's successor would actually appear again? This is truly a miracle, to think that you're able to reach such a level. You nearly ruined our tribe's plans. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, you would have really managed to escape. Clearly, the devouring dragon servant was different from the other sky-swallowing race members. He could see Long Chen. The mysterious dragon jade did not block his vision. Now, within the boundless sea of flames, surrounded by terrifying elder gods, Long Chen and the devouring dragon attendant stared at each other. Long Chen had traversed countless years, traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and now, Long Chen had finally found him. They were fated to be mortal enemies. The strange thing is that they can't see you. There must be something on you that they can't see. What is it? The devouring dragon servant's voice changed from relaxed to curious. From start to finish, Long Chen hadn't spoken a single word. Perhaps it was because at this time, all the space in his body had been occupied by slaughter. He didn't even have the space to speak. Within the dragon blood, countless divine dragons let out furious roars. This was the hatred of the divine dragon tribe that had once ruled over the myriad worlds. All of it had been born by Long Chen. Seeing all of this, the devouring dragon servant smiled and said, "From your eyes, it seems that you hate me very much. Obviously, you know me. Let me guess what exactly is the reason behind this." Even though there was a storm of blood around, the devouring dragon servant was still talking cheerfully. In fact, he did not even need to appear. As long as time passed, the ancestral gods would definitely be wiped out. Obviously, it's our fault for destroying this world. Otherwise, what other reason could there be? Sai, actually, you should know that everything is settled now. Look behind you. As long as the origin of their world is destroyed, it's time for everything to come to an end. If there's a reason, it can only be said that we were born to devour ourselves to strengthen ourselves. We have no concept of the world, we only have ourselves. I want to know what will happen when this giant beast devours all the origin of the world. Finally, Long Chen spoke. He wanted to know the other party's motive. Are you talking about this cute doomsday? The devouring dragon servant could not help but laugh. Chapter 34:21. From the devouring dragon servant's words, the Inferno Divine Dragon was actually the Doomsday itself. The Inferno Divine Dragon was a part of the Doomsday. The huge sphere formed by the Doomsday Divine Fire was also a part of the Doomsday. Because of this, the Doomsday was a life. But what kind of life would it be? Long Chen suppressed his desire for revenge. He knew that he had to know the secrets of the Sky-Devouring Clan's plan that he didn't know. Speaking of which, you really don't know. The devouring dragon servant was high and mighty. In his eyes, Long Chen had only inherited the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence. To him, he wasn't much of a threat. Now, you know why I brought the ancestral gods to the Doomsday. In reality, you're still unfamiliar with the Doomsday. Fine, I'll make you feel even more despair. The devouring dragon servant sat on the skate, which circled above Long Chen's head. Around Long Chen, countless ancestral gods were engaged in battle. From time to time, there would be grievous news from the myriad worlds. He could even see the destruction of the origin of the world. Every moment was a fatal heartache. His heart was burning with rage, and he wanted to brandish the sword in his hand. However, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was enough to block this boundless rage. That thought was the truth that he desperately wanted to know. Perhaps the devouring dragon servant saw that everything was going to be destroyed without any suspense, so he did not disappoint Long Chen and said, "First of all, I'm sure you want to know what the Doomsday is all about." It's quite a coincidence. We modified it with the origin dragon soul of the ancient blood spiritual dragon and created it. I know that the origin dragon soul is what you want the most right now, but unfortunately, you won't be able to get it. Even more powerful elder gods were fighting against each other to destroy them, to say nothing of Long Chen. The devouring dragon attendant knew that Long Chen was filled with rage and hatred, and so he felt an intense desire in his heart to let Long Chen know the truth. Because that would make him even angrier, more regretful, and even more despairing. Doomsday's identity was not much different from what Long Chen had guessed. The Doomsday, the curse of blood enslavement. In the end, all of the elder gods were gathered here. The reason we allowed the elder gods to return was because this was the only place where the Doomsday could be born. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to witness the destruction of the elder gods. Now, the elder gods have been completely destroyed in the Doomsday, and the world essence of the myriad worlds is the foundation of the myriad worlds. Let the Doomsday devour this boundless energy and transport it to my race, then transfer it to the sages. At that time, the sages can truly awaken, break the peerless seal of the first ancestor dragon, truly devour the myriad worlds, and truly end the war of 100 million years. The devouring dragon servant spoke with great excitement. The more he spoke, the closer he got to the truth. The curse of blood enslavement, the space where the Doomsday was born, and the destruction of the ancestor god. Only then would the Doomsday be transferred to the Sacred Lord, allowing the Sacred Lord to truly awaken, break the seal, and complete the final step of devouring the myriad worlds. Long Chen's mind flashed quickly as he organized this information. Just as the devouring dragon servant had imagined, Long Chen was even more excited, but also more despairing. In other words, if your plan fails, the Doomsday will not be able to devour the energy of the destruction of the world essence. The Sacred Lords will not be able to truly awaken, and will not be able to break the seal. Long Chen asked excitedly. He never knew that the rulers of the Sky-Devouring Clan could possibly be sealed. He only knew that they seemed to be in a deep sleep. Deep sleep, it should be easy for them to awaken. After listening to the devouring dragon servant's explanation, Long Chen realized that the Sacred Lords were not as mobile as Long Chen had imagined. Long Chen thought that they were only injured and in a deep sleep, only by completely destroying the source of the myriad worlds could the Divine Lord truly awaken and break the seal. This was the true purpose of devouring the dragon attendants and the others. Before this, Long Chen had always thought that existences like the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon could awaken at any time. Perhaps, he had underestimated the 9 ancestral dragons. No wonder the sacred lords of the sky-devouring clan did not seem to be able to find a trace of him when he rose up in the myriad worlds, even when the devouring dragon servant appeared. All the information that Long Chen knew about before the epoch came from the dragon servants. The matter of the sacred lords being sealed was probably orchestrated by the first ancestor dragon, so even they did not know about it. The first ancestor dragon had never been able to be measured by common sense. If they were free, they would have completely digested these ancestor gods. Why would they wait for the apocalypse to mature before carrying out this plan? Now that the entire sky-devouring clan only has me and Yaoshi left. Of course, this apocalypse is our new partner. Oh right. I think we've revealed enough. Now that you know so much, you should be able to die in peace. To be honest, I did not expect you to appear in our plan. You almost took away thousands of ancestor gods and slightly ruined our plan. Fortunately, I came in time and brought these mischievous ancestor gods back. Of course, you can't change anything. The blood slavery curse was personally cursed by me, the Sacred Lord. Now that Yaoshi is here, their self-destruction is a foregone conclusion. The origin dragon soul is the apocalypse itself, so don't even think about becoming a true ancestor dragon. In my life, I love to cut off other people's desires. I know that you've gone through many hardships and desires for this day, but so what? This is a foregone conclusion. You can't change it. When the 10 ancestor dragons died, the destruction of the myriad worlds was already a foregone conclusion. If it wasn't for the first ancestor dragon's final retaliation, the myriad worlds would have been destroyed 100 million years ago. In these 100 million years, the sacred lords only wanted the apocalypse to be born. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any chance at all. It was because it was foolproof that the devouring dragon servant could be so relaxed. While watching the ancestor gods being destroyed, he teased Long Chen to the point where he completely broke down. In other words, if I had stopped you today, the few sacred lords and the sky-swallowing clan would never have appeared. Long Chen gritted his teeth and asked. Only now did he know that he was so close to the final victory. He was only one step away. As long as he could stop everything that happened today, the calamity of the myriad worlds would be completely resolved. The sky-swallowing clan would never come again. Now, all the sky-swallowing clan members who could still move were in front of Long Chen. Only Yaoshi and the apocalypse. The apocalypse was even modified by the origin dragon soul of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Faced with this question, the devouring dragon servant only laughed and did not answer. However, Long Chen was certain that this must be the case. He believed that the first ancestor dragon was that powerful. If I had let all the ancestor gods enter my death world and not come to the apocalypse, that would be great. All the danger would have been resolved. However, today, it's really impossible. The devouring dragon servant dared to tell him all this because he could control the situation. The destruction of the ancestor gods and the apocalypse could not be stopped. Unless Long Chen could kill the devouring dragon servant, Yaoshi, and the apocalypse. However, even the devouring dragon servant was unfathomable. He was definitely an ancestor god. He was once a human, but now, even the origin dragon soul of the ancient blood spiritual dragon had become the apocalypse and the sky-swallowing clan. He could not possibly still be a human. This feeling of knowing everything but being powerless is not good. I'll give you 2 choices. You can choose to die now, die in front of the ancestor gods and not have to witness the final destruction of the myriad worlds. You don't have to suffer the torture of your conscience. Or you can choose to die after the ancestor gods are destroyed and the sacred lords awaken and descend again to devour the myriad worlds. The devouring dragon servant danced and laughed on top of Yaoshi. Long Chen remembered that he had killed him in the divine dragon origin grounds. This was his mortal enemy, and his killing intent towards him was billions of times heavier. After enduring for a long time, he finally learned the truth. To Long Chen, this was too great a reward. He knew that as long as he killed Yaoshi, the devouring dragon servant, and the apocalypse, this epic war would be over. The last peak was an immeasurable peak. There was no possibility of crossing it. However, Long Chen was the kind of person who would fight to the end as long as he was not dead. The devouring dragon servant wanted to see Long Chen's faith crumble, but it gave Long Chen a reason to abandon everything and fight to the death. When he found out the truth, all his forbearance burst forth like floodwaters bursting out of a dam. Rumble. His body was covered in blood flames. Oh, you still have the will to fight. Congratulations. The devouring dragon servant stopped laughing and said indifferently. He was not very excited. After all, what he wanted to see the most was Long Chen kneeling and begging for mercy, not fighting to the death. Swoosh. Long Chen temporarily put Lingxi aside. In the face of countless impossibilities, he gave up his life and everything else. He held the world origin slaughter in his hand and rushed towards the devouring dragon servant. This was the moment he had been waiting for a long time. Blood will sword. The blood of hatred and the anger of billions of lives were condensed in the blood will sword, condensed in the slaughter. Long Chen pointed the sword at the devouring dragon servant and moved forward. Insignificant skill, and you are still using the simplest rule of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Boring. The devouring dragon servant was not interested at all. He watched blankly as Long Chen descended. He was not interested at all. However, Long Chen still looked like he was fighting with all his might. Die. Long Chen's blood and tears merged as he roared in grief. Ridiculous. The devouring dragon servant was amused by his desperate look. Only then did he know that Long Chen was such a joke. He was doing such a meaningless thing. Scram. He could tear Long Chen apart with just a stretch of his hand. Long Chen was already in front of him. The slaughter was the strongest move in history, and this time, he had the help of countless lives. The devouring dragon servant was still disdainful. But at the last moment, Long Chen suddenly changed the direction of the slaughter and used his body to withstand the devouring dragon servant's attack. This was a suicidal move, but the killing intent changed direction and stabbed into one of Yang Shi's eyes. It was difficult to write today's chapter. He was still one chapter short. If there were no accidents, he would complete the 4 chapters next week. This time, he needed a longer outline. Chapter 34-22. Yang Shi's eyes. The reason why he attacked this position was because Long Chen had long seen that this pair of blood-red eyes had the blood enslavement curse. On Yang Shi's body, this thing was very obvious. It was very likely that the crazy curse of the ancestral gods had something to do with the curse in the pair of blood-red eyes. Because Yang Shi was not the owner of the blood enslavement curse, the true curse was on the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon. Therefore, Yang Shi was very likely to use something given by the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon to trigger the blood enslavement curse, and this eye might be the key. This was the reason why Long Chen had been acting from start to finish. That's right, the agitation, sorrow, and hatred he had shown for a long period of time, since he met the devouring dragon servant, he had been acting to lower the guard of the devouring dragon servant. The devouring dragon attendant's words had indeed shocked Long Chen greatly. However, from the beginning to the end, he would definitely not be fooled to the point of breaking down. All of his acting and planning was for this moment, to be able to instantly slaughter the world's origin energy. Along with the blood will sword, he stabbed one of Yang Shi's eyes. Of course, with the devouring dragon servant in front of him, he could only pierce one eye. The reason why he dared to do this was because Yang Shi was from the sky-devouring clan, and Yang Shi could not see him. If not for that, he would not have succeeded so easily. Rip. Following Yang Shi's sudden scream, all the destructive power of the blood will sword within Long Chen's kill landed on that one eye, causing Yang Shi's eye to suddenly explode. Under the assimilation of the blood will sword, it turned into a sky full of blood shadows. Roar. Yang Shi's pained roar echoed throughout the apocalypse. Because of the immense pain, her body suddenly trembled violently, and the result was that Long Chen and the devouring dragon servant were both sent flying. Because of this, the devouring dragon servant's attack did not land on Long Chen's body, and barely allowed Long Chen to escape this fatal disaster. Rumble. Yang Shi was completely out of the devouring dragon servant's control, and she crashed around the ancestral gods in pain. You. The devouring dragon servant flew into a rage. The vortex-like eyes on its ghostly face widened as it glared angrily at Long Chen. It didn't even have time to react to this sudden discovery. Right now, before his eyes, Long Chen's eyes were cold and indifferent. Although there was still hatred and anger in them, they were cold and not violent. Right now, Long Chen had perfectly controlled his emotions, turning into a steel-like killing machine. This was his original appearance. His previous irritation and agitation were just an act to make the devouring dragon servant lower its guard. Just as the devouring dragon servant said the word "you," the entire battlefield underwent a huge change due to Long Chen's actions. Instantly, all the ancestral gods stopped their attacks. The blood color in one of their eyes was fading, and on the world's origin energy, one could clearly see that the lower half of the blood-red curse had shattered and turned into nothingness. Because Long Chen had destroyed one of Yang Shi's eyes, half of the blood enslavement curse had been destroyed. Although the other half was still active, at least the ancestral gods had stopped fighting, and their irritation was reduced to half of what it was before. All the ancestral gods looked around, their faces contorted. One moment they were ferocious, and the next they were calm. Even if they attacked, they would stop and look at each other in confusion. At least, the brutal slaughter had ended because of the destruction of the eye. To Long Chen, this was an unprecedented surprise. He didn't even think that destroying one of Yang Shi's eyes would have such an effect. With this, although the ancestral gods have yet to awaken, at least the destruction of the world's origin energy has been completely stopped. I've bought some time. Long Chen analyzed the situation very clearly. However, Yang Shi's eye seems to be slowly recovering. After a period of time, her eye will regenerate, and the blood enslavement curse will reappear. Although Long Chen had only swept a glance, he had a certain level of confidence in the eye's recovery speed. At this speed, it would take roughly an hour. During this period of time, the ancestral gods were all puzzled. Sometimes, they would even look at Yang Shi and the devouring dragon servant. If they were free and could help him, then Long Chen's current opponents would be nothing to fear. Yang Shi, Icy Blue Curse. Just as the ancestral gods were getting restless, the devouring dragon servant had already calmed down and issued an order to Yang Shi. At this time, Yang Shi had already calmed down. Under the devouring dragon servant's order, her remaining eye had already begun to change. The blood-red eye had turned into an icy blue. Even the curse within it had turned the same. Instantly, the raging god Doomsday Fire seemed to be filled with a cold intent. Kacha, Long Chen looked over. With Yang Shi as the center, from the ancestral gods closest to them, the remaining half of the ancestral gods on the world's origin energy had all turned icy blue. When the ancestor gods turned icy blue ice began to appear, freezing every ancestor god within. Instantly, countless chunks of ice appeared in the endless sea of fire. Each huge chunk of ice froze an ancestor god. The ancestral gods were all frozen within, unable to move. This also meant that it was impossible for the half-calmed ancestral gods to help Long Chen attack the devouring dragon servant and Yang Shi. They had all been frozen. This icy blue was the fourth form besides black, blood, and gray. The devouring dragon servant was worried that the ancestral gods would cause trouble, so he froze them to prevent any ancestral gods from escaping. After settling things, Yang Shi distanced herself from Long Chen and focused on recovering one of his eyes. As for the devouring dragon servant, he stood in front of Long Chen and extended a skinny finger to point at Long Chen. He said angrily, "I never expected that this process would be unintentionally halted by you. However, it doesn't matter. The only difference is that you have given me the answer. You have chosen to die before everything is destroyed. Don't worry. Once I end you, the ancestral gods, blood enslavement curse, will recover. This battle will never stop. Unfortunately, your efforts have been in vain." Now that the ancestral gods were all frozen and Yang Shi was still recovering, the only thing that could stop Long Chen was the devouring dragon servant. He no longer had much patience for Long Chen. Now, his long robe billowed as he swept towards Long Chen. A thick killing intent swept out from his body. Of course, this killing intent was far from the rage in Long Chen's heart. The only possibility is to defeat or pass through the devouring dragon servant and destroy Yang Shi's last eye. That will end everything, but the devouring dragon servant will not let me near Yang Shi. Destroying one of Yang Shi's eyes was already Long Chen's limit. There was only one possibility: defeat the devouring dragon servant. "Chen, I will help you." Lingxi had recovered quite a bit. She used the White Lotus Black Hell to accompany Long Chen. Defeating the devouring dragon servant was his only hope. "I can block him. You go deal with Yang Shi," Lingxi said. "No, we need to know how strong the devouring dragon servant is. I can't let you die. However, Yang Shi can't see you. You can try and see if you can attack his eyes from a distance." Even though it was risky, Long Chen had to do it. He would block the devouring dragon servant himself. All right. As long as she could be of use, Lingxi would not hesitate to put in any effort. At this moment, she did not say a word and rushed towards Yang Shi, while Long Chen stood in front of the devouring dragon attendant. Ridiculous. The devouring dragon servant came forward. Scram. That was the slaughter rule. The blood will sword was unsheathed once again. To deal with the devouring dragon servant, only the world origin combined with this rule would be effective. Long Chen had to give Ling Shi some time. So, he took the initiative to attack. His dream for countless years was to stain his sword with the blood of his father's murderer. Die. The blood will sword tore out 1,000 zhang of blood light as it charged forward. Under the 10,000 time domain, Long Chen instantly appeared before the devouring dragon servant. The slaughter force of the blood will sword pierced into the devouring dragon servant's face. Puchi. Unexpectedly, the devouring dragon servant didn't dodge and let Long Chen attack him directly. The world origin, slaughter, pierced through his head, and the real place it pierced was the devouring dragon servant's mouth. In fact, when he pierced the devouring dragon servant's body with the blood will sword, Long Chen knew something was wrong. There was definitely a problem with the devouring dragon servant's decisiveness to not resist and let him attack. Still a small trick. Do you only know this move? The devouring dragon servant's laughter made one's hair stand on end. His mouth was pierced but he could still laugh. At this moment, before Long Chen could draw out the slaughter force, he felt a terrifying devouring force. That devouring force descended on the slaughter force and the dragon blood in the blood will sword. Rip. In a short moment, the blood will sword was cut in half. Half of Long Chen's dragon blood was devoured by the devouring dragon servant and disappeared. If it wasn't for Long Chen drawing out the remaining half, it would have disappeared too. The remaining half of the dragon blood returned to Long Chen's body. However, losing half of the dragon blood was a huge injury. It was comparable to destroying more than half of Long Chen's physical body. It caused Long Chen to instantly fall into a state of serious injury. The devouring dragon servant did not do anything and directly restrained him. "Did you just realize how weak you are?" The devouring dragon servant could not help but laugh. He looked at the weak Long Chen in front of him. As he laughed, his body actually changed and turned into a pitch-black, round, eyeless worm with a bloody mouth and 6 claws. It was quite disgusting, but it was also quite terrifying. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Long Chen. Chapter 34-23. Purifying Lotus. When the devouring dragon servant, which looked like a worm with a bloody mouth, bit Long Chen, a snow-white lotus flower appeared in front of it. It was almost swallowed by the devouring dragon servant. The light of the purifying lotus was specifically used to expel evil and filth. Although the devouring dragon servant was not evil, it was very filthy. It could not bear the filth of the purifying lotus. It screamed and escaped, but only for a while. In the blink of an eye, the devouring dragon servant found Lingxi coming back. It was going to destroy Yangxi's last eye, but half of Long Chen's dragon blood had been devoured. Seeing that he was about to be devoured, it had no choice but to return. Whoosh! Long Chen's vision was blurry. The huge devouring dragon servant wrapped around Long Chen's body in the blink of an eye. Before Lingxi arrived, it had completely controlled Long Chen. Its bloody mouth stopped above Long Chen's head. It could swallow Long Chen at any time. The worm was like a parasite. It was wet and disgusting. There was a lot of filth wrapped around its body. The stench was so bad that it could kill Long Chen. But it was undeniable that it was very strong. Under its entanglement, Long Chen's divine body quickly changed shape. He had to use his strength to transform into the immemorial blood dragon. With the bone spikes all over his body, he might be able to resist the devouring dragon servant. But in fact, the devouring dragon servant was stronger. In a short time, it had turned Long Chen into a bloody mess. "You're too slow. You can't save him. It's your incompetence that killed him." In a blurred state, Long Chen heard the devouring dragon servant say to Lingxi. Long Chen was now trapped in the flesh of his opponent. It was very dangerous. To be honest, although he had successfully destroyed one of Yangxi's eyes and stopped the ancestor gods from killing each other, the devouring dragon servant's strength had cut off Long Chen's chances of victory. Moreover, once Yangxi's eye recovers, the ancestor gods will definitely continue to kill each other, and the end of the world will still come. Long Chen wasn't willing to do this, so even though he had lost half of his dragon blood and his head was spinning, he still coldly struggled. However, the flesh of the devouring dragon servant was too tough and disgusting. "Let him go." Lingxi's trembling voice came from outside. At this moment, Long Chen was truly anxious. He felt that the other party had not immediately devoured him because he wanted to make him die even more miserably. And the only way to make him die even more miserably was to let Lingxi die in front of him. As expected, the devouring dragon attendant said, "You can save him, can't you? You know how to curse as well. In that case, you should know how to use the Eternal Protection Curse, right? You can use your Eternal Protection Curse to free him from my control." The devouring dragon attendant's teasing words made Lingxi fall silent. Long Chen had never heard her mention the Eternal Protection Curse before. "Are you scared? Isn't it just being turned into a jade stone for eternity and suffering the backlash of the curse? For the person you love, so what? Who knows, your eternal protection curse might be able to allow him to escape from me and even escape from today's calamity." The devouring dragon attendant laughed heartily. "Jade, backlash, Xiaosi, don't choose this method. I have a way to escape." Long Chen hurriedly used the threads of 3 lives to talk to her. With the threads of 3 lives, they were constantly connected. However, Long Chen had a bad premonition that Lingxi did not answer him. "Don't be like this." Although Long Chen could not escape the devouring dragon attendant's control for the time being, he could not accept it if Lingxi really had to sacrifice her life to save him. This was too tragic. Lingxi also knew that Long Chen could not accept such an ending. However, it was precisely because of this that he had devoured a dragon servant. It was rare for him to encounter such a toy on such a grand day. Moreover, it was the successor of the ancient blood spirit dragon that he hated the most. He definitely couldn't allow it to die peacefully. He had to destroy Long Chen in misery. Perhaps this is my bad taste. However, it's been too boring for so many years. The devouring dragon attendant thought to itself. In an era, it had not met anyone important enough for it to make fun of. The Eternal Protection Curse. Lingxi. Long Chen understood that the reason he had devoured the dragon's servants was to make him feel heartache. However, Lingxi did not answer Long Chen. That was what she would do. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen felt a pure white power wrap around his body and expel the filth around him. The white flames that suddenly appeared burned the devouring dragon attendant, causing it to feel pain and let go of Long Chen. However, it let go of Long Chen with a laugh. This was exactly what it had been waiting for. Under its coercion, Lingxi used the Eternal Protection Curse and sacrificed her life to drag Long Chen out, so that he would be protected by the Eternal Protection Curse. Enjoy the feeling of losing the most important person. Remember, she died for you. What a great woman. Unfortunately, she is a fool. When Long Chen saw that the beautiful woman in front of him had become a white jade statue, a crack appeared in Long Chen's heart. Inside, it was a bloody mess. He could clearly sense that Lingxi had lost all signs of life. Even the other end of the thread of 3 lives had fallen into eternal silence. At that moment, Long Chen could not bear the pain. The devouring dragon attendant had succeeded. It had easily used this method to crush Long Chen's heart, giving Long Chen the most terrifying blow he had ever suffered in his life. Fortunately, this fatal soul shock only lasted for a split second, causing the heaven and earth to crumble. That was because Lingxi's voice rang out from the other end of the threads of 3 lives of love. She said, "Brother Chen, I realized that I'm not dead yet. This eternal protection curse is the law of the divine curse demon ancestor. Perhaps to others, casting this curse would turn them into jade for eternity, but I'll recover in about an hour." "This is really great," Lingxi spoke to Long Chen in an excited tone. Clearly, after using the eternal protection curse and seeing that she was still alive, she realized that she would not die. Therefore, she had made the decision to use her life in exchange for Long Chen's life. She was just lucky that she was not dead. "I knew that the divine curse evil ancestor would not comprehend a law that could kill me. Why didn't I think of it before?" If she had known that this curse would not kill, she would have told Long Chen long ago. She would not have hidden it from him after learning it. She was worried that she would use it one day, but Long Chen forbade her to use it. Xiaoshi, he couldn't imagine that this foolish woman would once again give up her life for him without saying anything. It was not the first time. Fortunately, she was still alive. Otherwise, who knew what kind of torture Long Chen would have to endure? Even if he could survive today, he would be in pain for the rest of his life. Long Chen was still terrified of the extreme pain he had experienced in that instant. He did not know what to say to Lingxi. He wanted to teach her a lesson, but what was the use? No matter how many times it happened, she would still make the same choice. She had been like this since they met in Baiyang town. Her love was pure, but it was to the extreme. He could not let her down. Looking at her, Long Chen couldn't bear to teach her a lesson anymore. He just felt that he was endlessly lucky to have such a woman in his life. And now, the thing that Long Chen understood the most was that he absolutely couldn't let her down this time. Devouring Dragon Servant. Looking back, that huge meat worm only had a bloody mouth, but it was still laughing maniacally. It was laughing to make Long Chen feel more despair. Moreover, Yangxi's eyes were still recovering. Vaguely, the curse was about to appear. Not far away, Doomsday was roaming around. Because it had not absorbed the source of the world, it was a little irritable. Isn't this feeling pleasurable to the extreme? How strong is your desire to kill me? The devouring dragon servant laughed sinisterly. Its face was ugly and disgusting. Long Chen's small mystical dragon body wrapped around Lingxi's jade body. Blood stained the jade as he stared at the devouring dragon servant with cold eyes. Do you think that you are so sure of victory? Of course. The devouring dragon servant laughed even harder. Since you can still say such things, it means that you haven't completely collapsed. Forget it, I can't be bothered to play with you now. Anyway, you can already predict the result. As the devouring dragon servant spoke, it was already roaming in the doomsday flames. It was planning to devour Long Chen and the jade body of Lingxi. It's over, poor little guy. The devouring dragon servant opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy wind blew. It's not over yet. It will be over after a while. Long Chen's mystical dragon head could not help but laugh. His laugh was a little strange, appearing at the most inopportune moment. The devouring dragon servant was puzzled. He even stopped because he really didn't know what was so funny in such a desperate moment. What are you laughing at? The devouring dragon servant asked curiously. I'm laughing because you think you have everything under control. That's the funniest thing. Long Chen said. You're really funny. Seems like you're a heartless person. Even the person you love is dead, and you can still laugh. Just this alone is surprising. The devouring dragon servant wriggled over. To me, you're just a delicacy. Even the ancestral dragon is food for the sacred tribe, let alone a half-baked ancestral dragon like you. The devouring dragon servant opened its bloody mouth again. Boom! Chapter 34-24. What is this? The devouring dragon servant stopped once again. In that short moment, he had stopped many times already. Every time he tried to kill Long Chen, he failed. This time, he was even stranger. When he was shocked and stopped, Long Chen flung Lingxi's jade stone away, completely out of range of the battle. To a place where there were only flames, away from the battlefield, Lingxi could slowly recover and not be disturbed here. At this critical juncture, the comet-like beam of light smashed into the Doomsday God's body. Like a sharp needle, it pierced into the Doomsday God's body. After piercing into it, it actually tore apart the Doomsday God's body. Furthermore, it did not bounce back out. Rumble. Doomsday cried out in pain, his body contorting. What is this? We are the sacred ones. The devouring dragon servant transformed back into human form. This time, he was truly shocked. He stared at Doomsday, forgetting to move. He stood there, stupefied. Long Chen's appearance today was one of his surprises. The second was that Long Chen had cut one of Yang Shi's eyes. The third was the appearance of the sky-devouring clan. He did not know that there was such a powerful sky-devouring clan in the world. Impossible, the shock came too suddenly. He was still in a daze. That is a sacred ones that devours all flames. The devouring dragon servant was even more excited. This was not an ordinary sacred one's. How did he appear? At this point, he still hadn't moved. It was already too late. Rumble. The beam of fire had penetrated the Doomsday God's body and reached its core. If it was a forceful attack, even the devouring dragon servants would not be able to do it. In fact, only the Sky-devouring clan would be able to do it. Flame-devouring beast. The devouring dragon servant recalled this name. But at this time, the flaming beast finally revealed itself in the space inside the Doomsday's body. It was a pure black demon wolf, covered in flames. On top of the original 7 types of ancestral flames, there was also the primeval sacrificial flame. The primordial sacrificial fire had 3 parts. At this time, 3 flames appeared on the sun-devouring demon wolf's forehead. They were 3 flame-like marks. One was a 9-colored flame, one was a black star-like flame, and one was a spatial flame. This was the primeval sacrificial flame. Big brother, I succeeded. Try to break the curse. This is your last chance. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In fact, he had been communicating with Mo Xiaolang all the time. Mo Xiaolang had just swallowed the primeval sacrificial flame, so he was coming here as fast as he could. Finally, he had arrived. From the very beginning, this was all within Long Chen's plan. The only miscalculation was that the devouring dragon servant was too strong and had subdued him in an instant. Fortunately, Lingxi had resolved the crisis for him and bought him some time. When he saw the Doomsday, Long Chen had the idea of letting Mo Xiaolang tear it apart and charge in. Now that Mo Xiaolang had finally arrived and successfully entered, he acted at Long Chen's suggestion. Whoosh! Although it was said to be 7 kinds of ancestral flames, it was actually 10 kinds of ancestral flames. The 10 ancestral flames condensed into a huge fireball. At the critical moment, it directly collided with the origin dragon's soul that was nailed by 1 billion black iron needles. Rumble. The 1 billion black nails had locked the origin dragon's soul in one area. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang's attack did not destroy the origin dragon soul. Instead, it was all used on the curse. In fact, the entire Doomsday Beast was made up of the 1 billion black nails, the origin dragon soul of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and a third thing. This third thing was the primeval sacrificial fire. After the 3 primeval sacrificial fires were devoured by Mo Xiaolang, the Doomsday Beast was no longer complete. It was missing a part of the fire. That was why Mo Xiaolang was able to break through the Doomsday Beast's divine body and charge in so easily. This time, it was mainly because of the 3 primeval sacrificial fires. As a result, when Mo Xiaolang first attacked, countless black nails turned into pieces and disappeared. Over 100 million of them disappeared at once. No. Only then did the devouring dragon servant realize that something was wrong and how terrifying it was. His expression changed drastically and he charged at the Doomsday Beast like a madman. However, at this time, Mo Xiaolang's second and third attacks all landed on the black nails. Of course, the number of curses he destroyed increased. When he realized that it was the effect of the 3 primeval sacrificial fires, Mo Xiaolang directly used them to attack. No. A look of despair appeared on the devouring dragon servant's face. This was because Yangxi's eye could be destroyed, but if the Doomsday Beast collapsed, then, today's plan would not be able to be completed. Without the Doomsday Beast, the preparation over 100 million years would be useless. There was no way to transfer the world's origin energy for the sacred lords to absorb. However, things did not go as smoothly as the devouring dragon servant had expected. Mo Xiaolang knew that time was precious, so he destroyed it again and again. Finally, at the last moment, Mo Xiaolang broke through the 1 billion nails. Suddenly, the first to feel his soul throbbing was Long Chen. Boom! The entire Doomsday Beast was collapsing. Roar! The origin dragon soul, which had been asleep for countless years, finally woke up after being destroyed by Mo Xiaolang. Moreover, it could feel Long Chen's existence right in front of it. It was the feeling of being connected by blood and everything being connected. Long Chen was like a pure physical body that had been waiting for this soul for a long time. After so many hardships, this moment had finally arrived. The Doomsday Beast had lost the origin dragon soul. The awakened origin dragon soul was about to break through the Doomsday Beast's divine body and fly toward Long Chen. No. This was the devouring dragon servant's most heart-wrenching voice. From the moment he had been so proud of himself to this moment, it was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. It was as if everything had collapsed in front of him. The destruction of the Doomsday Beast was a huge loss to him. Even if the ancestral gods were still under his control, the problem was that he did not have the Doomsday Beast. Without the Doomsday Beast, he could not transfer the world's origin energy. The sacred lords could not devour it perfectly. How much would he waste? Damn, damn. As the devouring dragon servant advanced, he turned into a huge worm and opened his bloody mouth. He could not forgive Mo Xiaolang, and he could not let Long Chen obtain the origin dragon soul. As long as the origin dragon soul existed, the Doomsday Beast could still be born. It was the most critical moment. Roar! At this moment, a gigantic flaming beast dashed out from the body of the Doomsday God. It was a black demonic wolf with 10 types of blazing flames surrounding it. The flames on its body were even more terrifying than the entire Doomsday God. The demonic wolf and the meat worm clashed in the flames of the Doomsday Beast. The Doomsday Beast still maintained its body and was not completely destroyed. After all, it was created by the sacred lords. However, the origin dragon soul and Mo Xiaolang had already rushed out. Rumble! Who are you? The devouring dragon servant roared at Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang's appearance was the key to the devouring dragon servant's plan. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for too long. If he could really win this time, his patience would definitely be the key to victory. At this moment, Long Chen was about to go crazy. When Mo Xiaolang stopped the devouring dragon servant for him, he saw the origin dragon soul. Even though he had lost his dragon blood and was heavily injured, he could not help but rush towards the origin dragon soul. Countless years of waiting. Countless years of longing. Finally, at this final moment, with the help of his dearest brother and the person he loved the most, the moment he could truly transform into a mystical dragon had arrived. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment even in his dreams. Joy, excitement, all the words that could describe such emotions were insufficient to describe what he was feeling at this moment. He chose to trust Mo Xiaolang. This was his greatest success. Mo Xiaolang did not disappoint him. At this moment, his brother had given Long Chen a real gift. While Mo Xiaolang was fighting the devouring dragon servant without a word, Long Chen and the origin dragon soul collided like cannonballs. Rumble. Amidst the shock, the flesh and soul reunited. Amidst the shock, the true primordial spiritual blood dragon was born. The flesh and the origin dragon soul revolved around a center. That center was the origin of the world. Slaughter. Buzz. It was an unimaginable moment. Big brother. Seeing this, Mo Xiaolang finally smiled. He felt that Long Chen's current mood was no less than when he had transformed into a dragon in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In fact, it was even more intense. Because today was the final battle. The turning point of everything began at this moment. QQ Demon Star. Chapter 34-25. Long Chen danced with the primordial spiritual blood dragon as he circled the carnage. The primordial spiritual blood dragon revealed the true form of the ancestor dragon of carnage. Even though it was in charge of carnage, it was still majestic and imposing. Time seemed to stand still as they stared at each other. Long Chen saw too much spirit, law, and will in the eyes of the origin dragon soul. Mo Xiaolang was right. This moment was even more important to Long Chen than when the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace had transformed into a dragon. Long Chen had waited a long time for this day. The origin dragon soul of the primordial spiritual blood dragon spun rapidly with him and crashed into the carnage of the world origin. At that moment it was an unprecedented change. Kill. That one word explained everything about the primordial spiritual blood dragon. Long Chen completed his metamorphosis as he fused with them in a logical manner. Whoosh, whoosh. Long Chen's transformation was similar to Lingxi's, but there were also differences. First of all, his primordial void dragon primordial spirit had also transformed into an ancestral soul. However, only 1/10 of the ancestral soul had entered the massacre. The rest was still in Long Chen's body. At the same time, as his flesh and blood merged with the origin dragon soul, all of the power was transforming into the world origin energy. In a very short time, Long Chen's body gave birth to a large amount of world origin energy. Long Chen had seen the world origin energy of the ancestor gods before. It was a pure, primal, and noble power. It looked simple, but in reality, it encompassed all laws and had the power to create a world. That was why it was called the world origin. As Long Chen slaughtered his enemies, he had given birth to his world essence. He had fused 1/10 of his elder soul into it, causing all world essences to be misty white and pure. But Long Chen's world essence was different. It was a pure blood-colored world essence. As a result, the world essence energy that Long Chen had been born with was different from that of the elder gods. The difference in color was only an external manifestation. The most important thing was the difference in nature. Its nature wasn't as all-encompassing as the world origin energy of the ancestral gods. It didn't have the nature of countless rules. Instead, it was very simple. It only had the nature of slaughter, death, and destruction. It was very pure. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. Although it's not as all-encompassing as the source energies of other worlds, the light wheel is much stronger than the source energies of other worlds in terms of attack and destruction. Of course, in terms of power, it's still considered the highest level of source energies of a world. Long Chen did not feel that it was a pity. In his heart, the 10 great ancestor dragons would always be the most special. Boom boom boom. After truly merging with the origin dragon soul and forming the complete world origin, it was like being planted in Long Chen's flesh and blood, causing his divine dragon body to undergo an earth-shattering change. Of course, in this doomsday, the restrictions of the natural laws still existed. Even if Long Chen turned into an ancestral dragon, he wouldn't be that huge. However, he had already turned into a true primordial blood spirit dragon. Pa. His body finally transformed from a mortal into an ancestral dragon. The blood-red slaughter seal in the primordial spirit of the great void universe dragon had already been crushed and merged with the world origin of slaughter. Many rules also appeared in Long Chen's ancestral soul. The rules of slaughter are still so vast. From the outside, even though he was an ancestral dragon, Long Chen was still in human form. However, there were pure blood-red dragon scales on his body, sharp bone spurs, and a bloodthirsty killing aura. One of his arms was holding the world origin, massacre. At this moment, the slaughter had truly merged with it. 1/10 of Long Chen had entered the slaughter. It was as if the slaughter had become part of his body. As long as the slaughter existed, his body could exist endlessly. My ancestral god is still different from the creator ancestral gods. Besides the world origin, I still have a large portion of the ancestral soul in my body. This means that my body can't be like the other ancestral gods, which can be completely destroyed and restored. Perhaps I can restore the part of the primordial blood spirit dragon, but the other parts that haven't obtained the origin dragon soul can't appear again. If those parts died, they would truly die. This was a disadvantage for Long Chen, but it didn't matter. The other ancestral dragons and the jade dragon seal definitely have deeper secrets. I have this opportunity. Once I get the other origin dragon souls, I will know. At this moment, the fusion was truly successful. The ancestral dragon was born. In this chaotic moment, the ancestral gods were all frozen by the icy blue curse. Yangshi was still recovering her eyes, Lingxi was still recovering her curse, and Mo Xiaolang was fighting the devouring dragon servant after devouring the primordial sacrificial fire. After devouring the doomsday sacred fire and the primordial sacrificial fire, Mo Xiaolang was equivalent to the 8th era's ancestral god. Among all the ancestral gods, he wasn't too strong. Against the devouring dragon servant, he could barely hold on. Fortunately, Long Chen succeeded in the right sequence. Everything was going according to plan. The process was so smooth that the dragon servants didn't expect it to be. Rumble. Long Chen's birth and return had completely severed the devouring dragon servant's last hope. To the devouring dragon servant, this was like a bolt from the blue. It was an unbelievable blow. This caused him to be momentarily stunned as he battled Mo Xiaolang. He originally had the chance to bite and swallow Mo Xiaolang, but he missed the opportunity. At this time, Long Chen, who had completed everything, had bloodshot eyes. He was no different from when the primordial blood spirit dragon was in human form. His killing intent was extremely rare. He was the true master of slaughter. The devouring dragon servant felt a sense of fear. The primordial blood spirit dragon had returned. Heavens! The devouring dragon servant's heart was in turmoil. He didn't even notice that Mo Xiaolang was burning with flames. At this moment, Long Chen had already passed Mo Xiaolang and descended in front of the devouring dragon servant. Long Chen. At this time, the 6 dragon servants appeared. They had finally arrived. Although they couldn't help much at their current level, they still rushed over. When they arrived, they saw that despair had turned into excitement and hope. You are still alive. The devouring dragon servant was once again shocked by his former companions. This series of blows had a huge impact on his heart. Now, he was completely in a state of madness. That's right, we are still alive. The Tai Su god was gnashing his teeth at this guy. Moreover, the time dragon servant had died in his hands. You. The devouring dragon servant was furious. Just as he was about to sweep over and attack the 6 dragon servants, Long Chen once again blocked his way. Do you think you can change everything after becoming the ancestral dragon? The devouring dragon servant laughed angrily, but in fact, his face was very miserable. Only Long Chen's attack answered him. Long Chen had waited for this moment for too long. The hatred of killing his father, the hatred of betrayal, and the hatred of destroying all living beings. Now, the boiling dragon blood was all in the world origin slaughter. Within the world origin slaughter, an unprecedented blood-red world origin power was born and dissipated, forming several blood-red divine dragons formed by the world origin power. They coiled around the world origin slaughter and soared. You want to kill me? The devouring dragon servant had failed to attack the other dragon servants, so he focused on Long Chen. Or perhaps he thought that if he turned Long Chen into an apocalypse, there would still be hope for his plan to succeed. Wang. What answered him was Long Chen's blood-red gaze, which crashed into his eyes. Without saying a word, he suddenly stabbed the world origin slaughter into his palm, leaving only the hilt. At the beginning, blood spilled out, but Long Chen immediately pulled it out, and the blood-will sword erupted again. It was still the blood-will sword, but this time, it was different. Because this time, there were thousands of blood-red threads, just like Long Chen's blood, coiling around the cold blood-red blade of the world origin slaughter. Every thread contained the hatred and anger of billions of living beings. They were the ancient blood spiritual dragon's world origin slaughter. Swoosh. Previously, it was this blood will sword that allowed the devouring dragon's servant to devour half of his blood. This time, when Long Chen's blood will sword attacked again, the devouring dragon servant could feel the difference, but it could not suppress his confidence. Swoosh. The blood will sword drew out a brilliant blood-red light and stabbed into his body. Pfft. This time, the world origin slaughter penetrated the devouring dragon servant's body, and a river of blood erupted behind him. Rip. The endless destructive power of the blood will sword, along with Long Chen's terrifying world origin energy, tore the devouring dragon servant's body apart. Arg. This time, the devouring dragon servant could no longer devour the dragon blood of Long Chen's blood will sword. After letting out a cry of pain, his divine body expanded again, turning into a huge flesh worm, and ferociously bit towards Long Chen. Die. The devouring dragon servant also went crazy. However, Long Chen did not clash head-on with him. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen retreated a large distance, but in an instant, the world origin slaughter returned. The world origin slaughter had already condensed a new world origin rule. You asked me if I only knew one world origin rule. Now, I will tell you the answer. Long Chen's voice reverberated around the devouring dragon servant like thunder. This huge flesh worm was roaring at the sky, rolling its huge divine body from afar, and colliding with Long Chen. Long Chen did not say anything more, and only had murderous intent. In his hands, the world origin slaughter gradually turned into nothingness, as though it had entered another world. However, the terrifying feeling of death was unprecedentedly strong. This world origin rule had nothing to do with blood. It was the purest world origin rule of slaughter, and of course, it was only used to kill the opponent. Soul-killing sword. Swoosh. The sword slashed down. The invisible sword shadow swept out with the light of world origin slaughter, passing through the endless sea of fire, and instantly rushed into the devouring dragon servant's body. Chapter 34-26. The soul-killing sword was the counterpart of the blood will sword, but it was a move that could destroy the opponent's ancestral soul. The soul-killing sword was the ancient blood spirit dragon's nomological law. Long Chen had naturally comprehended it when he became an ancient blood spirit dragon. The ancient blood spirit dragon was a bloodthirsty and murderous dragon. If the blood will sword was bloodthirsty, then the soul-killing sword was murderous. Frankly speaking, the soul-killing sword was much more lethal than the blood will sword. Long Chen could tear apart the devouring dragon servant's body with the blood will sword. The effect of the stronger soul-killing sword was what Long Chen was looking forward to. Before this, Long Chen had pondered the ancient blood spirit dragon's nomological law that could directly kill a primordial spirit, but it was definitely not as good as the soul-killing sword. This sword had practically fused the part of Long Chen's murderous, ancestral soul into the nomological law of destruction. The blood will sword was dragon blood, the soul-killing sword was the ancestral soul. This was a crazy way to kill 1,000 enemies, but it was also because of this that it had such a terrifying effect. Rip. When the soul-killing sword pierced through the devouring dragon servant's body, although it did not seem to cause any damage, it was destructive to the devouring dragon servant. The Sky Devourers had souls too, and at this moment, Long Chen used his own ancestral soul to form the sharpest weapon. It pierced through the devouring dragon servant's soul in an instant. Roar! The devouring dragon servant let out an earth-shattering shriek. His flesh and blood were trembling. Although he had no eyes, it was clear that he had already broken down in Long Chen's soul-killing sword. His soul was torn apart. With 2 primordial blood spiritual dragon rules in a row, Long Chen had crushed his most hated enemy, the devouring dragon attendant, to the brink of death. Although letting him die a quick death was considered letting him off easy, he was still a dangerous person. The only thing Long Chen wanted to do now was to kill him and get rid of any future troubles. Chen, don't let him have a chance to live. Let him be reduced to ashes forever. The dragon attendants were extremely excited. They even clenched their fists tightly, waiting for this moment. The desire of the dragon attendants was the hottest thing in Long Chen's heart. In order to become the ancestral dragon, he had thought about it day and night. In order to kill the devouring dragon attendants and avenge his father, he had endured until today. 2 devastating blows from the true ancient blood spirit dragon had almost caused him to collapse. With his soul wounded, he was deeply aware of the impending doom. Long Chen, don't be like this. If you change your mind, I can still free you. I can give you a brighter future and let you join us. Don't kill me. The devouring dragon servant seemed to have made an important decision. Tell me, who would let the person who killed their father continue to live? Long Chen's cold words reverberated in his ears, dealing a heavy blow to the devouring dragon servant's chaotic soul. What do you mean by father's murderer? The devouring dragon servant was dumbfounded for a moment. Perhaps he couldn't remember how insignificant that had been to him in the past. However, at this moment, Long Chen's eyes shone with a boundless killing light. In his eyes, there was only heat and ruthlessness. The massacre in his hand had become a brush. Long Chen held the brush with one hand and waved it in the void, drawing randomly. In an instant, the sea of fire formed a storm. The most terrifying massacre, which surpassed everything, descended once again. This nomological law was much more complicated than the preparation of the blood-will sword and the soul-killing sword. From the endless power of death gathered, this was definitely a nomological law that surpassed all other nomological laws. This is the life-seizing dragon diagram. He can even use the ancestral dragon's life-seizing dragon diagram so quickly. The massacre dragon servant was the one who understood this the most. What he was referring to was the nomological law that Long Chen was using. Long Chen used the massacre to draw a blood-colored divine dragon diagram in the void in a very short period of time. That lifelike blood-colored divine dragon was none other than the primordial blood spirit dragon. Of course, this diagram was even more astonishing. Ordinary fiend gods, or even ordinary elder gods, would have their lives stolen by just looking at it. This was the life-seizing dragon diagram. It existed for the sake of taking lives. It existed for the sake of death and slaughter. The devouring dragon servant could only sense the arrival of death. He was still puzzled over the so-called murder of his father. At this moment, the life-seizing dragon diagram in the air suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was like a tattoo on the devouring dragon servant's body. The image of a divine dragon coiled around the body of the devouring dragon servant, shining brightly. This was not an ordinary diagram to begin with. Because of the existence of the life-seizing nomological law, the devouring dragon servant had no time to react. Fatal danger descended. The life-seizing dragon diagram shone brightly. One could see that the devouring dragon servant was suffering the most terrifying death. His body of a flesh worm trembled violently in the sacred fire. He rolled and spun madly. He wanted to scream, but his voice was hoarse. Hiss, hiss. The eyeless heaven-devouring titanic beast's blood, flesh, and soul were all reduced to dust by the life-stealing dragon diagram. Over the years, it had devoured so many things, but now it was returning them all to the world. The soul-slaying sword was the soul-devouring sword. Blood-will sword. However, the person who was even crazier was still Long Chen. Even though the devouring dragon attendant was already suffering in the life-seizing dragon diagram and was already dying in pain, with no chance of turning things around, Long Chen still felt that it was too slow. His massacre crazily pierced the devouring dragon servant's body. That stance was even more deadly than the life-seizing dragon diagram. However, countless sword shadows swept past. Under the pressure of the life-seizing dragon diagram, the devouring dragon servant only managed to hold on for a short period of time. Under Long Chen's slaughter, the devouring dragon servant was completely devoured by the sacred fire of doomsday. In fact, he seemed to have many things to say, but Long Chen did not give him the chance to do so. From the time Long Chen succeeded in becoming the ancestral dragon to the painful death of the devouring dragon servant, only a short period of time had passed. Even Long Chen himself did not expect to be able to kill the devouring dragon servant. He had simply accumulated too much hatred and anger, and after gaining strength, he vented it all on the devouring dragon servant. Bang! The last sword came, and within the flames, the devouring dragon servant disappeared completely. Perhaps even the 6 dragon servants who rushed over could not believe such a scene. They cried as they watched. Like Long Chen, they had waited too long for this day. They had once dreamed of finding the origin dragon soul for Long Chen, and now they had found it. They had once dreamed of killing the traitor, the devouring dragon servant, and now they had done it. It was like a dream. It was hard to believe that this was reality. But when he realized that the devouring dragon servant had disappeared, even he was stunned. He had killed too crazily. He did not expect the devouring dragon servant to be so weak. Before he could say anything, it was gone. Destroyed in Long Chen's storm. He could only cry speechlessly. He looked down. When Long Chen fought against the devouring dragon servant, from the first blood will sword, Mo Xiaolang knew that there would be no problem. He left the battlefield and chased the remaining body of the doomsday beast, and started to fight it. Because it had lost the origin dragon soul, the doomsday beast was like a thing that had lost its core. Very quickly, it was turned into pure flames by Mo Xiaolang, and bit it bit by bit. With the destruction of the doomsday beast, the entire doomsday flame world started to shrink and collapse. The rules that controlled Long Chen and the others were also losing their effectiveness. Only the creator gods within the icy blue curse were staring at the scene with wide eyes, not moving a muscle. Also, Yang Shi from the Sky Swallowing clan was still recovering his eyes. The devouring dragon servant was destroyed too quickly, and he did not have time to react. At this moment, Long Chen, who was holding the massacre sword, had already attacked. Unfortunately, Yang Shi could not see Long Chen. He had lost the devouring dragon servant, and he did not even know what was going on. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was in front of him. He saw Yang Shi's second undamaged eye, and the icy blue curse was flashing. It's over. Long Chen pulled out the blood wheel sword and took a deep breath. With a roar, he stabbed the massacre sword on it. Pfft! The massacre sword pierced through the eye and broke the curse like the first time. This time, it made Yang Shi blind. The Sky Swallowing clan let out another earth-shattering cry of pain, rolling in the endless doomsday flame. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Long Chen heard the sound of ice breaking. He looked back and saw that the ice on the remaining ancestor gods were breaking. The ancestor gods had finally regained their freedom. Looking closely, one could see that the remaining half of the curse on the source of their world was completely broken. The curse had completely disappeared and left them. This probably meant that the creator gods were completely out of the Sky Swallowing clan's control. They were free. With a final crisp sound, the last ancestor god was freed from the curse. Perhaps they could see everything clearly within the icy blue curse. Hence, at this moment, their gazes were all on Long Chen. Gentle, grateful, admiring. It was this kind of gaze. Everyone, we can take revenge now. What are you waiting for? Since they could see, it was even better. There was no need to tell them what had happened. He just did not know if their memories from before the era still existed. Long Chen meant, Yang Shi. The sky-swallowing clan was not dead yet. To be honest, if not for the fact that she could not detect his presence, and the dragon jade seal was protecting him, he would not have been able to suppress Yang Shi. To truly destroy the sky-swallowing clan, he still had to rely on the ancestor gods. The devouring dragon servant had been killed, the doomsday beast had disappeared, and only Yang Shi was left screaming. After Long Chen said this, the ancestor gods realized that there was still an enemy. Previously, it was Long Chen who saved everything. The only way to vent their anger, they naturally would not hesitate. At this moment, they swarmed over and surrounded Yang Shi. Chapter 34-27. After the curse was broken, the ancestor gods who could not see the sky-swallowing clan were finally freed, and Yang Shi appeared in their vision. As expected, it was because of the curse that they could not sense the sky-swallowing clan, and were concealed by the sky-swallowing clan. But now, the devouring dragon servants were extinct, and the entire apocalyptic world was collapsing. The sky-swallowing clan's preparations for an epoch were all destroyed, and only Yang Shi, who had lost her eyes, was left in the chaos. The ancestor gods did not recover their memories from before the epoch. But they knew who they were, and now that the curse was broken, they saw the entire battle from start to finish. Moreover, they knew their hatred towards the sky-swallowing clan. In the most crucial battle, they did not help at all, and only Yang Shi was left. At this time, the Fourth-era ancestor gods led the charge, and without a word, they started a destructive attack on Yang Shi. Yang Shi was not a sacred lord, her actual strength was roughly equivalent to the Fourth Era's ancestral god, far surpassing the devouring dragon attendants. The reason why Long Chen could suppress Yang Shi and destroy her eyes was all because of the mysterious dragon jade. But with the Fourth-era ancestor gods leading the charge, thousands of ancestor gods attacked at the same time, and laws of all sizes exploded, all landing on Yang Shi's body. Roar! Yang Shi's body was completely destroyed by the laws. Bang! A sky-swallowing clan was completely destroyed, and turned to dust. Yang Shi was completely destroyed. As such, the curse on the ancestor gods could no longer be reborn. Although it was the chaos sky-swallowing dragon's curse, it seemed to have been transferred to Yang Shi. Now that Yang Shi was gone, the curse was naturally gone as well. We won. We did it. Even though calamity had been destroyed, none of the elder gods could believe such a great surprise. Although almost every single elder god was on the verge of the collapse of their world's prime essences, and they were all heavily injured, with one foot in the grave of death, the joy of total victory had washed away all of that. There was only excitement left in their hearts. Even though they were ancestor gods, they were mortals among mortals. In the midst of victory, they laughed happily, as though a burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Long Chen also felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He found Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi was still in the state of jade, but she was already recovering. Even though she was a jade, she still had the feeling of flesh and blood. If not for her everlasting guardian curse, Long Chen would already be dead, and the elder gods would be in a similar state. After the war, the ancestral gods couldn't forget Long Chen the most. He was the one who turned the tide and saved everything. Of course, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang's help was also Long Chen's team. Before this, they had never thought that he could create such a miracle in such a war. Right now, everyone was looking at each other. From their eyes, Long Chen could see a hint of heroism. Even the primal chaos ancestor god and the others had the same attitude. Rumble. At this time, Mo Xiaolang completely tore the doomsday beast apart. The entire beast exploded and scattered throughout the doomsday world. Because of the beast's transformation, the entire doomsday world was undergoing a drastic change. In short, it was a complete collapse. A complete collapse. The entire Doomsday world was formed from the primordial sacrificial fire and the origin dragon soul. Another important part was a large amount of spirit chi, and even the power extracted from the ancestor gods. The primordial sacrificial fire had changed this power into the form of the Doomsday fire, forming this huge Doomsday world. Now that the Doomsday fire had collapsed and the primordial sacrificial fire had been devoured, everything was returning to its original form. The endless Doomsday God fire, in its original form, was actually the power of the creator gods that had been devoured in the past. In this war, many creator gods had died here, becoming a part of this power. At this time, to Longchen, it was like countless samsara fruits had been crushed and turned into smoke, condensing into such a huge space. All the surrounding flames had returned to their original form, becoming pure power. The power that once belonged to the ancestor gods. In the face of so much pure power, it was like being surrounded by countless samsara fruits. The ancestor gods were not fools, and in an instant, everyone began to absorb the endless power. Even the jade-like Lingxi could do it, absorbing the endless power around her to change from her jade-like state. The restrictive rules have disappeared, and I can also open the divine kingdom, separating the realms of life and death. All of this was known to Li Xuanji, Kitten, and the others. But this time, their greatest regret was that they had not been able to participate in this most crucial battle. They had let Longchen and the others fight on the edge of life and death. Longchen. After opening the realm of death, Li Xuanji threw herself on him, and her tears quickly fell on Longchen's clothes. It was hard to imagine how she had felt when she told Longchen that so many worlds had been destroyed. She had endured the torture, and now that it was finally gone, Longchen hugged her delicate body, feeling deeply sorry for her. Don't waste this power for now. He had let them out at this time so that they could absorb the things left behind by the apocalypse together with the ancestor gods. Longchen did not absorb it himself. Instead, he opened the divine kingdom to its greatest extent, and poured the endless power in the surroundings into the divine kingdom. Of course, even so, the rate at which he absorbed it was far inferior to the 4th and 5th era ancestor gods. At most, it was equivalent to the 6th era ancestor god. The ancestor gods are fighting too hard. Lingxi had already fully recovered, and she was also absorbing the power to strengthen herself. Of course, she was a 9th era ancestor god, so the amount she absorbed was negligible. Most of the power was divided between the dozen 4th era ancestor gods and the 105th era ancestor gods. Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, Soi Yan, and the others were all strengthened by this power. Kitten was especially effective, and he was about to form a second world of Genesis. However, in a very short time, the power left behind by the apocalypse was all snatched away. In order to completely recover, the ancestor gods were vying with each other. When the flames and power of the apocalypse disappeared, what reappeared was the starry sky. The apocalypse and everything within it was now gone. What remained were the ancestor gods and Longchen and the others. As far as the eye could see, the bodies of the creator gods were all glowing with light. Even the weakest of the 9th era elder gods, roughly 700 of them had recovered to their peak state because of the samsara fruit. But now, all of the remaining 9th era elder gods had their world Genesis restored to its peak state. It wasn't just them. All of the ancestor gods had recovered to their peak state. For example, the 4th era's ancestor god, primordial ancestor god, and the others looked much more complete than when they had first descended. Even the 8th era's ancestor god, like sacred ancestor Dark Knight, had recovered to his peak state. They were much more difficult to deal with than before. In short, under the power of the apocalypse, all of the ancestor gods had recovered to their peak state. They had survived and became the biggest beneficiaries. Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, and the others had all made corresponding progress. Kitten was about to condense the second world of Genesis, while Mo Xiaolang's power was equivalent to the 8th era ancestor god in his peak state. With so many ancestral fires, his combat power was even stronger. As for Long Chen, he didn't improve because of this feast, but he had brought the most terrifying rebirth to the dragon sacrificial continent. In a short time, he had injected the power equivalent to hundreds of sacred fruits of samsara into the god nation. Originally, when Long Chen reached the ancestor realm, the dragon sacrificial continent had expanded again. Previously, it was at the origin level, but now it had expanded by 10 times. The form of the primeval dragon sacrificial ceremony was even more obvious. Its world level had once again become one of the 10,000 worlds, surpassing all the original level worlds. The current original level world was roughly equivalent to the strength of the 6th era world before the 10,000 worlds. As for the dragon sacrificial continent, it had successfully given birth to the strength equivalent to the 5th era ancestor god. In terms of its current grade, it was already at the 10th grade. Moreover, with a large amount of spiritual qi being infused into them, all of the mystical dragon tribe received a huge supply of spiritual qi, and they grew rapidly. Among them, Dragon Yen and Dragon Qilin both received great benefits, and they grew up quite a bit. They were already a pair of youths. They were roughly equivalent to a mortal 11 or 12 years old. The supreme divine dragons broke through their limits one by one and reached the half-ancestor realm. For example, Yang Lingqing was the first to become a supreme divine dragon. At this time, she had reached the ultimate state of a supreme divine dragon, which was the peak of the half-ancestor realm. The 15 dragon emperors and the others were also in this realm, and they even had the possibility of reaching the ancestor realm. The changes in the dragon sacrificial continent were really too great. If not counting the ancestor gods, the current dragon sacrificial continent was impressively the #1 great world among the 10,000 worlds. Even Long Chen's god nation was somewhat unable to bear it. It seems that I need to let the dragon sacrificial continent truly return to the 10,000 worlds. Long Chen had already made this plan in his heart. If the ancestor gods had absorbed a little slower just now and allowed me to obtain a little more power, I could have made the dragon sacrificial continent even more perfect. Long Chen didn't care much about this competition. After all, no one would be so foolish when encountering so many benefits. Besides, this originally belonged to the ancestor gods. However, there was a fact that made Long Chen feel incredulous every time he thought about it. He asked Lingxi blankly, then asked everyone, in other words, the devouring dragon servant's plan has failed, the ancestor gods have all recovered, and the holy masters can't obtain the shattered power of the ancestor gods, so it's impossible for them to break the seal of the first ancestor dragon. From now on, the 10,000 worlds are completely safe, and our war is completely won. This was so hard to believe. Yes, big brother, we can rest easy now. Mo Xiaolang was also extremely excited. Everyone was smiling. Chapter 34-28. Volume 39, Genesis Era. Long Chen had always thought that he would run into the chaotic heaven-swallowing dragon and all the holy masters of the sky-swallowing race. That was the final enemy he had imagined. I never thought that the first ancestral dragon would use a peerless seal to imprison the sky-swallowing race, preventing them from awakening. Getting rid of the devouring dragon servants actually resolved the sky-swallowing race's crisis. Even though the apocalypse was gone, and he was surrounded by empty space, Long Chen still found it hard to believe. We didn't expect it either. If we had known from the start, many things would have been easily resolved. It wouldn't have been so troublesome, the Karma Dragon servant said. It was them who had made Long Chen cautious time and time again. Only now did he know that this caution was not very useful. The most terrifying enemies were not easy to awaken. They had even used an epoch's time to use the primordial sacrificial fire and the ancient blood spirit dragon's origin dragon soul to create the apocalypse to help them escape. No matter what, everything has come to an end for the time being. We can sit back and relax as we search for the remaining essence blood and origin dragon souls. Of course, there are other world essences as well. From the looks of it, the 10,000 worlds will definitely be peaceful and relaxed. To the dragon servants, the devouring dragon servants were the most unforgivable people. The death of the devouring dragon servants was their greatest joy. Now, they had all fallen into a state of revelry and relaxed. Even Li Xuanji, who was usually cold and aloof, was now crying tears of joy. Her heart was finally at ease, and even her face was flushed red, looking extremely charming and alluring. Overall, it was a joyous occasion. The only regret was that many ancestral gods had been destroyed in this battle. The worlds they had created, and all the gods and demons, had been completely destroyed. This was so painful. Long Chen did not dare to count how many had died. There was no point. After today, everything would vanish into thin air. It would be forgotten by history. There was no use remembering it. At this time, the ancestral gods did not seem to understand the future too well. Long Chen arrived before them. When they were controlled by the curse, they could see, but they could not hear. Seniors, I have an important piece of good news to share with all of you. Long Chen had finally become an ancestral dragon. The 10 great ancestral dragons could barely be counted as creator ancestral gods, so Long Chen was one of them. Although he had become an ancestral dragon, he still only had the origin of a world. There were many creator ancestral gods who were stronger than him. After all, the destruction of the Doomsday had allowed all of the creator gods to reach their peak state. All of the missing world origins had now been perfected. Tell me about it. The creator ancestral god surrounded Long Chen with the primordial ancestral god, primal ancestral god, and creation ancestral god as the core. In this battle, Long Chen was the hero. He was the one who saved all the ancestral gods. So at this time, they were very warm to Long Chen. Even the Fourth Era's primordial ancestral gods were smiling. Long Chen said in a clear voice, "I'll tell you the whole story. First, I obtained the inheritance of the primordial spiritual blood dragon, one of the 10 great ancestral dragons. This time, the sky-swallowing clan used the primordial spiritual blood dragon's origin dragon soul to create the apocalypse." Then, Long Chen explained the purpose of creating the Doomsday and the plan to break the seal. As for the origin dragon soul, everyone saw it. Because Mo Xiaolang tore the Doomsday beast apart, Long Chen fused with the origin dragon soul and defeated the devouring dragon servant. As for the beginning and the end, they basically understood everything. Now, they knew that the curse was completely gone. Long Chen's news made the ancestor gods even happier. Primordial War Ancestor asked, "Long Chen, you mean that from now on, because the sky-devouring clan's holy masters can't break the first ancestral dragon's peerless seal, they will never appear in the myriad worlds again. They will be imprisoned forever. From today onwards, the myriad worlds will be at peace. We will enter a new era, just like before the era, right? Maybe, I guess." Long Chen answered like this, but he knew in his heart that this was different from before the epoch. Before the epoch, the dragon sacrificial continent was powerful, the world was powerful, and even the myriad realms were 10 times as powerful as they were now. But now, the myriad realms were still dried up because the holy masters of the sky-swallowing clan were still alive. However, the preparations of an era were destroyed by Long Chen. They basically had no chance of appearing again. This is great news. From now on, the myriad worlds will no longer have enemies and can develop steadily, said another Fourth Era's primordial ancestor god. As far as the eye could see, every ancestor god's face was brimming with joy. After the war, everyone was immersed in the joy of victory. Seeing that the ancestor gods were very harmonious and on good terms, Long Chen felt a lot more at ease. "Father, today, I've finally fulfilled my wish." "It's also your wish." It's a pity that you won't be able to see all of this. Although we've paid a great price in this war, we've gained eternal peace. The dragon sacrificial dragon continent has also grown to an unprecedented level. Our divine dragon race is even more glorious than 1,000 years ago. It's just that you won't be able to see it. Long Chen wanted his father to know so much, but it was impossible. He had already perished forever. He will definitely know. Tai Su God was beside Long Chen. Seeing the nostalgic look in Long Chen's eyes, she knew what Long Chen was thinking. The ancestor gods were discussing excitedly, but Long Chen was very calm. At this time, perhaps the ancestor gods were anxious to return to their own worlds. Now that the Sky Devourer race was gone, they instinctively wanted to build their own worlds. They had just recovered and needed to meditate. Farewell. After the celebration, the ancestor gods gradually dispersed and began to return. The feeling of being reborn after death was really exciting. Frankly speaking, after this thrilling battle, even though he had become an ancestor dragon, Long Chen was a little tired. Fortunately, his loved ones were still by his side. Seeing them, Long Chen felt relieved. At least the most important people to him were still unharmed. Big brother. Boss. Nothing could shake the feelings of this group of people. At this time, after being reborn, all of them hugged each other. Even the dragon attendants couldn't help but secretly wipe their tears when they saw this group. For this moment, they had fought with their lives on the line. When most of the ancestor gods had left, Long Chen smiled and said to everyone, "Come, let's go back together. Today is the day to let the dragon sacrificial continent return to the myriad worlds." The dragon sacrificial continent had probably grown too big and strong in the god nation, so Long Chen's god nation couldn't particularly bear it. Long Chen understood that in reality, it was time for the newly born dragon sacrificial continent to return to the myriad worlds. The dragon sacrificial continent originally belonged to the myriad worlds. Long Chen's god nation was a bit like the nurturing of the dragon sacrificial continent. Now that the dragon sacrificial continent had matured, it was time for it to be born and return to the myriad worlds. Moreover, it was already the highest level of the myriad worlds. Alright. Everyone was in high spirits. The current dragon sacrificial continent was so big that more than 99% of it was uninhabited. Although the level of the world had increased, it was really not easy for the divine dragon race to reproduce that much for the time being. It required hundreds of millions of years of inheritance. After passing through the death rain, Long Chen and all his companions arrived at the former location of the dragon sacrificial continent. There was a smoky sphere left behind after the original dragon sacrificial continent's destruction. Not far away was the divine planet of destiny and the divine dragon origin grounds. Standing here, everyone was looking forward to it. Long Chen also had a long-awaited expression on his face. This moment was really too rare for them. The girls' eyes were still brimming with tears, especially Lingxi and Li Xuanji. They were the closest to Long Chen and knew what kind of effort Long Chen had put in for the sake of the dragon sacrificial continent, for this moment. He went from being young to not being young. When the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed and shattered, he was in great pain and lost his home. It was not until he obtained the inherited blood essence of the primeval sacrificial dragon that he could truly rebuild his home. And it was only at this moment that his home was truly rebuilt successfully and he could truly return to the place that belonged to him. Dragon sacrificial continent, return. Long Chen let out a hearty yell, releasing all the repressed feelings of not having a home for many years. Under his control, the dragon sacrificial continent in his god nation trembled slightly. Although it was slight, everyone could feel it. They realized that everything was changing. That familiar environment of the god nation was now breaking away. In that instant, a vast continent appeared beneath the smoky sphere. It was a colossal divine dragon hidden in the clouds, vaguely having the majestic shape of a pre-epic era. The dragon-shaped continent stretched for billions of miles. The original dragon sacrificial continent was only a very small part of the current dragon sacrificial continent. Even the eternal god domain that Longchen rebuilt was bigger than the dragon sacrificial continent of that time. The eternal god domain floated above the dragon sacrificial continent, where Longchen and the others stayed. It was also the most essential part of the dragon sacrificial continent. The supreme divine dragons were all in this place. The entire dragon sacrificial continent was shrouded in fog. That endless fog was the most abundant spiritual energy on the dragon sacrificial continent. Although it was nothing compared to before the epoch, it was much denser than the spiritual energy in the chaotic divine realm. Longchen called the newly born spiritual energy primordial dragon spirit. The primordial dragon spirit was mixed with the spiritual energy left behind by the doomsday, making it even denser. Under the nurturing of such spiritual energy, even the simplest divine dragon could easily become a god. With such resources, it only needed time for the dragon sacrificial continent to completely transform. All of this was the result of Longchen's hard work.